make your way to your seats. We will begin in 5 minutes.
You're something beautiful, electric chemical. You take my breath away, feel my emotions push and pull. Shooting stars in your eyes, you're bringing me to life. Love how you say my name, you make it feel like summertime. When you reach out your hand, I find myself again. Electric wonderland, no, I just can't get enough. You feel like magic, magic. Just one touch, my God, I gotta have it. You feel like magic, magic. but you deny me. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you deserve respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying again. Reason right, let's take our time and choose. Whether we deep or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. I got room and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not about love, again. And I know you deserve respect.
Good morning. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. For live stream viewers, we invite you to stay tuned during the breaks for exclusive programming.
trip to the ground. And be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. From a window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. And be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. You're reflecting, I'm reflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy pending on the walls. How I did it to myself. Craving out, practice last, sleeping on my bed, it's golden side. I wish you fall off from a window, take a bad trip to the ground. And be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. Fall off from a window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. And be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone.
Welcome, everyone. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. We will begin momentarily.
CAP is innovative, collaborative, and out front.
Impactful.
Immovable.
Knowledgeable, effective, and critical.
Persistent.
Family focused.
CAP is all about bold ideas, evidence-based policy, and building community to get things done.
Safeguarding our democracy.
Inclusive education.
Liberation without exception.
Fighting to lift people out of poverty, fighting for food security, fighting to protect our social safety net.
CAP is effective, bold, and laser focused on progress.
Progress means fighting the righteous fights to protect American consumers, leveling the playing field, and building a stronger economy.
Progress means a democracy that strives to work for its people.
That's what CAP's all about.
Folks who push the curve, who've been there thinking about how do we implement better policy, what do we do to make a difference in the lives of people.
Congratulations, CAP, on 20 years of progress.
Your thoughtful, evidence-based research has shaped the national debate on everything from healthcare reform to criminal justice, education to infrastructure, climate change to income inequality, and so much more.
You have been the indispensable outside engine driving these issues.
Your mission matters now more than ever.
So, congratulations, CAP, on 20 years of fighting for democracy, freedom, and the rule of law.
Congratulations, CAP.
Here's to many, many more.
Felicitaciones a CAP por estos 20 años.
And congratulations.
Happy birthday.
gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let no hatred turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no hatred turn me around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let oppression turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let oppression turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, I'm gonna say, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let police brutality turn me around. Turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let police brutality turn me around. Keep on walking, I'm gonna keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let gun violence turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let gun violence turn me around. Keep on walking, I'm gonna keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let injustice turn me around. Ain't gonna let injustice turn me around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Keep on walking, I'm gonna keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Keep on walking, gonna keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom.
And the church said amen. Good morning. My name is Patrick Gaspard. I'm proud to serve as the president and CEO of the Center for American Progress, where we don't let nobody turn us around. Let's hear it again for the Howard Gospel Choir. Thank you so much for taking us up into church this morning. I'm honored to welcome all of you to our Ideas Conference. Thank you so very much for joining us in community. Thank you for holding firmly to your faith in the possibility of progress. I'm grateful for your steadfastness because I know it's not easy to hold on and maintain the spirit of that gospel hymn, the spirit of justice and freedom and peace in a world where the ground is constantly shifting on good people, in a world wrapped in polarized camps, in a world where the specter of violence has drowned out debate, where the politics of performance often trumps the politics of principle, in a world where cynicism can be the easy choice. You keep the faith and believe in the promise of that spiritual, just as a group of fighting Americans did 20 years ago when they gathered together under clouds of war and convened with a conviction that ordinary people can do extraordinary things if they're just given a fair shake, and if government and commerce can be made to work with them instead of against them. They came together not with a vague notion of the republic, but with an enduring idea of we the public. What John Podesta and his merry band understood 2 decades ago is that democracy is a full contact sport, and that they were a part of a continuum of progress in America that required them to take up the ball, run hard through all obstacles, and then pass it on to you and you and you. John and those who invested in his vision understood that nothing in the world is as powerful as an idea whose time has come. But an idea needs jet fuel to rally a consensus into law. And so they engineered this lean, mean, progressive think tank, and a machinery that produced not only policy solutions noted in the roots of democratic values of care and justice and fairness, but they pushed those solutions over the goal line. They put up so many damn points. We need their boldness and their organization now, right now, more than ever. Overseas, in the ambit of U.S. policy and solidarity, Israel has suffered unconscionable horrors and trauma at the hands of heinous terrorists, and Gaza is under siege, experiencing a humanitarian crisis that must be resolved urgently and without the use of collective punishment. We need a cap in this hour that will denounce terror without reservation while holding up a set of principles to get us to downfield solutions. At home here, our democracy faces serious threats from extremist forces determined to take our government apart brick by brick by starving the social safety net or even through armed insurrection. Our cities already suffer the materialized consequences of climate change. An emboldened and extreme Supreme Court is ignoring precedent to rip away rights and nullify crucial regulatory safeguards. And for too many, economic progress is truly a dream deferred. Here, now, we need a cap that can hold up a mirror so that we can better see ourselves while articulating a vision that gets us to our better angels. And we must do all this recognizing that actual governance beyond protest requires concessions and, dare I say it, compromise, while maintaining our compass on the true north. But while knowing that change doesn't happen overnight, we must still yet burn with a fierce urgency towards a fast approaching future. Heck, the advent of generative AI means that the future we envision might already be behind us, and we need to take care to be certain not to be fighting for the wrong one. Fortunately for us, the cap of 20 years ago gave us a roadmap for future forward change making right from the crib. From spurring the Bush administration to end the war in Iraq, to organizing the blueprint for what eventually became the Affordable Care Act, to helping hold together environmentalists with climate justice warriors to center equity in legislation, CAP, with all of our partners here gathered, has been able to push us forward because we know that at the end of the day, this work isn't about what we are against, it's about what we believe in, what we are for. We believe the poor deserve a better life than the economy is providing them. We believe in private enterprise, but also that private power has got to be checked by vibrant democratic guardrails. We believe in breathable air as an asset for all. But we also believe that those who are in the global south at the exhaust end of our emissions should not have to pay the price for climate catastrophes not of their making. We believe fiercely in the sanctity of every single vote as the ultimate expression of the agency and obligation of citizenship. And we will leave no voter behind to be suppressed or gerrymandered out of their power. We believe that health care is a fundamental right and will not stand for denial and degradation of those seeking that basic fundamental access. We believe ultimately in the bigness of America and resist those who try to make it as small as their own bankrupted hearts, corrupted with the disease of racism and sexism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and homophobia. And so, my friends, we ain't gonna let no polluters turn us around. We've accomplished a level of climate action others thought impossible 5 years ago. We worked relentlessly to make sure that bold climate policies become the bedrock of the Inflation Reduction Act. We ain't gonna let the greedy turn us around as we repeal the Trump tax cuts, and we will, and strive to build an economy with a durable middle class by turning recent sparks of worker organizing into legislative policy planks that achieve lasting success. How about those damn UAW workers? And we ain't gonna let no election deniers turn us around. We're gonna lift up and model democracy innovations from Maine to Michigan to Alaska that foster hope in the future of this American experiment. And we're gonna work like heck to repeal the filibuster and actually pass the Freedom to Vote Act. And you know, we ain't gonna let Clarence Thomas turn us around. We'll have ethics reform in our highest court and make this an era marked by sustained and dramatic efforts to make justice work for common folk and to orient the courts back towards some notion of the public good. I know what it means not to be turned around. I know firsthand the fragility of democracy, the loss of faith that comes with extreme poverty, and the power of resistance. My family wasn't turned around when my parents had to leave their homeland at the threat of political violence and arrive in an America where they had to scramble to make a minimum wage in an alleged age of reason. I know the stigma of hunger and this society's imposed shame when you have to go up to the cash register with nothing but a food stamp in your hand. You know, what got me first into organizing, a belief that a home care worker like my mother, providing frontline care for the elderly and disabled, but not getting a living wage for herself and for her labors. That's what still drives me and my passion and animates me to my core to strive for American progress today. As a young organizer, I learned from people like John Lewis and Paul Wellstone that progress is the imposition of a kind of will. It's a kind of relentlessness of purpose. Progress is our energy source, endlessly renewable. They taught me that democracy isn't a lifestyle choice with civil rights as some kind of fashionable accessory. I also learned from them that at key moments in history, we don't need a long to-do list. We need a narrative to hold on to. This is one of those moments. The story that we choose now will define this American century. Let me share with you two stories in America that I'm trying to hold together as one story. It's the tale of the individual and the tale of the collective, which sometimes seems to be at odds in our politics, but it really isn't. We think of them as two separate stories about our nation, but they're really stranded together and share DNA. These myths are exemplified in two encounters that I had recently. Last week, I was hanging out in Salt Lake City, Utah, being driven by a man that I'm going to call John. John was proud of his American-built truck, and he was prouder still that as a former handyman, he was able to pull it together after the pandemic to buy 4 little cars to create a taxi business to enter the service economy. John is a scrapper, a bootstrap kind of guy. He's excited that Utah is booming post-pandemic, and he wasn't above just kind of chiding my Northeast progressive sensibilities by saying to me, "You all know that you couldn't keep us in lockdown forever." As John and I shared the lonely road and his country music, he became more and more vulnerable and let me know that he was thrown out of his home as a child, that he had been jailed 24 times, and that he almost gave up on life, but that he got a loan from a state program in Utah for former prisoners that made it possible for him to grab a rung up the ladder into the mainstream. The individual is John, got this loan from the government, and he was able to climb up that rung. John rejects the notion that he's had any kind of a privilege in his life. All he wants is a clear road, a full tank of hopefully under $4 a gallon gasoline, and a little bit of freedom. I want to contrast John's story with the story of a group of several hundred, mostly women, that I met in Columbia, South Carolina a few months ago. These workers from throughout the Deep South who work in home care, retail, fast food, and in warehouses all came together to use their collective voice as an agency to obtain fair wages and health benefits and safety protections in a region with the lowest union density in America, and not coincidentally, the lowest minimum wage in the nation as well. But you wouldn't know that this day. These sisters were all sitting in their power as Queen Bee blared from the speakers on stage. My daddy, Alabama, mama, Louisiana. Okay, ladies, let's get in formation. Prove to me you've got coordination, 'cause we slay. A woman that I'm gonna call Donna rolled up her sleeves and showed me the burns and the scars that she got as a fast food worker on all the jobs where she had worked with no standards and absolutely no protections. Donna told me that right now she was organizing walkouts and sit-ins and boycotts with her fellow workers because, quote, we finally have the courage to demand our freedom. Donna and John are searching for the same thing. Their stories of collective striving and individual moxie can braid together in our politics. They're seeking just a measure of dignity and of freedom that you can breathe in. Not freedom from, but freedom to. So whether your faith is sparked by the Beatitudes or by Beyonce, I want you leaving up in here fueled by the power of these ideas. Ideas from workers leading organizing efforts and elected officials pushing the envelope on legislation and experts plotting innovative paths forward on AI and on climate and democracy. I want you fired up. I want you mobilized with the spirit that ain't nobody got to turn us around. Thank you. I was about to hustle off the stage, but just got a note that we have a little bit of an unexpected drop-in visitor this morning. This person is a dear friend of mine who I've had the privilege of organizing on the ground with. She's in high places now, but never keeps her gaze away from justice and knows how to get down on the ground with all of us. She originally hails from Magnolia, Mississippi. She spent a lot of time organizing around the country, but most especially in California, where my friend, the governor of California, has seen fit to appoint her as the newly minted U.S. Senator in California. My sister, the fiercest, baddest organizer that I know, Senator, it feels good to say that, Senator LaFonza Butler.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
How about we give a round of applause to Patrick? And I don't know if John is in the room, but I have had many a coffee with John Podesta over my career, and his advice and guidance, as well as Patrick's friendship, could not keep me away from the Howard Theater this morning. As CAP is celebrating a profound journey of 20 years of incredible work. For me, this was an opportunity as only the third Black woman ever to serve in the United States Senate, to be a part of recognizing a 20-year journey that has been marked by both hope and change, as well as a 20-year journey that has been marked by our world's deadliest pandemic and some of the most vicious hate that we have seen in modern day. And throughout that 20 years, it has been this organization that has stood fast, that has stood present and stood in the gap to not only carry us through those times of hope and change and those times of perilous despair, but to bring us to this moment where, as Patrick has noted, we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. And as you are here and we are here collectively to both celebrate 20 years of endurance, 20 years of holding forth the fight for what we are for, it is an honor to stand with you as we not only hold and celebrate, but as we imagine and dream forward. I am so excited to be standing with all of you and to be standing with Patrick Gaspard as you all lead this incredible organization to continue to inspire legislation that our country can fight for, that organizers like myself and Patrick, young organizers who've been inspired to be a part of this great movement of change, can restore our place of hope and of imagination. And I got to tell you, there's no place that I would have rather been this morning than to be here with all of you, standing with Patrick on the cusp of 20 more years of greatness. And so thank you all for the work that you are doing. Thank you for the leadership that you are providing, for the 20 years of ideas that you are bringing forth and that you will hopefully leave to my own little girl. I'll also end with one short story, just what helped me to frame the opportunity and frankly, engage the decision to accept Governor Newsom's nomination as California's newest senator. When the Dobbs decision was announced, it was a day in June, as you will recall, and I had the responsibility of taking my little girl to summer camp. She was catching the bus to summer camp. It was about 7:30 in the morning. And I had come back home and had started my day, got into calls, and around 10:20, the decision was finally published and made known to the world, though the leak had prepared us a bit for what was to come. I quickly hopped off my Zoom and got about my day, sort of preparing our organization for the plan that we had designed for this day, being prepared and on our front foot. And at one point during the day, I found myself sitting still. And I realized, Cap, that my little girl was going to come home less free than when I dropped her off. Less free. And it hit me like a boulder. It hit me like a boulder that in 10 years, she was going to be using her first vote to fight for a freedom that was won by her grandmother. And so as we think about the ideas and the opportunities and the challenges, the perilous times that our nation and the world face in this moment, I invite you not just to think about my little girl, but think about the daughters of America, the sons of this country, who need us in this moment to fight for the freedoms that they deserve today so that they're not using their first vote to win the things that we have the power to dream possible today. Thank you all for the work that you are doing. Thank you for letting me join and drop in on your incredible celebration. Have a great rest of your day.
This is one of the most critical interstate corridors in the country.
We continue to push for answers as to when I-95 is going to be back reopened.
We learned that one side of 95 completely collapsed
And the other side was so compromised, so damaged, it needed to be completely rebuilt.
When I first heard about the collapse, really wasn't a timeline.
What all the experts were telling me was that it was going to take months, quote, months. I knew we couldn't keep I-95 shut down for months. 175,000 cars and trucks on this roadway.
There's no more important project right now in the country as far as I'm concerned. I'm directing my team to move heaven and earth to get it done as soon as humanly possible.
We are grateful to the federal government for the dollars that are being sent to Pennsylvania and other states, but it's the hands of union labor that's getting this rebuilt. They were one of my first calls, and I asked them to work 24/7. They work through the heat, they work through the rain.
We are standing here on the I-95 emergency bridge repair, and I'm proud to say that we built this. We built this. I'm a union carpenter with Local 158 out of Philadelphia. How I got into the union goes back to me actually living in public housing. And after 6 years, I was able to save money, get my children out of public housing, and purchase my first home.
I think we need to expand union membership. And I think we need to recognize and respect the work that the trades do in our communities. We've got a plan that is fully funded to train 10,000 new workers in the trades.
I can confidently state right here, right now, the traffic will be flowing here on I-95 this weekend. This weekend.
We actually got it done in 2 weeks. It actually was 12 days. You know, it was pressure on us to do this.
Government can be a force for good in people's lives. Now, for folks to feel that, they got to see it.
We knew that it was being live streamed. We knew we had to go there and show the world what the unions in Philadelphia were capable of, and we did that.
This is more than a road to the good people of Philadelphia and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is now a point of civic pride. That is infrastructure, and that is economic opportunity. That's empowerment.
Governor Shapiro has been pivotal. As long as he's around, we'll keep building bridges.
I hope this tragedy has shown everyone that Pennsylvania can do big things, and that we are tested, we are able to meet this moment.
I am a Philadelphia native. I've helped build this city, and I take pride in that. I gush every time I ride by. I don't care who I'm riding by with. I think I say the same thing every time I ride by. I built that. I helped build that. And they're like, okay, you told us already. We know.
Please welcome Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren and the Deputy Director of the National Economic Council, Bharat Ramamurthy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. This is good.
Well, I thought we'd jump right in and talk about where the economy is now and where it was just a few years ago when the president and vice president came to office. When the president and vice president came to office, the unemployment rate was well over 6%, and experts were projecting a very long and slow recovery to get back to sub 4% unemployment, to get back to robust economic growth. And now here we sit 2.5 years later with 2 years of strong economic growth, more than 14 million new jobs created, under 4% unemployment for nearly 20 months, the longest stretch we've had in 50 years. And I think a lot of the credit for that goes back to the American Rescue Plan, which the president and Democrats in Congress passed early in 2021. So I just wanted to get your view on what the main takeaways are from the last 2.5 years about how do we avoid extended recessions and how do we create the kind of sustainable and inclusive economic growth we're all hoping for.
Right. So do I need this for you to hear me? I do need this. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. You can always tell a teacher, right? I know why you're in the back. Okay. I will be keeping an eye on you during this conversation. Okay. So let me start with, what do I think the main takeaway is? It's that government can work. Having a big investment with the American Rescue Plan, having government move in quickly during the pandemic and pump money into businesses, into families, makes a real difference. And we see that in three ways. I'm going to do it 3 ways. One way we see it are all the good stats you just did about low unemployment and all the things we've seen. The second way in which we can see that that matters is compare it with our last time we hit a problem, 2008, when we hit the home mortgage crisis, and we undersized the rescue. And what we know from undersizing the rescue is that literally for years, we had elevated unemployment. We had elevated lack of home ownership. We had elevated challenges throughout our economy. And then the third way to understand the importance of a strong response in a crisis is to look at our European neighbors. In fact, all of our friends around the world. All the other places that put in a less aggressive response to the economic fallout from the pandemic are now struggling with the 1-2 punch of they have higher inflation than we have, and they have higher unemployment than we have. So I use all of that as a way to say Franklin Roosevelt was right. When you're in a crisis, you've got to have a government that will step in and step in with some muscle. Step in and say, not like we did in 2008, how do we save the biggest giant corporations and hope that just maybe some of that will trickle down to the rest of the economy. Instead saying we're going to step in strong, we're going to step in directly to families, we're going to put money directly in the pockets of families, we're also going to help small businesses, and yeah, they rescued some big businesses as well as part of this, but by making that strong response, our economy came right back. Yeah, we're dealing with inflation, but not nearly as much as the places that actually responded more weakly. So all of that is a way of fleshing out the notion government is what you need in a crisis. Government and a strong government response is our best hope when we hit bad economic times. That's how I see it.
Yeah, just to add a couple of points on that, I think, look, I think as you said, it was not just that government stepped in, it was that it stepped in by directly helping lower income and middle income families and by stabilizing their financial situations. And remember, another part of what the post-crisis response was a moratorium on evictions, a moratorium on foreclosures. You know, we actually came through the crisis, we went through a recession, and there were fewer evictions and foreclosures coming out the other side than we had in a typical year beforehand because of the stabilization that provided. I think ultimately, to me, the lesson is this is a consumer-driven economy.
Right, suspended student loan debt payment.
Exactly.
It's another way to put that money.
And I think that if you stabilize the American consumer, there's always this talk about job creators, right? Who are job creators? I think ultimately the job creator is the American consumer. Yeah. The person, the family with money in their pocket to spend. That's what businesses respond to. And one of my favorite stats about the crisis is that once we stabilize the balance sheets, so to speak, of your typical middle-class household, what we saw in the 2 years, in 2022 and 2021, was a record number of new small businesses opening. Mm-hmm. And to me, it is a reflection of the fact that when a person has a little bit of financial security, they're more willing to take that risk and get out there and start a new business. And think about all of the new jobs that have been created by all those new businesses.
In fact, I'll tie it back again to student loan debt. One of the things we know from Fed data that preceded the pandemic is that as young people were loading up on student loan debt, small business formation was going down. And think about the implications of that. That's not just one stat to hold on to. Think about what that means overall. That you can have a fabulous idea. You could be the next fill in the blank, Steve Jobs. You can be whoever you want to be in your mind. And you want to pursue this thing and you're willing to live with 7 roommates, or willing to live in your parents' basement. You're willing to get by on ramen noodles. But if you have to pay $420 a month on your student loan debt, no matter what, it's a lot harder to start a small business. And so folks with student loan debt are just kind of out of the entrepreneur part of the game. And then watch what happens over time. People who want to start those small businesses when they're young, before they have a partner, before they have children, all of that gets pushed off because of the student loan debt. Then let's just take a look at it through the racial lens. Who has the most student loan debt? It's people of color. We know that African Americans borrow more money to go to school, borrow more money while they're in school, have a harder time paying it off when they get out of school. So you've got a policy, if you burden people with large student loan debt payments, you have a policy that says, not just you have to pay this money back, but we have constrained your future, we have constrained your opportunity. And then I'm going to make the last dot that I want to connect this to. And you know who that hurts? Everybody. Everybody. I'm tired of this argument of listening to people say, oh, well, I didn't have any student loan debt. My mom and dad just paid for this. Or I went to a different school. I was smart enough not to take on student loan debt. Or people my age who say, I just worked part-time and, paid for all of it. Yeah, back when it cost what it cost when I went to school. It just aggravates a snot out of me when people talk like that. But here's the thing. Even if you don't have student loan debt, even if the people you love won't have to take on student loan debt, you should care because it restrains our economy. Those people who are not starting small businesses, some of them were going to start small businesses that were going to move this economy forward. Some of them were going to come up with the idea that was going to be the coolest thing ever, and those ideas just get smothered in the crib by loading up 18 to 22-year-olds with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. And I think we see the proof of that in part when we're talking about the economy. Suspension of student loan debt payment happens to correlate with a big rise in starting small businesses. So pieces are connected here.
I want to get to one issue that you raised, which is inflation. Of course, that's the top of mind concern for a lot of folks. As you noted, the United States actually currently has the lowest inflation out of any leading economy, but one thing that I found in the White House was not a terribly effective message, was to say to somebody, it could be worse, you could live in the United Kingdom. Exactly. So how do we, a two-part question, I guess, how do we think about the causes of inflation and higher prices over the last few years? There have been, I would say, competing theories about what the leading causes are. And then the second part is, for people now who are dealing with, my grocery store bill is $150 a week instead of $100 a week, how do we put forward solutions for addressing the higher cost of living for folks that are feasible, but also responsive to the very real concerns that they have right now?
Okay. So, look, I think the first thing we have to do is we have to say that the Fed does not have the magic formula. And it's important to peel apart what are the reasons that we watch prices rise so suddenly. And the answer is, it's a lot of things, right? The pandemic tangled supply chains like you wouldn't believe. There were just things that weren't available. And if you happen to have a few of them left in your warehouse, and the person who really, really, really wanted them, people were jerking up prices on that. That's what happens when supply chains kink up like that. Okay, I totally get that one. War in Ukraine. War in Ukraine changed commodity prices. So the price of wheat, because Ukraine is one of the major producers, production goes down, they can't get the stuff out. Same thing, we were having problems on energy because we're putting, we're saying we're not going to buy from Russia, right? So it causes energy prices to spike. These are supply chains, kinks in the supply chain, and commodity prices. They're not affected by raising interest rates. They are what they are. There are other economic shortages, and they respond to other economic truths. So I think what happens is we watch these two things happening roughly simultaneously, and yeah, prices shoot up. Surprise, surprise. Most economists said, but it's not going to last forever. We think that'll come back down. The supply chains will get straightened out once we get COVID under better control and our ports are open and shipping starts again and so on. But what happens right in this, in the middle of this? Corporations, the guys who had some of the stuff left in the warehouse and figured out that they could raise their prices, suddenly look around and say, whoa, everybody's talking about prices going up. How about us? How about if we raise the price of a Whopper? We raise the price of, the lumber we're selling. We raise the price more than we have been able to for 15 years. But we do it right now because we got a lot of protective coloration around us. We're standing in a forest. There's a lot of other stuff going on. There are a lot of places where prices are going up because of the war, because of supply chain kinks. And they said, this is our big opportunity. Now, by the way, before you decide that I'm just a conspiracy theorist with these corporations, I just want to point out, they said this quite openly. I mean, you listen, you should jump into this conversation too. You listen, they do the earnings reports, and they say things like, hello, investors. Inflation is good to us because our costs have gone up this much, but because the expectation is prices are rising everywhere, we figured out that we could raise our prices by this much and not attract any attention. We will not be the one who stands taller than everyone else on price increases and get chopped down. We're in a forest where a lot of people are raising prices. And once that starts, now you've got, I'm just going to be blunt, corporate price gouging, and it becomes a big part of why prices go up and why they stay up, even as supply chains get unkinked, even as commodity prices start coming back down. So I think that's at least part of the picture. What am I leaving out, Brad?
No, I would say, just to add one more technical economic point to that. As you said, there's this concept called margin, which people are familiar with, which is the difference between the cost of producing a good and then the price at which you sell it at. And so if this was just mechanically the fact that costs were going up throughout the economy, and so to make a widget, it costs me 10% more to get all the parts to assemble the widget, and I'm now selling it for 10% more, your margin would remain the same. But instead, what we saw in at least a handful of industries is increasing margin, right? Which is that even if your costs were going up 5%, you're selling it for 15% more, and who's bearing the burden of that? The consumer. And who's benefiting from that? It's that corporation that's getting the higher margin. So trying to figure out a way, and you're starting to see it over time as inflation is coming down, those margins are coming down in certain industries, but it's certainly the case that for a period of time, in many industries, corporations were reaping this expanded profit.
Okay, now I'm going to play off your point, and that is we also have some evidence that the places the corporations raise their margins the most are the places that had the most concentrated industries. That is, the fewest competitors in an industry. So when you had only one or two big players that dominated an entire market, I'm thinking meat offhand, then you watched the margins shoot through the roof. When you had more competitive industries, prices tended to stay lower, or to the extent they rose, the margins stayed low. That is, or the margins stayed where they were. It really was about passing on the increased costs that they had.
That's right. So I want to talk about one thing, additional thing that we can do for sort of your typical lower income, middle income family, which is on junk fees, which is an area that both of us have happened to spend some time on. One of the leading agencies behind the push against junk fees, which I would describe as hidden fees, surprise fees, that all sorts of companies tack on, whether it's your hotel or you're trying to buy tickets online, or it's the airline and you have to pay for checking a bag or whatever the case may be. The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, near and dear to your heart, has done an incredible amount of work at taking on banking fees. So for example, there are, can you believe it, there are certain banks that will charge you a fee to talk to a representative to ask them a question.
That's right.
Right. There are...
Why is my bank statement screwed up?
Right.
And it will cost you $15 to get the answer to how the bank screwed up your bank statement.
Banks were generating hundreds of millions of dollars in fees on bounce check fees, which sounds like, okay, it's the person who handed over a bounce check. No, the person who cashed the bounce check also gets hit with a fee, hundreds of millions of dollars in that. So the CFPB has been taking those on. Sorry, pause for an anecdote. When I was in a conversation with the president about this topic, he was commenting about how he was shocked about how much money the companies were making from these fees, and I noted to him that there was a CEO of a bank in Minnesota who had made so much money off of overdraft fees that he had purchased a yacht and named the yacht the Overdraft. And so, just to give you some context about how lucrative this has been. So the CFPB has taken action to either eliminate or reduce these fees, saving consumers billions of dollars a year. But of course, the agency, as you well know, has been under attack really since it's opened its doors back in 2010. And there was a Supreme Court case just a few weeks ago which potentially threatens the very existence of the agency. So I was hoping you could talk a little bit about the conception of the agency, the work it's done, and also what you think the implications would be if you have a weakened agency coming out of all of this.
So actually it fits perfectly with this conversation. You know what the underlying conception of the agency is? Is that you just want markets to work. You just want competitive markets. And the problem you've got in an area like consumer credit is there's one repeat player, your bank, your credit card issuer, payday lender, the repeat player, and a customer. And there are two problems that customers have. One is you can't wade through 35.5 pages of credit card stuff in tiny little type. You will never figure it out. You will never, I don't care. You will never figure out how double cycle billing works and all the different ways they can trick you. And I just want to put this, junk fees is the same damn thing. What junk fees are basically about is the price you see is not the price you pay. That's ultimately what they're about, whether we're talking about a hotel booking fee or we're talking about a charge to call your bank. Nobody says when you walk into the bank, I want you to understand, you're opening this checking account, there's a $5 fee a month if your balance is below X. You say, yeah, I got that. Nobody says to you, and $15 if we screw it up and you have to call us over it, right? So all of this are ways to drain money out of people's pockets, $5 at a time, $15 at a time, sometimes more, without having any competition in the marketplace, because you can't figure out if the other bank does the same thing or worse for all you know. So CFPB comes along and does basically two things to make the market more competitive. First, it says cut that stuff out. You just can't do that. You cannot have 35-page credit card agreements that nobody can understand. Here are the 5 variables. Make your peace with that. You have to report it in a certain way so somebody could lay 3 credit card agreements down and tell which one fits their financial needs, which ones cost the most money. So that's part of it. They just take as much noise out of the system, the anti-competitive noise out of the system. Junk fees is the latest version of this. But the second thing they do is they create a consumer hotline where people can put in complaints. And right now, CFPB is handling about 3,000 complaints a day. By the way, if any of you feel like you've been cheated, cfpb.gov, it's the easiest thing in the world. And those often, I don't want to say always, get resolved to the consumer's favor. But here's the best part. There's a public database now of who is squeezing their consumers and how. And that information feeds back into 2 things. One is it feeds back into the marketplace, and some financial writers, for example, write about it. Some people actually check it out. It feeds back into the CFPB to be on the ground. Here's where the problem is. This is how CFPB learned about some of these junk fees, is enough people typed in and said, what the hell? I got charged $15 for trying to straighten out their problem. And that's how we get a market that works better. That's what the CFPB is doing. So here's my theory of the case. There are 2 reasons that the industry and the Republicans, which I know is kind of redundant, the industry and the Republicans have been after the CFPB. One is because they are making the market more competitive. And in more competitive markets, you get those margins down, right? Those profit margins. Not they can't make a profit. They just can't make as big a profit as they were making, in the subprime mortgage days, okay? In the sock your consumer with billions of dollars in overdraft fees, just to pick an example. CFPB is pulling that down by making these markets more competitive. But the second thing it's doing now loops back to where we started this. CFPB shows that government can work, and it can work for people in ways they can see and feel. CFPB has already returned, think of it this way, more than $17 billion from those giant corporations, has made them pay that back to consumers. This is a government agency for which $17 billion has flowed out of an industry where ordinary folks have opened a letter one day and in it was a check for $28, for $146, for $19.28, for money that was taken away from them. And we have to think about where we are as a country. Great Depression, I started a minute ago with Franklin Roosevelt. I know we talk about this, but we don't say it enough. The premise of Franklin Roosevelt's response to the Great Depression is government. Government has a role to play. Government is important. Government can help in all of those private activities by being a cop on the beat, by leveling the playing field, by making sure that the powerful repeat players don't cheat everyone else in that marketplace, and that the ultimate effect will be good for all of us because we'll have more prosperity, more opportunity, more chances to start your own business, and that will be good for the nation. And then along come the Republicans and Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. I think one of the worst sentences uttered over the last many decades is the famous one from Ronald Reagan. What are the 9 worst words in the English language? I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. Ha, ha, ha. Actually, we do need a government that thinks that part of its job is to help when there's been a flood and a fire, that part of its job is to help make sure that its citizens get health care and have an opportunity to get an education, and that it's an economy that is a fair economy, that has opportunity. We haven't achieved that, but I guarantee that without government, we're not going to achieve it. And so I want to give real props to the Biden administration, to Joe Biden, to Kamala Harris, to be out there slugging in that fight for the last 2.5 years, to use the tools of a government through all the agencies to say, we're going to pursue antitrust law, we're going to break up some of those giants, we're going to make this market more competitive, to try to cancel student loan debt, to try to do things that create opportunity right down at the personal level so that everybody's got a chance to get in the game. Everybody's got a chance to prosper. We're a long way off from that nirvana, but I sure as heck would rather line up behind a president and vice president who are at least headed in that direction instead of one that's headed in a different direction. So that's it for me.
With the few minutes we have left, I want to talk about one powerful tool for both economic growth and a more fair economy, which is tax policy. We have
tax policy.
Yes, we've got the next couple of years. There's going to be a big fight about taxes. As if you all remember, the Trump tax bill back in 2017 cut a bunch of taxes for a lot of people and for a lot of corporations, but a lot of those provisions expire in 2025. So there'll be a big fight in government in 2024, 2025 about which one of these do we want to keep.
I'm ready.
Which one, and so with the time we have left, I just want to get your view on how should we think about changing tax policy in this country? What should our priorities be for this multi-trillion-dollar fight that's on deck in 2025?
Okay, so the themes, obviously, they just keep weaving together on this. We know what the Republicans stand for. We know what Donald Trump stood for. There's one signature happening out of the Trump administration, and that is a $2 trillion tax cut that was mostly swallowed up by millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. And they're going to fight to try to do that again. And I want to make clear, because it's the twin parts of this. It's both rich people who don't want to pay taxes, believe me, big motivator, but it's also rich people who don't want government to work. They're not interested in paving roads in somebody else's neighborhood. They are not interested in other people's children being able to get higher ed and not getting crushed by student loan debt. They are not interested in investing in health care for other people because they can pay for those things themselves. They can live in gated communities. They are happy. They also would like a government that doesn't have much in the way of resources because it will be less able to regulate their businesses. So if you have an EPA with a budget of $1.95, you don't have to worry much that they're going to be checking out your factory if you are one of the 3 remaining companies that has a factory left in America and it isn't somewhere else. You don't have to worry that the Wage and Hour Division is going to come check that your employees are being paid according to federal law and overtime rules, and on through the system. So understand, the argument over taxes is the marquee, but it's ultimately who does government work for? And they want a government that works for the rich and the powerful, a government that will help make the rich and the powerful richer and more powerful, both by cutting their taxes and by cutting any regulations that bite into what they do. So there's the half. The half on the other side is where we are with the Biden administration and what we're focused on. You look like you're going to say something.
No, I always think it's useful to think concretely about the trade-offs, because you can say, so this is a real example. During the pandemic and the response to the American Rescue Plan, we cut child poverty in this country nearly in half. And we did it with one simple tool. And it was a very simple idea, which said that if you are a parent of a young child, you will get, regardless of your income, even if you make no income, you will get a monthly check from the government that will help provide basic care for your child. And with that simple thing, which costs, in the context of tax policy, not very much money, we were able to cut child poverty in half. Now, unfortunately, that expired because of opposition from Republicans and a handful of folks on the Democratic side. But we can reinstate that. We can go back to cutting child poverty by half or more, and you can pay for that with a portion of a minimum tax on billionaires, of a portion of raising the corporate tax rate from 21%, which is where it is now, just to 25%. Mm-hmm. Some small changes can fully cover the cost of largely eliminating child poverty in the United States.
In fact, let me give you a concrete example on this. Do you remember a year ago last August, all of a sudden we unveiled, the Biden administration unveiled, the biggest climate fighting proposal in the history of the world, right? Climate change fighting, I should say. So we have all of these wonderful provisions in there, right? Electric school buses and solar and how to help all across this country. And again, it's very Biden administration, it's very right down at a local level. I've had so much fun in Massachusetts with electric school buses that are now showing up, and all the kids, and we come outside the public school and we cut the ribbon on the school bus. These are things right where people live in order to fight climate change. Okay, that's the good news. How did that happen? Think about that. It was a very expensive package because it's all carrots, right? There are no sticks in that package. That package is, we'll give you money so that you can get these school buses, so you can get solar panels, so you can move to wind. How did it happen? 15% minimum corporate tax on companies that had more than $1 billion in profits. And I'll tell you exactly how it happened. The negotiations behind closed doors are, lots and lots of talk about what we want to put in the climate package, and that's great. I'm all in favor. But the only way we're getting 50 votes is if we can pay for it. And how do we pay for it? We said, we've done this during the presidential, built this thing together, this idea, this 15% minimum corporate tax, and that was something every Democrat could get behind, and said, you know, if you're making $1 billion in reported profits, we think you ought to be paying at least 15% in taxes. We get it, there's a whole bunch of loopholes and so on, and here's the fun part about this, because this is where progressives have started to wake up and get a little cannier in how it all works. When we first started talking about minimum taxes, we have an alternative minimum tax. We have them scattered throughout our tax code, but there's this exception, and there's this exception, and there's this exception. Why? Because the Internal Revenue Code is written like a big truckload of Swiss cheese. Why? Because the rich and powerful have a lot of lobbyists, and all the organized groups have a lot of lobbyists, and they carve out just this thing for us. And they care more intensively about that than anybody else does, and so you end up with a tax code that doesn't work. What was our solution? Jump the tax code. Stop using the Internal Revenue Code. Go over to the audited public financial statements of these companies. It's all audited. And say, if you're going to say to the public, we made $2 billion in profits last year, and you're going to show your audited financials, and right there in your audited financials shows what you paid in federal taxes, then the answer has to be, to the extent your federal taxes don't hit 15% of what you just told us your profits are, you owe the federal government that much money. That produced enough money, almost, to cover all of the climate proposals of the Inflation Reduction Act. So do we care about tax policy? Damn, if you care about anything else, if you care about climate, if you care about babies living in poverty, if you care about housing, if you care about building things in this country, again, expanding opportunity for our kids, then you have to care about taxes. Because here's the very best part about this. Whenever we talk to people about, here's something we need to do, we need to lift more children out of poverty. Let's just say that has a, 65, 70% approval rating. I worry about the other 30% of America, but there we are. When you say, and I want to pay for it by a tax on companies that make $1 billion in profits, or I want to pay for it by saying that millionaires and billionaires should pitch in a little bit more, that approval rating actually goes up. So good tax policy is good for everything we want to do in this economy, but it's also damn good politics. And I think that's worth remembering.
All right, I believe our time is up, Senator. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and the President and CEO of the National Women's Law Center, Fatima Goss-Graves.
Good morning and welcome and thank you to the Center for American Progress. I am so excited about this conversation today with Governor Pritzker. And we are very, very aware we don't have very much time, so I'm going to dive right in. And Governor, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about access to health care. I'm going to talk about reproductive health care specifically. I'm going to talk a little bit about things like child care and the work you're doing to invest in the workforce. But I also want to situate it a little bit in the time we find ourselves in, right? We are in a time a little more than a year since the Dobbs decision came down, where we have seen an acceleration in cruel and dramatic anti-abortion laws. At the same time, we have seen an acceleration in anti-LGBTQ+ laws. At the same time, we have seen efforts to make it hard for children to learn their history at school, and again, and the states are at the center of it all. And there has been a hyper-focus on states that are seeking to erode our freedoms. But in my view, not enough conversation around the states that are working to expand our rights and freedoms in this time. So that is my background for you. Before I start with a little bit of a question around where we are in a post-Dobbs landscape. I believe the work on reproductive freedom generally is often actually very personal work. People talk about the thing that called them to do this work, and you have been a governor who has risen in a time of deep need as people are scared, are seeking to travel, are seeking to access basic care. And before we get into all the details of what you have done, I'm wondering if you could tell me what has called you to show up as a leader in this time?
Well, in 2 words, my mother. No kidding. When I was a little kid, my mother was an activist for LGBTQ rights, for women's rights, for women's reproductive rights. We're talking about the late 60s and 70s. And I was young, but my mother took me, she was a single mom for, well, I guess from the time I was 7 years old, when my father passed away, till the time she passed away, and 10 years later. And she dragged me around, I would say, but took me to every meeting that she had, and it was fascinating. I mean, I was in the middle of some of the great activists in the 70s who cared deeply about protecting women's rights and women's health and reproductive rights and LGBTQ rights. And we're talking about people like Nancy Pelosi and Barbara Boxer and Dianne Feinstein and others. And I got to see what really mattered, which was protesting, marching, making your voice heard, speaking directly to public officials about what your views are and what they ought to stand for. So that, you can imagine, I mean, I was, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, but it's part of my DNA, I would say. You could say nature or nurture. I would say, when you're getting it every day at home. And by the way, we were also, stuffing envelopes and licking stamps. That's how we got messages out back then, for those of you under 40. And so I understood from an early age how important it was to be activist in the things that you care deeply about. Fast forward, I've been marching and involved in LGBTQ rights and reproductive rights for my entire adult life, and then with the opportunity to be governor of the state and the challenge of post-Dobbs, what are you going to do to protect those rights? That the opportunity arose for us to really make Illinois an island, an oasis in the Midwest, where every state around us has restricted women's reproductive rights, every single state. We have people coming from 1,000 miles away to exercise their rights. And by the way, the wealthy, they're not affected. They can go 1,000 miles away. But it is the most vulnerable women who are most affected by what happened with Dobbs. And so we have an obligation to not just make sure that we have clinic access and medication abortion and the services that people need pre and post, but we have an obligation to focus that on people who cannot afford it. We have Medicaid coverage in Illinois, but we can't cover people who come from out of state. It's illegal. And so we have, a network of organizations, nonprofits that are terrific at providing resources.
So you're absorbing
Thanks.
So you're absorbing the additional people who have moved forward to come to Illinois to get the care they can no longer get in their community. What other things are you doing to protect people or to advance the care in this
Well, you can imagine, I'm not sure if this is working either. I'll use my outdoor voice if it's not. Okay. Look, you can imagine that, as I said, if you're poor and you want to come to exercise your rights, you need to. That we need to make sure that you know, what are you going to do? Where are you going to stay overnight post the procedure, let's say? You know, where can you get a meal that you can afford? You know, all the things that you can imagine that someone who doesn't normally travel out of state, who doesn't have money available to them to do that, you've got to help them do that. So we've created a hotline for people to use. That started with a nonprofit that created it. The state is now engaged in that activity. And again, it's about making it easier for people who otherwise would not be able to access those services to do it. We would like it if all the states around us would change their laws and make it easier for women to exercise those rights. But in the meantime, we have to be a beacon of hope and services and to protect women's rights.
And that's right. You made a big announcement over the last week about what it would look like to get states to change their laws. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we thank you for raising it. Last week I announced that we created a 501c4 that's focused on, it's called Think Big America, and it's focused on expanding reproductive rights all over the nation. So some of you know that in Ohio there's a big battle coming up in November. That's one that I've been involved with, that we've been involved with for more than 6 months. We had to fight back against the Republicans who tried to change the rules about how you would amend their constitution so that they could avoid the majority of Ohioans who want to make reproductive rights part of their constitution. We beat back that effort in August, and now we're going to November. We need a majority of Ohioans to show up and vote for reproductive rights. Last year, or maybe it was early in the year, we had a battle in Wisconsin for a Supreme Court Justice, Janet Protasewicz. Yep. And that's my neighboring state, and love the cheeseheads next door. I worked really hard to try to raise money and help them to elect her. She won, by the way, in a state that's basically 50-50 on the subject of abortion rights. There are other things at stake, but certainly that was a primary one. She won by 11 points. And that's a big deal, and it tells you something about what 2024 elections will look like and what issues will matter. But those are just two examples. We have Nevada and Arizona and Florida, all of which are, either going after referenda or putting something in their constitution. They need help and support. We have a political team, we have resources, and so we're attempting to assist those states with those referenda to make sure that we're informing the public who are going to go to the ballot box about why they need to show up.
Well, we will be watching that new initiative, and the one thing that I want to add to the point about what's happening on the ballot box, it tracks the support for abortion in this country, right? This is the first time we have had a situation where the Supreme Court has taken away a right, but a right that was tremendously popular across states, in red states, in blue states. So I think that is why you are seeing that dramatic shift.
And let me just say, I have a 21-year-old daughter, an 18-year-old son. They have fewer rights now because of Dobbs, and I feel like I'm 58. I feel like my generation and those of us who've been fighting this fight for so long have failed them. And I know there are a lot of reasons for it, but it means we've got to, work twice as hard now. But we have to do it because this is truly about our nation's health, the people of our nation having rights to make decisions about their own bodies. I cannot imagine, how we ended up in this world where you don't have that right, where a politician is basically standing between you and your doctor in a decision that is clearly the most personal decision that can be made.
Well, at the National Women's Law Center, and I know for you too, when we think about the work of gender justice, we're thinking about the ability to control your own body, but we're also thinking about things like the ability to do what the vast majority of women do in this country, which is both work and engage in care.
Right.
And over the last few years, we have had a tremendous conversation and investment in childcare. And an opportunity to see what it looks like for people to be able to have access to care that is affordable, and the flip side of that, what happens to families, to women, and to the entire economy when people don't have access to childcare. And I will just say, September 30th, people were very focused, with good reason, on what would happen with the government shutdown. The other important September 30th date was the day that the child care stabilization dollars expired. And so we are expecting what is already a giant problem to get worse. I wonder if you could talk about child care and what you're doing in Illinois.
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked. So this is a subject area that I've been a national activist about and a leader, I think, for 25 years, long before I was governor, because this is about the parents and the child. And it's about brain development. It's about, frankly, this is the most fiscally responsible thing that any of us could invest in, the return on investment in government. When you invest in government and something the government is assisting people with, you get $7 of return for every $1 you put into early childhood. And so that's just to say, for the conservative, fiscally minded Republicans out there, I have won many of them over the years on this subject because of the fiscal responsibility line, and it works. It really works. So, but putting that aside, I mean, the reason I got into it is because if you really want a better K-12 education, for example, and you really want to lift up women in the workforce, we've got to make sure we're focused on 0 to 5. We've got to have childcare that is fully affordable to everyone. Now, just to give an example, I don't think that I should get subsidized for childcare, but every single person in America should be able to put their child into a quality childcare. And we do not have that today. We have childcare deserts. We have childcare that is not quality standard. And frankly, we have states that do not support childcare. And it is vital that we do that. So we've done that in Illinois. So I introduced and got passed over the last 4 years, been increasing funding steadily. And we put $1 billion into saving our childcare infrastructure during the pandemic. And the Congress has recognized what Illinois did as a national model. But just last year I passed something called, and our legislature passed something called Smart Start Illinois. And it is focused on early intervention, home visiting, child care, and preschool. And trying to focus on all the services that are really necessary for parents to be able to access and for children to thrive. And we've succeeded at increasing the amount of money going in. We have a 4-year program. We're going to end up with universal preschool. We're going to end up with ending child care deserts in Illinois. And it's a big state, 57,000 square miles of the state of Illinois. There's an awful lot of territory for people to cover if they want to find child care while they're going to work. So we've got a lot of work to do, but this is a 4-year project. I got reelected for 4 years, so it's perfect time. And this has really been a passion of my life.
Well, I have to say that when we also think about access to childcare, one of the things that happened this year that was really exciting was a deep investment in infrastructure, in chips, and through the Inflation Reduction Act. And one of the things that hasn't gotten as much attention, I think, is that the CHIPS investment had as a part of it a child care piece, that people who are applying are outlining how they are planning to ensure that the workers are going to get child care. And sometimes I think there's this idea that in abundance, in huge investments, equity can be found that was not there before. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about these big investments that are going to every part of the country, but not necessarily to jobs that are traditionally female jobs. Is there opportunity to take on things like occupational segregation to expand equity in the abundance?
There is, and we are doing it in Illinois. I'm not saying we've succeeded yet entirely. This is going to be a multi-year, long-term endeavor. But let me say this. First of all, we passed, talking about infrastructure, we passed our infrastructure bill in Illinois 2 years before the federal government. And it's the biggest infrastructure bill that we've ever had in Illinois, and it was the largest in the nation when we passed it, $45 billion. And we are rebuilding everything. We are going to have brand spanking new, looking airports and roads and bridges and mass transit and so on. We're in the midst of that now. We got $20 more billion because of the federal program. But I mention this because built into our 2019 bill is something called Illinois Works, which is focused on bringing equity into the trades. So people who are building all this infrastructure are people who are not, just the traditional faces. And indeed, I just met with a group of women tradespeople who are, they're remarkable people, right? They've had to go through a lot. This is an industry that has not welcomed women historically. And so these are pioneers in many ways, and I so admire them. Women of color who, more than any other group have been left out and left behind from the trades. So that's one area. There's so many others in which we have to, focus on equity. But it is a hallmark of really everything that we're doing in our administration to try to make sure that we have equity as a piece of everything. Even in the positions of importance and throughout my administration, we have the most diverse administration in the history of the state of Illinois. We're in the Midwest. We're in the middle of the Midwest, and it is relatively newer to the Midwest, I would say, to focus on diversity and equity and inclusion. But it's the watchword. It's the thing that everybody who comes to work in our administration knows about us. And we're doing it in the leadership roles of the most important agencies that have never had a leader who is black or Hispanic or a woman, or, that we've really done a good job of finding highly qualified people who happen also to be from diverse backgrounds and bringing their knowledge and different backgrounds to the table to help us run the state.
Well, Governor Pritzker, I'm pretty sure I'm about to run out of time, and so I will give you the last 30 seconds or so to add anything else you want to add about what it takes to lead in this time in a way that ensures that people in Illinois can thrive, that women in this country can thrive, especially as you are surrounded in a lot of ways by states that are trying to take us back. What does it take?
Well, let me say it's easy in this time that we're living in for us all to stand on one side or the other side, and to turn ourselves when people are attacking, sometimes based on what I would describe as Facebook fakery. That it's easy for us to kind of, step back into our corners and make it a war between one side and the other. And I have to stop myself often because that's not who I am. And I really do believe that compromise is not a bad word, that listening to people who have different ideas, I may disagree with them, but there may be something in there that makes perfect sense and that we ought to include in how we move forward on issues like childcare. We're going to disagree about reproductive rights. We're just not going to come together. I don't think many of us who have a certain belief system about that, but so many other things that really matter that we can come together on, and I think we all have to be open to that. So I'm just saying leadership in this time means putting in check, sometimes your emotions about how the attacks that are coming, and instead trying to find common ground to work with one another, because we have to bring the temperature down in this country and talk to one another, whatever party we belong to or whatever ideology we may have, because we have so much to accomplish. And as we make accomplishments, I think it actually brings people together. If you can make it easier for people to raise their family, to save for retirement, to send their kids to college, to buy a house, if we can make it just a little bit easier for people, I think that brings the temperature down. And it's also why you get elected to public office is, to step in and get those things done.
Well, Governor Pritzker, thank you for sharing so many big ideas from Illinois.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Cap. It's John Legend. I want to congratulate you on 20 incredible years of moving America forward and inspiring real change. Your relentless passion and dedication have made a substantial difference, and it's an honor to have collaborated with you through Free America in our shared fight for racial equity and community investment. You've been a beacon of hope, tirelessly working to enact policies that have improved countless lives and fostered social justice. We both value the power of grassroots initiatives, the true catalysts for progress, and it's vital we continue to elevate them. So here's to you, Center for American Progress, to 2 decades of dedication, innovation, and significant impact. I'm excited about the future we're going to build together and the ongoing journey towards a more equitable America. Thank you for your commitment and for your hard work. Let's continue to dream big and work hard to make America better for everybody. Congratulations, and here's to many more years of progress.
Please welcome the president of the Ford Foundation, Darren Walker, and once again, CAP president and CEO, Patrick Gaspard.
Brother Darren.
My brother Patrick.
How are you?
Happy to be with you here today in this extraordinary, historic temple of our history. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, you are always, I suspect, welcome here at Howard. I wish you were with us this morning because we had church coming up here in the hall.
I heard church down in the green room.
Well, I think that you and I are going to try to get a few amens and hosannas from this crowd right now. Darren, I want to do a couple of things in this conversation. I think I want to, if I can, sit in a little bit of discomfort with you, Darren. For decades now, you've been a trailblazer in the pursuit of justice in philanthropy, and you've had a consistency in the kind of pragmatic approach that you've taken broadly to grant making in the progressive space. But I've heard you say a number of things in the last several years, post-George Floyd, post-pandemic, that I think are necessarily, appropriately unsettling. I remember a conversation that you had recently where you said that we really had to pull back and examine the architecture of the tax structure in the United States, and that there are many who are benefiting from those structures who have to kind of re-examine themselves in this moment of awakening and this moment of the reveal that we've had about the tremendous vulnerability that exists in different parts of society from the pandemic. I was also really leaning in when I heard you talking pretty forthrightly about the challenges that we have with the whole patent mindset, the intellectual property mindset that you thought was sowing some real asymmetries of discord and disempowerment in the global South and elsewhere as a consequence of vaccine access, et cetera. I think that the pandemic in particular gave us an opportunity to really kind of reset the big questions that we're asking about
capital, the accumulation of wealth, what the responsibility and obligation is that we all have to one another in building up the civic architecture. I fear that we lost the momentum coming out of the pandemic about the new kinds of focuses that we put on those who are on the bottom rung of wages in this country. And I wonder how you're thinking about all of this as a leader in philanthropy, somebody who's deeply rooted in community, and someone who yourself has had an extraordinary journey from Texas to now in the Ford Foundation, understanding fragility, precarity in the economy at a personal level, and now in a way that enables all of us to widen the aperture on these questions. So I want you, if you could, to sit in a little bit of discomfort with me, to talk about these asymmetries of wealth and what opportunity still yet exists for us to reimagine the world of work that we're in post-pandemic and post-George Floyd.
Well, let's talk first about the global. We have a global development and finance architecture that is broken. It's broken. If you travel to any country in the global south, it is clear that it is broken. The entire Bretton Woods system that we in the United States helped to basically write, that includes the IFIs, the World Bank, the IMF, all of those institutions that make up that ecosystem have to be fundamentally reconsidered and must start with the diagnosis that they are broken, that the system is broken, and that it is in part a reason why we find ourselves with so many debt-laden countries in Africa and other parts of the world who are unable to get from out of that circumstance of debt to allow their countries, their nations to prosper. So just briefly, that system has to be rebuilt and reconsidered. And I know that many people think that that is naive and unrealistic, but we know that that system was built in many ways with the mindset of the 1950s and 60s, which still included the remnants of colonialism and that kind of thinking. And so this notion that we've got the solutions for those people, which was really what was rooted in the design of that architecture, has been fundamentally discredited. We actually don't have the answers. They are more likely to have the answers. So let us listen to Nigerians when we are trying to craft an economic response from the World Bank that works for Nigeria. So again, because we've got a short time, I could go on a lot about international development and the IFIs and the SDRs and all of the acronyms that I don't believe are actually serving these countries. Let's talk about our situation here in the US. I start with the proposition that I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism. I just don't think the kind of capitalism we have now with the policies we have is generating a shared prosperity. And you are right. I have lived without privilege, and I have lived with privilege. And I know what it feels like to come home and have the eviction sign on your door. I know what it feels like to be at debate club waiting for your mother to pick you up, and her car's been repossessed, and you don't know that. So you got to walk home. All of those humiliations and indignations that any of us who grew up poor, I know what that feels like. I also know what it feels like to have a lot of privilege. I know what it feels like to have your investment advisor say, don't worry about that cap on mortgage deduction. There's a way that we can create a synthetic product that allows you basically to write off the interest on a $5 million apartment, right? So how do we have a system that says actually one of the greatest tax giveaways to the American people is the mortgage finance, the mortgage interest rate deduction. And so the mortgage interest deduction, which by policy is supposed to stop at $750, smart accountants who work for wealthy people have figured out how to actually get around that. right? And so our system, and I see that because I am on the other side of privilege economically. And so we have to call that out. And our entire system is ripe with examples like that, which speak to the larger inequality that exists, that is affecting everybody. It's affecting Black and brown folk and immigrants in cities. It's affecting, if you've been to any rural community in America, you see what inequality and the opioid epidemic are doing to completely dismantle communities. And so unless we are able to have a kind of capitalism, and just to be clear, capitalism without policy is capitalism, okay? And so the reason we have had a capitalism that worked for more people was because we had policies that were designed to create more shared prosperity.
Even though in some instances, like the New Deal, those policies intentionally left out a lot of low-wage workers, Black and brown workers.
Left out Black and brown, and just to be clear, you know, I'm in these conversations often today about the need to have help Black and brown entrepreneurs. Well, the elephant in the room is our people do not have friends and family round of financing. Okay, every successful entrepreneur in this country, from Bill Gates to Mark Zuckerberg and go down the list, all had a friends and family round of investment. Bill Gates' father walked around the floor of his law firm and helped raise the initial money for Microsoft. Mark Zuckerberg's family, they went to friends and family because they have benefited from policy. Just to be clear, the most important policy for creating a generation of middle-class white Americans was the GI Bill and all of the accoutrement that came with that, because you got a free education, you got a free down payment on all of these things were provided for white Americans. They were not provided. And that was the beginning of the great transfer of wealth. So, you know, I know white folks, friends today, who granddaddy and grandmama bought this house in 1952 with the GI Bill. It was worth $50,000. It was worth $800,000. Each of the grandkids got $200,000. We don't have that. And so when people say, well, we need to help, we have to come up with proxies for equity. Because if you're just saying we're going to give debt to this entrepreneur, you're not doing that entrepreneur any favors. And so there are fundamental things in our system that we have to address if we actually want to see more shared prosperity, if we want to see a time, and especially now when our young people, and it's not only Black and brown, but also young white folks from working class families. How are you going to think about being an entrepreneur if you're 24 with $150,000 of debt? So people are, you need to be an entrepreneur. How do you be an entrepreneur? How do you sit and have, as I was experiencing recently with a group of people talking about financial literacy, that what's needed in lower income communities, in our communities, is financial literacy. How are you going to do a financial literacy when you don't have enough money to pay your basic? So somebody's sitting there with a PowerPoint telling you how you save and how you invest. And you don't have enough money to pay your rent. Or if you do, that's all you've got.
Yep.
And so disposable income, the kinds of ways, and the ways in which we project onto poor people these ideas, well, if you've got $20 and that's all you've got in discretionary income, make sure you save it. Okay. I mean, so you're not going to buy your kids anything decent? You're not going to splurge and take them, you're not going to splurge on your son and get him a pair of nice sneakers because somebody with a PowerPoint at a bank is telling you need to, every $20, just save it. And you're in a context where there is something satiating about being able to get those tennis shoes for your son. And so, but because people, the precarity of their existence is so much about being on that precipice, and because you want to be a good parent, you want to be and you want to like help when Cousin Buster dies, and everybody's got to take up the. I mean, we've all been there.
And you're fighting against all kinds of social stigma. There are so many things that you just threaded together, Darren, that I'm going to try to unspool for a second. But as I do that, I'm going to first thank you for being really direct and transparent about some of the challenges that you've had coming up in poverty, because it's given so many of us a lot of courage to tell our own traumatized stories. So it's really important. But I want to take two things that you just threaded together. First, the architecture of disparity and the things that you said about how we have to reform the tax code in America and the special privileges and benefits that so many are able to take advantage of. And I wonder, as a grant maker and as somebody who I know spends probably more time than you would like on Capitol Hill having these conversations, I wonder how you're approaching that question of the architecture and unpacking it and reforming it as a grant maker, and what partnership looks like in those space and what success you're having. That's one. The second is I want to talk about the proxies that you described and how we're investing in those. We're in a moment, of course, where we know that through the Investment Reduction Act and infrastructure bill, CHIPS, this administration has passed an unprecedented climate bill, the most significant economic bill in a generation. We, in all of it, have tried to center equity in outcomes, in the climate space, in the infrastructure space, et cetera. So I wonder how you're looking at that, thinking about all the lessons learned in the pandemic, in George Floyd, to inform the ecosystem that you're hoping will ladder up to the kind of proxy that you talked so powerfully about.
Well, I think in philanthropy, we talk a really good game. If any of you deal with philanthropy folks, we talk a really good game. But internalizing that talk is the harder challenge. So let's just start at the top. Let's start with, when I gave my first talk about justice and philanthropy and how we need to hold the mirror up to ourselves, the hardest part of that really started with at the top of the house, investments. So let's look, we got $15, $16 billion. What are we investing in? That's a really tough conversation, because when you really interrogate that, you find out all kinds of things. You find out that, on the one hand, you're one of the largest funders of criminal justice reform in the country. On the other hand, you learn that you're investing in prisons. Wow, that's deep. Nobody knew we were investing in prisons around up in here? Really? Okay. You learn a lot of things about yourself as an institution when you actually start to internalize those words of talking about justice, talking about inequality, talking about equity and the complexity of that, and talking about race, the complexity of that, especially now. So to your larger point about how are we thinking in philanthropy, well, of course, we have a commitment to racial justice, but everyone is now saying, after the SCOTUS decision, this is going to now be broadened. My view on that is we're not changing anything. There has been no court that has said the Ford Foundation can't give funds to this set of black and brown arts organizations, as we recently with the program did. I know that many foundations are reconsidering how we package, how we promote, how we articulate our commitments. We have to say we are committed to racial justice. And it is impossible to address the historic issues of racial injustice without having some equity in our strategy. And again, they'll just have to sue. I mean, I'm sorry, but it will have to go to court, because I don't understand why we would not do that. I think on the point about our grant making per se, I think foundations have to, if we believe in institutions, and that's what is clear in this moment. In this moment, in this country, just in our domestic work, the institutions that are bedrock to our civilization, to our democracy, are under assault. And so, as a grant-making strategy, the last thing we need to be doing is projects supporting them to death, right? And so, why aren't we asking ourselves, as we did at Ford when I became president, as I was internalizing what I'm writing and about to give a speech on, and then somebody says, well, actually, over 80% of our grants are project grants. Oh, well, wait. We need a whole reformation of how we think about our grant making, because we have to shift our thinking towards institution building. And if we're building institutions, we're not giving them project support. We are giving them general unrestricted multi-year grants. Okay, let's talk about that. First time I raised that, the CFO says you can't make multi-year grants. The board doesn't authorize multi-year budgets. Who said the board doesn't operate? Well, we never have in our history. The board can do what the board wants to do. They're the board. There's nothing in our bylaws that say you can't make multi-year. It's my job to convince the board that we should be able to do that and do it responsibly. I'm not saying spend 5 years of income, but like as a board, you need a line of sight on our finances, but like we have to make multi-year grants. And so, as you know, we have an initiative, our BUILD program, 5-year grants, all unrestricted. And again, it's still not enough. And if you're going to do a project grant, give people the overhead. Don't give people 5 or 10% overhead when you know that it is not. And so the challenge is, I speak to that because I used to be on 138th Street in that basement raising money from people who would say, you'll get more points in your RFP if you put a lower overhead. Really? You're going to give me more points in the RFP if I say that my organization is going to suffer as a result of winning this award?
You have an interesting perspective as somebody who's been on both sides of that table. I want to ask you a final question, Darren, that's a little future forward. All of us have, in this conference and in the last many months, the last 2 years in particular, have put a tremendous amount of our energy, our intellectual resources, and with you, your grant-making resources, helping to support the nascent new worker movement that exists in the United States. We're excited to see organized labor have about 70% of support in the nation. I know that you have been putting some scaffolding around that, but at the same time, Darren, we're entering into this moment when public information is being commercialized for private gain through generative AI, and we have a workforce of low-wage workers that are going to have to face that future. And I wonder how you're thinking about that moment, the moment around organizing, and how we're preparing that workforce for the brave new world that is running at them, and doing that in a way that centers dignity and some of their power. It's our last question.
So we are doomed if we have an economy that is a race to the bottom. And if we believe in the idea of dignity, we have to have work that provides dignity. So first, the right to collective bargain, the right to organize, that, in my view, is among the most patriotic acts a citizen can make. So this is not about some left-wing idea of, this is foundational to who we are as a society. It is foundational to the ways in which workers can have the prospect of dignity and shared prosperity. So we have to be very, very clear on that front about fundamental things that workers have a right to and should be encouraged to. We also, on the side of technology, have to not run from technology, but lean into it. On the investments that we're making in the whole field of public interest technology, we have allowed the private sector to tell us what the public interest is, because as you know from your time in government, there is not a lot of capacity in government. There is not, we saw that in the first Zuckerberg hearings when a senator was asking Mark Zuckerberg about his mouse. When he should, but you know why? Because on the Hill, there are very few offices that have anybody with computer science, with technology, with engineering, and they're going to do any other sphere of American life. When it's a financial services hearing and Jamie Dimon and the bankers show up, there's somebody sitting behind Senator Warren, smart person who is giving her, and there's a whole, that day of the Zuckerberg, there was nobody sitting behind them because there was no capacity on the Hill.
So you're investing to build
We're investing in the whole idea of Tech Congress, which is a whole technology program that puts in congressional offices PhDs and computer science talent to work on behalf of the public interest. And that, we can't lose that has to be our North Star, that the public interest, that the idea of public service, which has been so degraded, an effort to dismantle any positive attributes associated with public service. What harm has been done to this country, to our sense of community as a nation, by this notion that there is nothing good that can come from public service because you're serving that bad thing called government. Who is government? Government is us. And so how can it be bad? It can be bad if it doesn't serve us, which is partly why we're so frustrated.
Particularly serving the most vulnerable amongst us, and you have been a champion of doing that. You said at the top, Darren, that some people think that you're naive because of the ambitions that you have. Thank you.
Just stupid and clueless.
Well, thank you for being naive with us. As Madiba said, it's impossible until it's done. We're going to get all this done.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
Please enjoy a brief break. For those watching online, stay tuned for exclusive programming. Our stage program will resume in 10 minutes with speakers including Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Interview for our CAP Ideas Conference. I'm here with Rose Guitar, Director of Economic Analysis at the Center for American Progress, and I'm Colin Seeberger, Senior Advisor for Communications. Rose, we've been talking a lot this morning about economic policy. Obviously the country's been through a lot in recent years with the pandemic. Can you talk about where we are in our economic recovery and the strength of the economy under the Biden administration? And how does that compare to, what we're seeing in other countries?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. I think really to think about the economy today and the economic recovery, you have to start with where we were just a couple of years ago, right? When we were in the midst of a pandemic-induced recession, you looked at any economic indicator, the economy was struggling. You look at the unemployment rate, it reached a record high in April 2020. And if you looked at what had happened following prior recessions, you would have expected a really long and protracted economic recovery. But instead what we saw as a result of bold and decisive fiscal action, including things in the American Rescue Plan, we ended up with a faster, a more equitable, and a pretty historic economic recovery. And so the economy was able to avoid a double-dip recession that occurred in other countries. The economy was able to ward off higher poverty rates that tend to come with recessions, and we were able to avoid the scarring impacts of long periods of unemployment. And so fast forward to today, where are we now? The economy is strong and incredibly resilient. We have, the unemployment rate near decade lows, we keep adding jobs month after month, and we're seeing the economy continue to grow. Tomorrow we'll get new GDP data, which we're expecting to be quite strong. And so when you think about where we are as well compared to other comparable countries, you really look at two things. One, you look at GDP, and two, you can look at inflation. And so we had a faster economic recovery measured by GDP compared to every other economy in the G7, so there are our P nations. And as people heard earlier today, the US has the lowest inflation rate in the G7, which is incredibly remarkable.
Well, we know that there is, I don't need to tell you, that there's this vast disconnect between these incredible indicators that we're getting from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and other analyses showing the strength of the economy, and also, what the American people feel about their own financial health, right? Can you talk about that disconnect, and what do you think is driving it, and how can progressives better communicate about the strength of the economy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is always a particularly challenging question because I was painting a very positive picture about the economy, right? But you're right, viewers at home are probably thinking, okay, you can talk about all these statistics, but I don't necessarily feel good. And so I think the most important thing about communicating with people is meeting them where they're at. So it's not for me to be like, well, you're wrong, look at all these great statistics. Sure. Instead, it's like, okay, let me understand why people may feel this way. And so it really goes to how do you and I interact with the economy? You go to the grocery store, you buy eggs, you buy milk, you go to the gas station, you see the price of gas, you feel that in your daily life, and that is your daily interaction with the economy. And so with the pandemic recession, the US experienced really high inflation, just like pretty much every other advanced economy. There is some good news though, so you look at what's been happening over the last few months, we've made a lot of progress on dealing with inflation, and we've made progress that's actually been sustainable. And so, as we've been seeing now, finally we're seeing wages or wage growth outpace inflation, which is really what counts at the end of the day. And we're seeing consumer sentiment picking up, so the hope is that as we move forward, as inflation continues to moderate, people begin to feel better about their economic situation.
That's good news. We've talked a little bit about it this morning, but the Biden administration under the last Congress made some significant investments to grow our economy. Can you talk about what those investments are designed to achieve, as well as what the federal government can do to support industry and states in implementing those policies?
Yeah, absolutely. We've heard a lot about this new economic agenda of growing the economy by growing the middle class, and really the goals of this has been to lower the cost of living. It's been to spur private investment. It's been to create resilient supply chains. It's been to tackle the climate crisis, and it's been to create good jobs. And so we've got new wide-ranging investments coming up on the horizon, some of which have already started to come to fruition. The goals really are to expand our domestic manufacturing capabilities and things like chips, as well as clean energy technologies. And so we're already seeing that. We're seeing, hundreds of thousands of dollars of investments in things like electric vehicles and batteries, but importantly as well, us as consumers are participating in this economic transformation. So we saw the other week that electric vehicle sales are at record highs as well, which is incredibly important.
More than 1 million this year,
exactly,
I saw.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that wouldn't have happened without these investments. And so the goal of these investments overarchingly is, the economy of the past and the economy of today isn't necessarily the economy that we want of the future. And so these investments are really there to ensure that when we look back, in 10 years' time, the economy is much stronger and much more resilient, so that we're able to absorb shocks like the pandemic or like Russia's war on Ukraine, so we're no longer relying on, other actors for our economic growth.
I'm curious to get your take on this year. We've seen kind of a wave of labor organizing happening in this country, whether it was the UAW workers who are currently on strike. We've seen, culinary workers in Las Vegas. We've seen UPS under, intense bargaining negotiations for a better contract for their employees. I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about what is driving the strength in the labor movement right now, because I don't remember it being, this strong and this forceful in my lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been incredibly remarkable and very impressive to see, day after day, workers exercising their power to fight for better pay and better working conditions. And I think we really can't take away from the fact that when you have a president who is so pro-worker and so pro-union, it of course creates an environment where people feel comfortable enough to ever action their power. At the same time, what we also have is what economists call a tight labor market, where finally we're at a point where it's actually now employers themselves are competing for workers, which is incredibly important, and that's given workers a bit of an upper hand in this climate. And so we have been seeing, workers using that upper hand to fight for better pay and better working conditions. But not to, put a bit of a downer on this, something that I'm slightly concerned about is that some of this is just temporary, right? It's as a result of maybe market forces. I don't want us to be left to the whims of business. I'm looking for action from, the federal government or the state government to kind of entrench this worker power so that it's not temporary, but instead it's permanent. So, there's steps that Congress can take. For example, they can finally pass the PRO Act. They could, I never miss an opportunity. They can finally raise the federal minimum wage from $7.25. They can finally pass paid family and medical leave. These are all really important, worker power, worker pay, worker benefits that would make sure that, let's say something happens to the labor market, we're not actually left to the whims of business. Instead, this worker power moment isn't temporary, it's permanent.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
baked in. Well, I know that we will certainly hear more about this in our upcoming panels. We've got workers who are on the front lines of this movement are going to be joining us. We're going to be talking about some of the advances that we made in sectoral bargaining in places like California recently. One other issue that I'm curious to get your insight on is childcare. We heard Governor Pritzker talking about this earlier with Fatima Gross-Graves. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of investing in childcare and how that actually helps grow the economy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, when we think about the care economy, childcare, for example, the word is there, right? It's about the economy. And so I think sometimes we really take away from the fact that, childcare, the provision of childcare, as well as making sure that the sector itself is filled with good jobs, are actually important for economic growth. So if you think about it, if you have affordable, accessible, and high-quality childcare, what does that mean for families? It means that parents can stay in work. It means that parents can potentially work extra hours. It means that parents don't have to pass up a career progression opportunity. So we know that there's a lot of evidence that tells us, particularly for mothers who tend to take on a disproportionate amount of caregiving responsibilities, that the provision of childcare is so important to workforce participation. At the same time, and something that does get missed in this conversation, is that childcare workers themselves need to have living wages. Right now, that's not the case. And so you can't have a sector that employs mostly women and disproportionate women of color, paying them poverty wages. You can't expect that sector to thrive. So you want to lift up the wages of those workers. It's also important to be able to better attract and retain workers in the sector, but it boosts the economic security of those workers, which itself is important for economic growth, right? You boost those wages, that's wages that people can spend, save, or invest. These are all stimulants into the economy. So childcare, whether or not that's the provision of care or investing in workers, is what counts.
Thanks so much, Rose, for joining us. To our online viewers, please stay tuned. Our main stage programming will pick up in just a beat.
morning. Good morning. I'm Daniela Gibbs-Leger, and I'm the Executive Vice President for Communications and Strategy at CAP. And it is my pleasure to introduce this next conversation. As chaos raged among a certain collection of U.S. representatives in the past several weeks, one voice of reason remained above the fracas, unblemished and unbothered. That's been this remarkable man's demeanor for the entirety of his time in Congress, mission-focused and relentlessly dedicated to passing legislation instead of playing games. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has stepped into the role vacated by a giant and has performed admirably. He has kept the ship intact and on a course towards progress. History tells us that the engine of lasting progress, time and again, is ignited by young people, by the new generations that come of age to encounter a status quo they don't find acceptable. I am fired up that we have the chance to hear from Leader Jeffries on his strategies for mobilizing a new generation to take on the pressing issues of our day. He'll be joined in conversation by my friend, Ari Melber, Emmy Award-winning journalist and the chief legal correspondent at MSNBC. Gentlemen, welcome to the CAP stage.
Great to see everyone. Thanks for having us. Can you guys hear me all right? Great. Very excited to be here. Welcome.
Great to be here.
We're going to get right into it because he has somewhere to be and a vote to take. So my first question is very easy. How long does it take to pick a speaker?
When it comes to the other side of the aisle, apparently quite long. Quite long. But it is time to end the chaos, end the dysfunction, end the extremism, that we've really seen from the very beginning of this Congress all the way through to this moment. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in terms of their inability to get to someone who can win a majority of the House of Representatives, as is the charge of the party that has been given the majority by the American people, or even sustain someone at that number. From the very beginning, our view has been we are going to continue to extend the hand of partnership to try and find bipartisan common ground with the other side of the aisle whenever and wherever possible, while at the same time making clear that we're going to defend our values, we're going to defend democracy, and we're going to push back against their extremism whenever necessary.
And you can clap if you want. Clapping for reasonable ideas, why not? So a two-part question then following on that. One, if the Democrats win back power in the majority, can you vow that you would become Speaker more quickly than this?
My mother certainly hopes so. But, I think from the beginning of the year, we've had a unity of purpose, right, defined by our values, put people over politics, right, and fight for the things that matter, for lower costs, for better paying jobs, for safer communities, to build an economy that grows the middle class, that invests in the livelihood of everyday Americans, and of course, defending democracy, defending a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, and to make sure that we are clearly defining what the stakes are in the upcoming election. And I think if we successfully do that, you'll see a House Democratic caucus that remains unified in January of 2025. And if I have the honor of continuing to lead the caucus, I'll continue to work hard to the best of my ability to advance the cause of justice for the American people.
Yeah. When you look at today, you're about to go take this vote. There's these rumblings that maybe today they will have the numbers. What can you tell us about that? Obviously, you don't want to scoop yourself. We'll go follow it today. But what can you tell us about that, about your working relationship with their newest nominee, their potential speaker?
Well, Mike Johnson, who's their newest nominee, has a very pleasant demeanor in terms of how he communicates, but his voting record is as extreme as the most extreme members of their conference, with very few exceptions. And I think, what we'll see is that if they are able to get to the number they need to get to today, 217,
that Mike Johnson is someone who, like Kevin McCarthy, like Steve Scalise, like Jim Jordan, voted to overturn the 2020 presidential election. That Mike Johnson, similar to all of those individuals, has a track record of trying to undermine Social Security and Medicare and end these incredibly important things that are connected to the fabric of our country and end them as we know it. That Mike Johnson, probably more so than almost any other member of the House Republican Conference, wants to criminalize abortion care and impose a nationwide ban. So later on today, we'll make clear that we will continue to forcefully push back against that extremism and lay out, what the stakes are for the American people in terms of finding bipartisan common ground, avoiding unnecessary government shutdowns, funding the government in a way that meets the needs of the American people in terms of health, safety, their economic well-being, stands by our allies like Israel and Ukraine and other parts of the free world, provides humanitarian assistance to Palestinians who may be in harm's way, does the things that are necessary both for our country and for the free world. And these are the things that we hope under a Speaker Mike Johnson will be focused on, as opposed to the Republicans continuing to jam their right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. We will fight that today, we will fight that tomorrow, we will fight that forever.
So it sort of sounds like you're saying Congressman Johnson is just a less stylistically annoying Jim Jordan.
Yeah. One could say that. Now, Johnson does have a working relationship with many of the members of the House Judiciary Committee who he served with. Interestingly enough, including some of our more progressive members who serve on the House Judiciary Committee, interpersonally, and hopefully, that interpersonal dynamic, the fact that he at least has been communicative with members on our side of the aisle in his role as a high-ranking member on the House Judiciary Committee, will translate into him being communicative with us as we move forward.
Let me jump in on that, because one more speaker question, then we can touch on other things. But you mentioned that you have the history on judiciary. Is there anything in policy that you think you could work with him on if he becomes speaker this year, and while you guys are still working together under this governing agreement? And two, as you and everyone knows, President Biden just spoke out about calling for a program and funding to deal with these two wars that the U.S. has interests in Europe and Ukraine, in Israel and Gaza. Is that something that when you get a speaker, this new speaker arrangement needs to deal with? Will we see a vote on that? What can you tell us about all of that?
Well, in terms of possible areas of common ground, you look at Johnson's track record. He did support the House Democratic negotiated U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, that was supported by both the AFL-CIO and ultimately the Chamber of Commerce. It's a more enlightened trade agreement, kind of building upon some of the changes that needed to be made to lift up the American worker. He wound up supporting that agreement. Now, of course, was being negotiated by the Trump administration, but he was supportive. He did support our efforts at criminal justice reform when we passed the First Step Act and ultimately was signed into law, and one of the most far-reaching criminal justice reform bills to pass the Congress in the last few decades. It was a bipartisan effort, but there were Republicans in the House who ultimately voted against that legislation, even though it was signed into law eventually by President Trump. So there are sort of areas of agreement. He did vote against funding for Ukraine. And our view is that what's going to happen is that the Senate will likely act in a bipartisan way as it relates to the national security requests that have been put forward by President Biden. And when it does that, the House should be prepared to take an up or down vote. They shouldn't separate out assistance to Ukraine because this is not a difficult choice. You can either stand on the side of the free world or bend the knee to Vladimir Putin. And we don't believe that the pro-Putin caucus, which exists in the House Republican Conference right now, should dictate foreign policy. We want to support the Ukrainian effort with respect to their territorial integrity, but standing on the side of Ukraine also means standing on the side of democracy as opposed to autocracy, standing on the side of freedom as opposed to tyranny, standing on the side of truth as opposed to propaganda. We should stick with the Ukrainian people until victory is won.
So we've covered some of the important and serious stuff. We have just about 9 minutes left because the leader has to go vote, as mentioned. So I want to get into some other stuff that sometimes we wouldn't necessarily get to do when we do our serious news interviews and all that. Starting with what Cap is talking about here. What do you say to people, not in this room, no offense to the experienced, expert, policy, Washington leaders here, but what do you say to people who might be watching on the live stream or watching later, and they say, I get it, it's all really important, but I'm exhausted. And people like you, sir, tell us every cycle this is the most important election. And the world is scary, and the pandemic economy hasn't fully rebounded. And let's say maybe they are somewhat progressive, like some of the people who might be watching, and they care and agree with you and Cap on these things, but they just feel that way because we're hearing that, especially from young people, that they did it. They were out protesting in 2020, and they also voted, and they've done this and that, but why should they have to stay this engaged when it's this hard and it's this scary and things don't seem to many to be getting better? I put that to you.
Well, let me first thank Cap, thank Patrick, thank Andrew, Donald, John, all of you for your support of this incredibly important organization, a thought leader, visionary organization, one that we rely upon in the House in terms of shaping how we communicate and talk to the American people, shaping our policies, and we look forward to continuing to be able to do that. You can give yourself a round of applause. And in terms of, as Speaker Pelosi sometimes says, that was an applause line. But we do truly value what all of you, what CAP represents under Patrick's tremendous leadership. To the American people, it has been exhausting, dealing with the rise of Trump and Trumpism and extremism is an exhausting thing. Multiple impeachment trials, election deniers, a violent insurrection, and things of that nature. Now we have wars breaking out all across the globe. The largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. The largest war that has broken out in Europe since World War II. This is heavy stuff. And civilians, of course, in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and across the world in harm's way. This is heavy stuff. It's also important to recognize that America continues to have a role to play. As Abraham Lincoln once observed, I think it was in 1862 in his speech to Congress, America, the last best hope on earth. And that is why all of us need to stay in this fight. And that is why the moment that we confront the fragility of our democracy is so significant for us to lean into. I was surprised when I was an impeachment manager during the first trial. There was a second trial. Let's hope there's no need for a third trial, that we can stop the election of someone who's an existential threat to our democracy. But I was surprised during that first impeachment trial when I was studying some of the words of the framers, and that the word that was used the most during the Constitutional Convention wasn't freedom, it wasn't democracy, it wasn't liberty. It was demagogue. It was demagogue. That's what the framers of the Constitution were most afraid of occurring. Alexander Hamilton, I believe, used it 14 times and said that his biggest concern for the future of this new country was that one day a demagogue might manage to get himself elected as president and over a 4-year period of time endeavor to become a tyrant. It took 240 years or so, but it happened. Demagogue was elected, and over a 4-year period of time, big lie, violent insurrection, tried to halt the peaceful transfer of power, tried to become a tyrant. That threat is still with us. But there's a different path forward. That's what Democrats are going to offer, one that lifts up the American dream, and that's why the stakes are so high. Every single thing that we care about in November of 2024 will be on the ballot.
Artificial intelligence is something I wanted to get to. We're busy with all these other things, and yet this is just moving forward at an incredible pace with positives and risks. To start with some fun, you know, because we don't have to be all gloom and doom, I asked the AI chatbot, ChatGPT, to write some haikus about Hakeem Jeffries. I'd like to share them with you today. He hasn't heard them. I have 2. And this is 100% by the AI, okay? Hakeem Jeffries leads. Republicans struggle to choose. House leader remains unclear. Not bad. All right, here's the second one.
I'll take it.
Okay. Hakeem Jeffries leads, loves Biggie's rhymes. Congress's guide, GOP's choice, still unclear. Okay, that's just, all right, you like that. That's just the poetry. For those of you, by the show of hands, how many people in here have tried one of the new OpenAI products, ChatGPT or DALL-E, right? So people are already using these products, and they're pretty fascinating. The last thing I'm going to read to you is what it says about you if you just say, tell me about Hakeem Jeffries. Jeffries' remarkable political journey traces its origins to his early career in law and public service, which provided him with a foundation to rise through the ranks of New York politics and eventually onto the national stage. A product of Brooklyn, he was born in 1970. Is that true?
That's true.
Grew up in the heart of the city's vibrant cultural tapestry, earning degrees from Binghamton University and Georgetown University Law Center.
Georgetown Public Policy, NYU Law School.
Okay, so AI wrong. He embarked on a legal career and served as a clerk in the Southern District of New York.
That's correct.
Early experience within the judiciary instilled in him a deep respect for the rule of law and the role of the courts in safeguarding civil rights and liberties.
Logical.
Okay. It goes on like that. I'm not going to read the whole thing. This, in that very basic example, the poetry of Hakeem Jeffries with a nod to Biggie and a little background on you, this is powerful stuff. Should Congress regulate it? Are you guys thinking about it, or are you too busy?
Yeah, no, well, this is one of the areas where I think we are going to need to step in a bipartisan way to both create some guardrails that exist to prevent bad actors from being able to exploit this incredible new innovative technology and not do bad things to the American people in the world, while at the same time allowing for the technology to be able to flourish and thrive in a manner that allows for American excellence to continue in this space as a leader in the innovation economy, and to get the benefits of artificial intelligence, perhaps, you know, in the medical innovation space and in some other areas. And so this is a place where I think we need to legislate in a bipartisan way. One thing that I will say too, you know, as I know we're getting closer to close, but on a note of optimism, you know, we overperformed in a substantial way in the 2022 election. In 2010, we lost 63 seats when Democrats had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. In the same situation in 1994, we lost 54 seats. That normally happens in the president's first midterm election. That didn't happen this time around. We're only 5 seats short. We gained a seat in the Senate. We won all the governorships, including in places like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. We even won governorships in Arizona and Kansas. Every single election denier who was running in a swing state for Attorney General or for Secretary of State lost. And we actually gained seats in legislative bodies all across the country, including in Pennsylvania, and flipped the 2 chambers in Michigan. It was a decisive win for a forward-looking way of approaching politics, an affirmation, I think, of the incredible accomplishments to date of President Biden in terms of what has been done, the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the CHIPS and Science Act to bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home, gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years, breaking the back of the NRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in combating the climate crisis in the history of the world. We've made tremendous progress together. And now our job is to build upon that progress, not allow the other side to turn back the clock. And as long as we continue to speak up and show up and stand up, we're going to win the races and the elections that we need to win in November of 2024, and we're going to continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. Thank you for all that you do.
You know what they call that? They call that a closing argument, and one well delivered. I think we want to thank everyone for having us. We want to thank Daniela and Patrick, and please join me in thanking Leader Jeffries for making time for us today. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
You go ahead, I'll follow you.
Hello, everyone. That was okay. Hello, everyone. There we go, that's better. I'm Mike Williams, a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress. I am thrilled to introduce our next two programs because we are going to be hearing about the state of labor in the U.S. The unions movement's moment is now. It has captured not only employers' attention, but that of the whole country. Public support for unions has soared, with approval rates last year hitting 71% for the first time since 1965. Over 450,000 workers have gone on strike so far this year. We've seen people from across a range of industries and states draw inspiration from each other as they demand better wages, safer working conditions, and a seat at the proverbial table. And Americans now have the most pro-union president in our history. President Biden issued a comprehensive set of executive actions to give care workers the support they deserve. His administration passed historic packages, that's plural, packages, which have centered the creation of good union jobs in transformative investments in climate and infrastructure solutions for communities across the country. And just last month, he became the first sitting president to ever join a picket line, visiting the United Auto Workers on strike in Belleville, Michigan. Yes. This surge in union momentum coincides, though not coincidentally, with a surge in brazen anti-union and anti-worker language from employers. Let's take a look at a recent example.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. Tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40, 50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
Boo. Boo is right. So labor movements have to contend not only with attitudes like that and the punitive actions that accompany them, but with archaic laws that present obstacles to unionizing. So workers and allies have met the challenge with creativity. Our next two programs will look at how innovative strategies have led to big wins for workers and will help them capitalize on this incredible momentum. AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler is going to sit down with working people from 4 different sectors to share key insights drawn from recent worker-led efforts. But first, we'll take a deep dive into sectoral bargaining and organizing with SAIU President Mary Kay Henry and member Teresa Breeze. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to be with you here this morning. Thank you so much to Mike and to Patrick Gaspard at CAP. Teresa Breeze and I are so excited to be here to talk to you about this idea of how to build workers' power across industries within a geography. I think about my last 40 years at SEIU. I started organizing nursing home workers like Teresa, and I was in St. Cloud, Minnesota, where Teresa's from, in Roseville, Minnesota. And it took us 2 years. Workers walked through a gauntlet of harassment and intimidation, their schedules being changed, their jobs being threatened, being fired for wearing a union button at work. Every which way the employer could discourage nursing home workers from joining together in a union. But thank God for Teresa Breeze and the nursing home workers of 2023 in Minnesota. They have big dreams and big ideas of not going one nursing home at a time, but thinking about how to unite all the nursing home workers in Minnesota, 25,000, at a nursing home workforce standards board. And Teresa's here to tell us the story about it today through a conversation between she and I. So Teresa, tell us about your job and why is this standards board such a dream of yours?
Oh, thank you for the introduction. The Standards Board united all of us workers, every single worker in a nursing home, not just CNAs, not just nurses, not just union. We gave non-union buildings a voice because we are all under the Nursing Home Workforce Standards Board that brought us all together. We used our voice to get this going, testified before Congress, you know, the Senate and the House in Minnesota, how our workloads, short staffing, long, horrible hours, and hopefully with the Standards Board, they will help protect us as workers and not just nobody, you know? Just a few, like nurses and CNAs are held above everybody else. I'm sorry, it takes every single person in a nursing home to make that work. I work in housekeeping and laundry. I work long hours. I worked 23 days in a row doing housekeeping, tore my bicep tendon at work. All because we're short-staffed, 2 people cleaning a huge building for 140 residents. They ask the impossible of us.
Mm-hmm. And it's a critical job that you do, because if the laundry wasn't clean and disinfected, it would increase the infection rate of the residents, right?
Yes.
And you have been a pro as a healthcare provider. You've been a home care worker, a certified nursing assistant, a pharmacy technician, and now you work in the laundry at Roseville Nursing Home.
Yes.
Tell me how you got involved in fighting for the Standards Board.
I got a phone call asking if I would tell my story because of my injury. And my injury happened over 1.5 years ago. And I'm finally getting surgery to fix it in December. That's too long.
And the surgery is paid for by your husband's health care.
My spinal fusion was just paid for by my husband's health care.
Yeah.
My shoulder in December will be under workers' comp. But with the Standards Board in place, I don't believe I would have tore my bicep tendon. They would have protected me as a worker. When I'm telling my bosses, I'm telling managers, I'm telling everybody, like, it's burning, it's killing me, it hurts. I go home crying at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I'm taking extra meds during the day. I'm putting lidocaine cream on, all to try and get through the day, because staffing is horrific. So the standards board, testifying and everything.
You testified 5 times, you told me, in front of the Senate.
5 times in front of the Senate.
Isn't that remarkable? Yeah.
And I testified once in front of the House. And it wasn't just me. It was other coworkers from across the state of Minnesota that came to the state capitol to testify. We had people on Zoom that testified. So we gathered everybody together.
Yeah.
And that's how we made this work. And with the standards board, they're going to raise the floor for us. They're finally going to give us what we deserve. I make $16, $18 an hour right now, period. I work anywhere from 8 to 11-hour days, even with my injury. And
you can't afford the health care, you told me.
Can't afford health care.
Yeah.
They want 80 to 90% of my check just for health care.
Yeah.
I can't do that. My husband has good medical, so thankfully we have his.
Yeah. And what do you imagine possible when you think about, there's 3 unions currently that collectively bargain for nursing homes in the state, and these 3 unions are sitting at the standards board with representatives. Employers will be represented and government. And the idea is, can these 3 parties think about wages and benefits for the workforce in Minnesota that deals with the crisis of staffing that Teresa has talked about, that is endemic across employers, and one employer at a time can't fix the problem, especially in rural Minnesota. So maybe the standard board is a way for workers to make the case and for employers to join you in problem solving. How do we fill the jobs and get the staffing level so you can be respected, protected, and paid what you're worth?
By raising wages.
Yeah.
If they raise the wages, well, we are fighting for a $25 an hour starting wage for every single person that works in a nursing home.
That would be a way to deal with the economic gap that Darren and Patrick talked about, right?
And we know that some rural areas cannot afford that. But the governor has set aside millions of dollars to bridge that gap to pay wages for the nursing home workers, and that raising the wages will bring more people into the industry to do the job for your mothers, your fathers, your daughters, your wife, your husband. We all have to deal with it at some point. And if there's nobody there, you shouldn't have to wait 45 minutes to get your diaper changed. You shouldn't have to wait that long. The staffing levels are so low right now, and we can't get anybody in the door.
Yeah, it's not right for the worker or for the resident.
No.
Yeah.
If you help us, we take better care of you.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. What's your vision, Teresa? In 5 years, the Minnesota Standards Board begins to meet in April of '24.
Oh, they've already met.
Okay.
They're expecting to actually put policy in place starting the 24th.
That's when you have to deliver something, by April.
That's when they're going to deliver.
A contract deadline, if you will.
Yes.
Even though it's not technically a contract, that's what we want to think about it as.
Right.
Yeah.
Because right now they're going through a process. You know, we had to go through a process to get it to become a bill and signed by the governor. And now the committee, the board, has to go through a process. They're pulling the financials of all these nursing homes. So it is a slow, long process to get it even in front of the House and the Senate.
Yeah.
But in the future, better wages, able to support our families without working 2 jobs, without working doubles, without killing ourselves to go home and just crawl in bed. And not be able to take care of our own home. Medical benefits that we can actually
How about
afford.
that for a nursing home worker?
Right. That we can actually afford. That, oh, the dream is just so big. And to lay the blueprint for other companies to do the same thing we're doing. Not just for nursing home workers, but for every worker in America.
All right. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for leading on that vision. Thank you for taking time on your 70-hour week to go to St. Paul and testify and organize coworkers. You told me there was a QR code on a card, and you were going around your nursing home getting the your coworkers to call their legislator. And we want to applaud what Minnesota legislators and Governor Walsh did, who I know is going to be here later today. And you have inspired other workers. Fast food workers in California won a fast food sector council board where fast food workers, their advocates, and employers are going to sit together with government. And for 500,000 fast food workers, Black, brown, immigrant, primarily women, they're going to get a shot at finally lifting the floor. And the companies have committed to getting to a $20 minimum wage, April of 2024, and then to talk about other standards. And when you think about Teresa's vision and their vision, imagine 4 million fast food workers being able to raise standards and build powerful unions in every city and county across the country. There's 2 million nursing home workers in the United States now. About 10% are in unions. Imagine these standards boards being able to create a voice for the 2 million workers that are mostly paid by Medicaid dollars and are currently poverty wage jobs. But imagine if federal tax dollars were invested in good union jobs all across the economy. And we share your vision. And we see sectoral organizing and bargaining as a part of the solution to expanding workers' power through unions, strengthening our democracy, and creating a fairer economy that CAP is talking about at this Ideas Conference. So we're really, really grateful that you came to share your vision from Roseville.
Thank you.
And tell me any parting thought you want to give this crowd.
Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind and know that it is a long journey. It's not just one process. You have to get your voices out there. Talk to everybody, union, non-union, everybody. Have them talk to friends. It's a long process. It takes a lot to go through committee after committee after committee in the House and the Senate. And you have to be willing to fight for what you want. And don't give up. Don't give up. If you give up, you don't win. Keep fighting and you'll win.
Thank you, Teresa. And I thought it would be great to finish with Teresa's vision for all of us, and I know we're followed by a panel from my sister, the AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler, and additional workers who have the same spirit, that enough is enough. We reject the status quo. We're going to use the power of coming together and organizing together, striking, legislating, or politicking a new form of power, and we think we have to use every tool in our box. We have to salute the Microsofts in our economy that have evolved to say that workers should decide whether or not to be in a union, and we have to challenge the Starbucks and the Amazons that are fighting tooth and nail against unions. And then we have to understand that too many workers have been written out of current labor law because they are rooted in a racist, sexist tradition, and we need to update in the way that the Minnesota workers just did, in a way that the fast food workers did, and that home care workers are doing together in Colorado. So we look forward to doing that in partnership with every organization, business leader, and community that is here at the CAP Ideas Conference, because I agree with you. We're not giving up. We can build the nation that we have the promise to be. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Liz Schuler, President of the AFL-CIO, along with UAW member Buddy Maxwell, Reverend Ryan Brown from the Carolina Amazonians United for Solidarity and Empowerment, and Catherine Charles from the Call Center Workers United.
That's the way we see it anyway. Absolutely, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So honored to be here. I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO. We're a federation of 60 unions, 12.5 million working people across every sector of the economy, whether it's teachers or professional football players, everything in between. So I am so honored to be here today. We have a panel entitled Justice on the Job. So aptly named. We're going to talk about this incredible moment that we're in labor, but in organizing all across the country. And first I want to thank CAP, of course. I just saw Patrick backstage, and I want to thank him for his incredible leadership, if you can hear me, Patrick, but really the team that put this together, because from stem to stern, I don't know if y'all feel this way, but these folks are incredible professionals. So let's give them a hand. And we're putting worker stories front and center, and that's what this is all about. And I just want to thank the amazing organizers, leaders that have been a part of this, for taking a risk, for being a part of this segment. I know Mary Kay and Teresa, I was backstage basically just so emotional hearing the struggle. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that on this panel. We have Reverend Ryan Brown, the president of the Carolina Amazonians United for Solidarity and Empowerment, or CAUSE. Thank you for being here, Reverend Ryan. Buddy Maxwell Jr., next to him, a member of UAW, Local 677. An executive board member, has worked for Mack Trucks in Pennsylvania for 29 years. He is on strike right now, standing up for 16 days so far. And Catherine Charles, who is a call center worker at a company called Maximus. Anybody heard of Maximus out there? It's a contractor with the federal government. And Catherine, she does the important work of answering those calls from Medicare and Affordable Care Act participants. Incredible work. And she and her coworkers are organizing their union with the CWA, I see your t-shirt, in Tampa, Florida. And get this, they are preparing to go on strike November 9th. Even though they have not yet officially formed their union, they are planning to go on strike, a courageous act coming up in just a couple of weeks. So I cannot wait to start this conversation, but I also wanted to take just a moment of privilege to set the stage, right? Look at this incredible moment we're in. I'm bringing the voices of the AFL-CIO's 12.5 million workers across this country, as I said, from all sectors of the economy. I travel the country a lot. I'm talking to workers, I'm listening to workers about how they feel about their work right now. I've been walking a lot of picket lines because there are a lot of people rising up. And in my 30 years in the labor movement, as an organizer myself who came up through the Electrical Workers Union, I have not seen a moment like this. I have not been more hopeful in my entire career. And I don't say that lightly, but as Lizzo said, it's about damn time. Amen. Right? Amen. It's about damn time. Amen. And I was up in Detroit last week. Anybody know what they're calling Detroit these days? Strike City. Strike City, because yes, there are 4 big strikes going on in Detroit as we speak, all at the same time, and we're seeing thousands of people standing up taking risks. And it's auto workers with the big 3, we know that. It's casino workers. There are 5 unions together on strike. There's call center workers at Blue Cross Blue Shield, with the same struggles. Nursing home workers. So all of them are standing up together in solidarity, and the community partners that we're seeing, it's just been incredible, rising up together. New York City was there not long ago. Writers Guild of America, which we know finally got their contract, but we have our actors and performers with SAG-AFTRA still on strike, holding the line, and we would be on picket lines where UPS drivers were honking in support, right? So it's this moment of solidarity, whether it's healthcare workers on the West Coast, Amazon workers, manufacturing workers in Georgia and Alabama, all over the South. People are standing up. And why is that? We were just talking about it backstage. They are seeing people, it's a ripple effect. The courage of people standing up begets more people standing up, and people are fed up. They're fed up with being disrespected. They're fed up with not being paid and protected as they should be. And they're seeing that they can flex their muscle and fight back. And we, not too long ago during the pandemic, we heard how essential workers were. And then they came out after sacrifice, came out into an economy that is still not working for them, and they're being treated as disposable after being called essential. And so the executives that were calling us essential are now raking in billions in profits, and they're saying, oh, there's not enough money to pay us a living wage. Well, I call BS on that, because they're raking in record profits right now. And they're trying to divide us, whether it's by age, gender, race, type of job, industry, you name it. But workers are realizing we're in the same fight, no matter where we work. And there's no better way to fight back than by forming a union and organizing collectively. Unions deliver better wages, better health care, safer workplaces, and respect. That's the bottom line. And we're seeing the public support shift. And I'll say this one last thing, because we were just talking about the perception in the South, especially of unions. But the public support for unions is starting to change. And we did a poll on Labor Day. I don't know if you've heard these numbers. More than 2/3 of the public is supportive of unions. Do you know how hard it is to get 2/3 of Americans to agree on anything these days? But they all are saying, no, unions are the path forward. And get this, among workers under the age of 30, 88% of young people support unions. That is amazing. It's the highest number we've seen in 60 years. So now is the time. We have a generational opportunity, and we can stand up to the greedy executives. We can stand up and demand our fair share and do it together. We want to make those clean energy jobs good jobs. We want to make the future of work a future that respects working people and not just dehumanizes us with artificial intelligence and robots, right? So these are all the big threats that are coming at us in terms of our work. And so we're going to keep pushing together, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And so it is my honor to be on this stage with the leaders that are fighting in this moment. As I said, Reverend Brown, Buddy, and Catherine. So let's jump in. I'm going to ask my first question for Reverend Ryan. You're coming at us from North Carolina, a deep history, a deep family history of activism. You've been organizing at an Amazon facility. And not only are you standing up against one of the biggest companies in our economy, but you're doing it in the South. So talk to us about those challenges and why it's important to be organizing in the South in this moment.
Thank you, Sister Schuler, for that question. That question has a lot of complexities. We could spend until next year talking about organizing the South. You can appreciate this comment. I can look at it through a historical context. In 1961, there was a son of the South, a radical black Baptist minister named Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who spoke to your union. And in that speech, we've watered down that radical side of Brother Martin, but in that speech, Martin was talking about how the civil rights movement and the labor movement were intertwined. And what was going on at the time, all of these states that were in the South, these former Confederate states, they were passing these laws, right to work. And Brother Martin said that that was a false slogan. And I can appreciate those comments now because I understand that if you ask the average worker in the South what right to work means, we automatically think that just means I can walk into work today and I can be terminated for any reason, as long as it doesn't break federal law. But if you dig a little deeper, that right to work is, it was designed to weaken unions. When CAUSE, the union that I represent, when we win our election against Scamazon, we don't call it Amazon, when we win our election against Scamazon, we will represent over 6,000 workers. But watch this. We're going to fight just as hard for every single worker if they supported the union or if they didn't support the union, but they don't have to pay dues. And so that weakens our power, that weakens our influence. And then it is the unique history, the ugly history of slavery that separates workers. And Scamazon always makes me see that you're different than I am, and vice versa. And they create a very toxic work environment. And then the other challenge, and I'm finished. I am a preacher, so I can be loquacious. The other challenge is this. I'm a son of the Carolinas. And in North Carolina, unfortunately, we're great at basketball, but we're ranked number 2 in the nation with the least amount of union participation. And then for my relatives, both paternal and maternal, who are southern border of us in South Carolina, they're number 1. So that creates unique challenges. And you're listening to a brother talk who I can't even tell you on 5 relatives that belong to a union. So so those are the challenges that I see.
Scamazon. I'm going to take that, rinse and repeat. So, and you're going to show them what it means to, stand up and form a union in Amazon, and we're going to help you get there. So, Buddy, let's move on to you. The collective power of working people doesn't just get leveraged on the front end when you're organizing, right? It has to be constantly organizing to push those companies to do the right thing and do better by their workers. So, you're currently on strike, as we heard at Mack Truck, for the second time. Right? So going on strike, no one wants to go on strike, right? This is our tool of last resort. And it's a weapon that we have in the toolbox. But it's a difficult decision. So tell us why you went on strike. And, why is it so important? What kind of message does it send?
Well, I'll start off by, when we went on strike in 2019, it seemed like a ho-hum affair. It was a lot of fire that was present. I fast forward now to 2023, there's fire, and the fire is coming. We are young within our membership, and the young membership has lit a fire even underneath my old butt. I mean, they're passionate right now. And that is a huge difference between the 2 strikes. And remember, striking isn't all about wages. It's our leverage within the workplace. It's our voice. That's the only way we get a chance to not only have job security, not only can we get better wages, not only can we have better health care, but it's also dealing with health and safety within the workplace. It deals with the pensions that we have. It deals with also adding 401k, having them match it. Also with our retirees, we can't forget about them because they're the ones that laid the groundwork. There was a strike in 84 and 81 and 1980 with Mack trucks. The strike is our leverage, and they want to be heard. I want to be heard. The strikes across the nation want to be heard now. That's why it's very important for us to stand up and fight against corporate greed.
Yes. Well said, well said. The ultimate tool. Thank you so much. And, hearing both of you talk about, the history of right to work in the South, and then seeing kind of how that propels us to continue to build that power so that we can ultimately leverage it against a company like Mac. Now we're moving on to Maximus, which, it's a massive private contractor. Does a lot of work for the federal government, as we know, in that space. So you have federal employees kind of working alongside federal contractors. Tell us more, Catherine, about your job and what it's like working in that space, and why are you and your coworkers organizing? What has moved you so passionately to stand up?
Well, hello, everyone. I have been at Maximus for 9 years. I work for the marketplace, which is the ACA. Maximus has the contract also for Medicare. We have a federal contract, but we're not treated as federal employees. Our living wages is not to support a family. Our health insurance, it's horrible. I have 2 kids. I have a 16-year-old boy and a beautiful 10-year-old little girl. I am here because I am fighting for something that I believe. Maximus is not respecting us. Maximus treats us like nothing. 2 days before Mother's Day this year, Maximus fired 700 employees. Now keep in mind that the workforce that Maximus has, most of us are females, single mothers, Black and brown, y Latinas. For Maximus to get all those people into a room, they didn't even give the courtesy to say, let's do this in private and let's give us an explanation why we're firing you. They use the phrase local volume. That's the reason why we're firing all of these mothers. Happy Mother's Day. And to have that happen to so many people and the struggle that we have to deal every day, that is what is moving me. I'm teaching my children that you fight for what you believe. I'm teaching my kids that even though I am at risk to lose my job because I'm sitting here now, I believe on the cause. We help millions of Americans every day. We deal with their health insurance. There's nothing more satisfying than have someone call you and said, I have cancer and my health insurance is canceled and I am afraid that I'm gonna die. And for me to be able to be the voice to help people in that situation, Maximus doesn't see that what we do is something that the American people need. We are supposed to be essential workers, but we don't have that respect. They don't treat us right. In order for me to be able to spend time with my children, I have to budget every single minute of my day. I cannot miss a day to work because if I don't get paid for the entire week, I'm not able to make rent. And it's not just me. It's all of us working for Maximus. The employees right now are so afraid to show their face and say, we want organized, because Maximus will call the police on you, they will fire you. So they threaten pretty much everyone that have the nerve to stand up.
It's a lot of fear.
It is. Maximus, health insurance, it's horrible, as I say. I have a health condition that I have to go every 3 months to get blood drawn. Well, I haven't done that in 2 years. My kids cannot go to any after-school activities because I cannot afford it. I have coworkers that I have seen families move from a little house to either a mobile home or a one-bedroom apartment. And they have other jobs.
Thank you for your fearlessness and for standing up and hearing this about Maximus. It's just shame, shame, shame on this company for not recognizing the value and appreciating the work that you do. And the retaliation that we're seeing for folks who want to form a union often are the ones who are fired, right?
And we're ready to strike November 9th?
November 9th. Incredible.
We don't want to, but we will.
And we will be supporting you every step of the way. You hear that support. So we have a few minutes left just for a quick second round here, and I wanted to go back to you, Rev Ryan. How have you connected your organizing efforts with your community and with Amazon workers in other parts of the country? Just in a minute or so, please.
I appreciate that question. So we recognize that our building is majority Black and brown workers. And so how we approach our organizing efforts is the same methodologies that the African Americans and marginalized groups have always used in America to fight back against exploitation, discrimination, and racism as we see at Scamazon. We reached out to, as a matter of fact, we didn't reach out to them, they reached out to us. It's been several organizations that have reached out to us. They've reached out to us because they see Scamazon as a threat to, as this monster gets bigger and bigger in this 2.0 of a Gilded Age, they see Scamazon as a threat to their livelihoods as well. And Scamazon is also known when they come to town to lower standards as they move into various industries. And so you were talking about young people. We have a lot of young people that's fighting, UNC students, Duke students as far as Winston-Salem State, and a lot of progressive groups. And these young people are fighting for the world that they want to live in.
Incredible. And we're seeing a turnover rate, I think, at Scamazon. It's 100% every 8 months or so, right?
That's
so
correct.
The organizing has so many challenges, but yet you persist. Nevertheless, you persist, and we're so inspired. Thank you so much. Buddy, in just a minute or so here we have left, building off what the Rev said, has your union worked with the community in the midst of this strike? And talk a little bit about community engagement and how that's propelled it forward.
I'm going to start off by saying the community is us as well as we are the community.
That's right.
They see themselves in what we're doing. They see our fight. And with them seeing our fight, they have been to the picket lines. They have brought donuts, coffee, water, firewood for the burn barrels. We have gotten pizza, cheesesteaks. I mean, people go to McDonald's that's across the street and hand out cheeseburgers to everybody. The community is like a fire also. They're behind us. And without the community, we wouldn't be able to succeed. So the community is pushing us in order to get better wages, get better health care, to get better everything within the workplace, because it will encourage them to stand up and do the exact same thing.
Excellent, excellent. And if anyone here wants to join a picket line, we have a heat map on aflcio.org that will tell you where a picket line is near you. So we encourage that community support. Thank you so much, buddy. Catherine, tell me a little bit about November 9th, and let's leave our audience with a sense of, you're ready to step up, you're ready to go on strike. We know why. We know what's encouraging you to do that. Tell us what folks can do to help. What can we do to make that a successful day for you?
Well, we have called on Secretary Becerra to help. I have been to Capitol Hill talking to multiple leaders. We need the community to help us, to come out and support us, to show that we matter. We are doing something very important. We need anyone that can write an article, that can show up when we're striking, to be there, to show pressure, support to us. because that will pressure Maximus to actually listen to us,
That's right.
to treat us with dignity and to take care of us. We are asking for better pay so we can take care of our children, our families. We're asking for better benefits because what we have right now, it's not good at all. And if you think about it, millions of Americans are taking advantage of great health insurance. They listen to a happy voice that is on that phone every day,
Yes.
helping them. What happens if we're not there to help those people? What happens if we are no longer happy with what we do and be there to take care of millions of Americans?
It's catastrophic.
We are asking everyone to send a letter to your senator. Let them know that you've seen, you heard an employee from Maximus explain to you how we're feeling. We are going to strike. We don't want to strike. But due to the fact that Maximus is not giving to our demands, then yes, we're willing and we are ready to go.
Thank you, Catherine. You heard it. We're ready. Let's stand up. Let's fight back. Thank you for your courage. Catherine, Buddy, Reverend Ryan, onward.
We now invite you to pick up your lunch available at the bar towards the back of the theater. For our live stream audience, please stay tuned for exclusive live content. Our stage program will resume at 1 p.m. with speakers including Neera Tanden and John Podesta from the White House, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Special exclusive interview for our CAPS online audience. I'm Daniela Gibbs-Leger, Executive Vice President for Communications and Strategy at CAP, and I am joined by Adam Connor, our Vice President for Technology Policy at the Center for American Progress. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to be here today.
All right, so we talked a little bit about this on the stage earlier, but I want to get into talking about IA. The landscape of what's going on there. It seems like in the past year, really just the last few months, we've made huge leaps in terms of what this technology is capable of and how much the public uses it. So one, is that true? Is that just my observation? And what are the policy and regulatory concerns that come along with such a rapid pace of development?
I think you hit the nail on the head. This year has really been something where AI exploded into the public consciousness. And I think it's pretty obvious why in retrospect. So AI development was happening for many years, primarily in the background. And a lot of these systems that are increasingly complex, they happen in ways we don't necessarily see. They're kind of, as I like to describe it, machines talking to other machines. And what happened last November with the release of ChatGPT, which is a generative AI technology using what's called large language models, is that it kind of is an AI technology that doesn't output to machines. It outputs in what I call human readable formats, right? It's text, it's photos, it's audio, it's visual. It's something that any person can very easily see or hear or interpret. And I think that was one of the reasons why it was so accessible and how people recognized it was something that was kind of new and revolutionary, but also kind of understood why it could have such an impact. It's not just something happening in the background with a machine on a machine, it's now something that can simulate a person or conjure up an image and things like that. And so I think that's one of the reasons why it really seized that moment of attention. And I think it's really important actually that happened for two reasons. One, while that technology is going to continue marching forward, the other automated technologies that have been in development are also getting much more advanced. But again, they're happening behind the scenes, right? And they may be affecting your housing or your credit scores or the advertising you see, and you're just kind of less aware of those. And so I think there's some real positives to public awareness now, both from the general public, but obviously advocates, companies, and lawmakers to focus on this problem. And I think it also met a second moment here, which is that recognition met a world where a lot of people are uncomfortable with the fact that this country in particular has not taken any significant steps to regulate technology in the last 20 years. as we saw the explosion of social media companies and very large platforms that really, I think, dominate a lot of our transactions and our interactions online. And so you kind of have that moment where we haven't done much and everyone's kind of worried and this new thing comes on. Some of those same companies are really pushing it forward. And I think you get kind of two things that have happened there. One, I think in a positive sense, we've seen lawmakers and regulators from Majority Leader Schumer and President Biden and across the globe kind of say we need to do something. And you've also heard, I think uniquely, people who build this technology say it could be really dangerous. And so we do need to think about it. Maybe it needs to be regulated. And so we're at this really unique moment where there's a tension. And I think the question now turns to how we do that, how we focus on the harms that are happening today and real, in addition to potential harms in the future, and how we can make sure it's something that, a technology that works for all of us instead of kind of something we work for.
So are you worried that AI is going to come take our jobs?
I think we should be more worried about this, I think, relative to other technologies. You know, I think a lot of what we have seen with automation in the past has been very physical or kind of other pursuits. We've seen it in factories with blue-collar labor, other places. And AI technologies, I think, have a real potential to be disruptive towards white-collar, you know, kind of professions that are creative or, you know, digitally based. And so I think there's a question of how you write a press release or how you do research that could affect our jobs. I think we aren't sure exactly how it will, and I know that CAP has done some really good work on saying we need to make sure that it complements jobs, not just takes them away. And our friends in labor are kind of out there saying these need to be make sure we're making good jobs with AI and not just jobs that are being taken away or replaced with, you know, as we've seen before, with really bad jobs. But I think that remains to be seen, but I think, as Patrick has said and others, we have to be prepared for the possibility this could be as transformative as Silicon Valley believes it could be. And if that happens, we need to be prepared from a policy point of view to think about that, because jobs, as you know, like, that is the foundation of what affects so many people's lives, and that this could disrupt, you know, across red states and blue states, across, I think, in particularly urban areas and suburban areas, is really something we have to pay attention to.
So let's talk about the work that CAP is doing. I know that some of our colleagues have been involved in developing an AI Bill of Rights with the White House. So can you talk a little bit about what that is, why it's needed, and you know, how will that go towards protecting, you know, our democracy?
Absolutely. So I think one of the things that's really fantastic here is that while ChatGPT might have captured the imagination of the public last November, a lot of people who focus on these issues, this was not how the first time they had thought about AI. And I think, in particular, the White House deserves some credit for the work they did on the AI Bill of Rights. So fairly early on in the Biden-Harris administration, they recognized that artificial intelligence and automated systems were something that needed to be addressed. And one of the things they did was they convened stakeholders across academia, across industry, and across companies and all sorts of advocates to create what's called, what eventually became the White House Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which really laid out 5 principles that needed to be adopted in order for AI to kind of be harnessed constructively. And these were principles like making sure that AI systems were safe and effective, making sure they don't discriminate through algorithms, ensuring that we have data privacy, we have accountability measures, and we have, you know, kind of humans who can be brought into legal law. And these were kind of, I think they called it the Bill of Rights, as I understand it, because much like our current Bill of Rights, right? Like, the Bill of Rights didn't anticipate everything, but it was a blueprint and principles that we adopted as society moved forward. I think that was some of the goals. So the principal author of that, Dr. Alondra Nelson, who is the acting head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy in the White House. When she left the White House, she joined CAP as a distinguished senior fellow and been working to continue that work. So CAP has done several things. We were among the first to call for an executive order on artificial intelligence that we really thought was essential, and to really call and push for that executive order to include the White House's own AI Bill of Rights. And next Monday, we expect the White House to, you know, kind of put out an executive order ahead of the UK AI Summit. And so we're very interested to see.
A little bit of breaking news here, huh?
You know, it's widely expected. So I think the question is, what's in it will be like a really interesting question. But pushing forward that work has been essential. And then the work of the inclusive growth and the inclusive inclusive economy team to start thinking about, as we said, what does it mean for jobs and for workers and for a system of that. So that's complementing, having AI technologies complement jobs, not just replace them, and creating good jobs and being prepared for that potential system shock.
So what has been the reaction of AI developers to these regulations? Are they on board? Are they like, stand by business? Like, where are we?
I think it's interesting that it's I think in contrast to what we've seen in the past, I was part of the tech sector during the social media era, it was kind of uniform opposition for the most part to new regulations. Here it's a lot more fractured. I think it won't shock you to hear that there are people making very traditional arguments, one of which is that early regulation might impede innovation, or we can't know until we see these things. But at the same time, you also have this chorus of developers and executives saying things like, well, this could be potentially really harmful. It could really be disruptive, both pose an existential threat or really displace a ton of jobs. And so maybe it does need to be regulated. And so you've seen a willingness there to engage. You've seen some bipartisan willingness to talk about that. We heard Leader Jeffries talk a little bit about that as well. But now we're really into what does it mean, and what do people have to prioritize, and what are they willing to give up? And obviously, I think industry is a little less interested in preemptively giving these up. But I think the only way these technologies are really going to flourish is if there's enough trust in them. And that's going to require some guardrails. It's going to require frameworks. It's going to require people to not feel like they're being discriminated against by algorithms, not having their jobs solely replaced with no, kind of other alternatives. So we're in that sausage-making kind of phase. Not necessarily that we expect new laws to come out, but we are starting to really grapple with it. And I think that developers and others, they're torn more than I've seen in other times, right? They hold these concerns about jobs or risk or other things, but they're also trying to balance it with, they do want to explore these new technologies, and how we find that balance is, I think, a challenge each country is going to face, but America in particular.
So where's the public on this? I know, for me, it's about the robots taking jobs. So that's a very simple way of looking at AI. Yeah. Or the funny pictures you see on Facebook where people do AI renderings of themselves. But are they tuned into, the potential, not just the harms that could come, but also the opportunities, or are we not there yet?
I think it varies. I think a lot of polling has shown pretty broadly that the public has concerns just about the size of technology companies, the lack of there's only a few of them, and even though they use these services, it's because they don't have a choice. There's discomfort there, as well as kind of obviously the advantages they provide. So that's been widespread for the last few years. And AI, I think people are recognizing it could be something, and they're still trying to figure it out. Now, I think that varies. I think it particularly impacts their jobs. People are going to have one particular reaction to it. Obviously, we've seen both in concern and positives around young people in the education space and what it means to learn and for school. But it varies, and I think what we are about to see that's fundamentally different from previous eras is, when I worked for Facebook, it took us roughly 8 years to get 1 billion users. That's really impressive. It was steady growth and high growth, but that was years. And, because a lot of these technologies are being developed by companies that already have large platforms, they can push it out to 1 billion people in a couple of weeks or a couple of months. And so we're just going to see that proliferation much faster, and I think that is certainly going to be something people notice much quicker, as opposed to, again, it was very fast growth in the previous era, but not quite at the same level we're going to see this pushed out.
You mentioned education, and I just wonder if you've had conversations with our education team, and especially in college and higher ed, is it going to be one of the tools that people use, or are educators going to say, that's not actual real research, it's not work, it's almost like plagiarism, but you're plagiarizing a computer?
Yeah, it's I've talked a little bit with the ed team, and I know they're thinking about it as well. I serve on the board of trustees of a university, and I think one of the interesting things about this is AI and generative AI would have been a tremendous challenge a few years ago. It's still a tremendous challenge today, but the COVID pandemic, the introduction of technology into classrooms, the remoteness that was forced, in particular in higher education, I think disrupted things a little bit already, so people kind of they're still very concerned about it. There's still a lot of questions about it and learning. But I think it would have been a much more difficult transition to just get your heads around, pre-COVID, than the idea that like and certainly some of the downsides of remote we learned as well, right? People are going back to campuses and things. So I think that fundamentally what we have always known is that technology is both a challenge and an opportunity for education at all levels, for customized learning, for things like that. And so where it kind of adapts, I think is honestly a much greater challenge for the institutions and professors and the kind of transfer of knowledge than it is to the students, right? I think a lot of the focus is on the output that it could create, but I think a lot of what we've seen on the internet so far has been the ability to access knowledge, and so the question is, how do those get balanced?
And in terms of just, equity amongst different communities and access, do you see AI as something that can help level a playing field, or is it something that could just exacerbate already existing divides?
I think this is why CAP, Dr. Nelson, Patrick, and others have been so forthright in focusing on this question of equity and the technology space as something that is a real harm today, not just in the future. I think if there's a fundamental divide between how we think about technology among some of the people talking about AI today, it's some people think that the real problems are in the future. And a lot of people think there will be real problems in the future, but also really think about the harms we're seeing today that are going to accelerate. I mentioned things like housing, finance, credit. These are institutions that are already fairly historically stacked against minority communities and disadvantaged communities, both from a policy and a historical perspective. And I think there's a real fear that particularly if you train on historic data, for instance, in finance or healthcare, that might be biased, against these communities, that it could really exacerbate some things. So I think raising that alarm and awareness is really critical. At the same time, we have to measure it against what humans already do, right? Are human healthcare workers already showing bias? And is it possible to maybe train it out of an algorithm easier than human beings? Like, that is a real possibility that we need to put guardrails on, that we want to be safe about. But we also have to keep in mind the kind of status quo is imperfect. I do think in places like finance or other places, if we can't find positive uses of it, and it's harder to imagine, that's a real challenge, But I think what I'm worried about is these industries, and you see this some in healthcare already, they won't focus on it for the life-saving new technologies or others. It'll be used to automate the call centers, right? It'll be used to audit insurance claims and deny them, in a more sophisticated way. So I think when we talk about how these technologies are going to be used and current harms, it's not that the healthcare sector can't use this to cure cancer. It's that we need to make sure that that money and the efficiencies that are going to be claimed go towards that and not just on the part to maximize profit and not save lives.
Yeah, you touched on housing, and I'm just curious, how does AI interplay with housing?
That's a really interesting question. It's something that luckily there are laws on the books already on housing that Chair Khan at the FTC is very fond of saying, there's no AI exemption for breaking existing laws. Right. And so, we have housing, laws on the books today, but the way that algorithms are used, there's a real question there of, if through biased data, either intentionally or unintentionally, are they perpetuating some of the harms that we know human beings used to do? Redlining, racism. Is it something that they're kind of back-ending into because they have the historic data and they may use it to kind of maximize their outcomes, and other things like that. So that's a place where a lot of that back-end place, whether it's credit, whether it's housing collection or others, is where you can't see it. We need transparency, we need accountability and other issues. And I know CFPB and the FTC have been thinking about that in a way, and HUD and others, that's really important.
Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us today and for all of the work that you are doing to help us, chart this path on AI. And I want to thank our audience for tuning in. And please stay tuned for a video celebrating CAP's 20th anniversary. And then after that, stay tuned for an interview with my colleague, Colin Seeberger and Will Roberts.
CAP is innovative, collaborative, and out front.
Impactful.
Immovable.
Knowledgeable, effective, and critical.
Persistent.
Family focused.
CAP is all about bold ideas, evidence-based policy, and building community to get things done.
Safeguarding our democracy,
inclusive education,
liberation without exception, fighting to lift people out of poverty, fighting for food security, fighting to protect our social safety net.
CAP is effective, bold, and laser focused on progress.
Progress means fighting the righteous fights to protect American consumers, leveling the playing field, and building a stronger economy.
Progress means a democracy that strives to work for its people.
That's what CAP's all about.
Folks who pushed the curve, who've been there thinking about how do we implement better policy, what do we do to make a difference in the lives of people.
Congratulations, CAP, on 20 years of progress.
Your thoughtful, evidence-based research has shaped the national debate on everything from healthcare reform to criminal justice, education to infrastructure, climate change to income inequality, and so much more.
You have been the indispensable outside engine driving these issues.
Your mission matters now more than ever.
So, congratulations, CAP, on 20 years of fighting for democracy, freedom, and the rule of law.
Congratulations, CAP.
Here's to many, many more.
Felicitaciones a CAP por estos 20 años.
And congratulations.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Daniela, and hey there, thanks so much for tuning in to this special exclusive interview for our online CAP Ideas audience. I'm Colin Seeberger, Senior Advisor for Communications with the Center for American Progress. I'm here with my colleague, Will Roberts, Senior Vice President for Rights and Justice at the Center for American Progress. Will, thanks so much for taking time to chat with us.
Thanks for having me, Colin.
So, we're talking a lot about big, bold, progressive ideas at this conference. We also know, though, that there is a more sinister movement that's gained a foothold in this country. We've seen decades-old Supreme Court precedents wiped away. We have seen curriculum changes that are intent on whitewashing slavery. We're seeing voting rights under attack. What do you think is at the root of all of this? What's driving that? And do you think it's a sign of something that's a backlash?
Well, absolutely. I think that it is a sign of the fight that we're up against, right? There's a coordinated, structured, and well-funded effort across all of those areas that you mentioned and across some others that we work on here at CAP that is really designed to take us backward, right? To claw back rights. And it is both a part of a backlash that we've seen going on from we can trace back to the Obama days, but also, again, it is part of an emboldened sort of view in this country that we can sort of whitewash and erase the gains that have been made in an effort toward progress, whether it's racial progress or progress in other issues. But it is a real and present danger, as you heard Patrick and Darren Walker speak to earlier.
I'm curious, you used to work on our democracy team at CAB, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on the role the judiciary plays in either stopping or propelling that backslide in our rights. And we've seen in recent months many reports around corruption or ethics challenges in our judiciary. What needs to be done to fortify that branch of government so that our democracy can thrive and people can have trust in their government?
Yeah, well, the judiciary is a great example, right? We have seen, as you mentioned, these scandals, high-profile ones involving Justice Thomas and some involving Justice Alito. We've seen calls from the public and from Congress, one, to get the Supreme Court to abide by a binding code of ethics. This is something that is not controversial. It's something that members of other federal courts have to do. There are ethics rules for members of Congress, ethics rules for the executive branch, but not for the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, which is a bit odd, right? And so there's
you would think,
right? And so there's an effort underway both to get the court to sort of exercise its power over itself to self-bind it, but also to get Congress, if the court seems, as they do, incapable or unwilling to do so, to impose this binding code of ethics. And again, it's important because the Supreme Court is a co-equal branch of government, should be accountable to the American people, right? They have a unique role to play in our system and a job to do, but have to be held accountable. So there's the issue of a binding code of ethics, but then also, CAP has done a lot of work around term limits for the Supreme Court. We have a policy idea out there about that calls for an 18-year term for new Supreme Court justices, which is both geared toward modernizing the court, but also helping to depoliticize some of the things we're seeing around the court. But just on this point, back to the sort of concerted effort that we're seeing, in these MAGA right-wing spaces, that's also geared toward our court, right? There is a huge sum of money and a huge sort of connected campaign to change the trajectory of our courts, right? That had been expanding rights for so long, to start taking them away.
Yeah. I also want to talk to you about something all Americans care about, and that is, the safety of our communities.
Absolutely.
We actually just saw some recent data released by the FBI, I think it was last week, that showed that violent crime is actually falling in this country, and I wanted to see if you could speak to how progressives' commitment to both accountability and crime prevention are actually helping turn the tide from the increasing crime that we saw in 2020, right, and are actually moving things in the right direction now. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you said, that data showed that crime levels are coming down, right, from those pandemic highs, despite the verbiage you hear from folks on the right that are trying to fearmonger on it. So the facts are that crime is coming down, violent crime, especially CAP has done some unique work to look at crime rates in different cities as connected to gun violence, actually, because we know that although crime is coming down across the board, gun crimes and gun violent crime is a driver of that nationally. And so one of the things that we need to be doing is working on making sure that we can increase the spread of gun safety laws, right, that can reduce the amount of guns on our streets. And so the report that CAP recently put out showed that among cities in red states versus blue states, crime is down in the blue cities, and some of the correlation is about the ease in which folks can get their hands on a gun. And so that's, as we look at the other policy solutions, like as you mentioned, everybody deserves to feel safe and wants to feel safe in their communities, right? And so it is both about accountability and prevention. It's about making sure that we do have laws that hold people accountable when they do commit crimes, but also that we are addressing the root causes of crime, right? And so whether those be economic or other social things, in addition to some of the creative things that we see lots of cities doing around community violence intervention and other means. And so it's this combination that we really need to be pushing forward, but it is it is a contrasting model that progressives are putting forward with policies that do work to actually reduce crime versus what we see other folks doing, which is fear-mongering.
It turns out actually enacting policies to let people carry guns pretty much wherever, whenever they want, whoever they are, actually doesn't make communities safe.
Indeed.
Yeah, kind of shocking.
Yeah.
I would also just say that analysis that you were mentioning about which cities are seeing gun violence go in the right direction, right? I mean, it also underscores the need for real robust federal action to crack down on gun violence. And so it was great to see, last year we actually passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that President Biden signed into law, which was the first major policy to combat gun violence that we saw signed into law in 30 years, in nearly 30 years, right? What needs to be done, following that bill getting signed into law? How can we continue to make progress on that front?
So CAP is really excited about Bipartisan Safer Communities, BISCA, we call it here in Washington speak, right? Because as you said, it was a major piece of legislation, bipartisan in nature. We did a lot of work, put in a lot of work behind it. And so now what we've been working on is the implementation of that law. So working with Senator Murphy and Congresswoman McBath and other folks at the federal level to work on how the federal law is going to be implemented locally, also partnering with leaders on the ground who are trying to use the resources there and the new policy to implement these safety measures, right?
Yeah.
And it's a model of what we can be doing moving forward. You know, the other big thing that happened in the gun violence prevention space, I have to say, is that the president recently announced a new office of gun violence prevention, which CAP has also done a lot of work toward over the years. And again, you know, we are really focusing on both the policy side, but also on the ground community side, working with community violence interrupters, working with mayors and governors who are trying to implement this good policy on the streets. Because again, everyone wants common sense gun safety. It's wildly popular among Americans. It happens not to be wildly popular among the folks who currently control half of the Congress, although they kind of like to speak it.
Well, I do want to ask you, we talked a lot this morning about the major investments that we have been seeing the Biden administration has spearheaded over the course of the last few years, that are bringing hundreds of thousands of new jobs, are making our combating the climate crisis, are making our communities more equitable.
Yeah.
You know, I want to ask you about, can you talk a little bit about the importance of making sure that those policies are implemented equitably, and, how do we make sure that communities that were historically marginalized are able to benefit from them?
Absolutely. The equitable implementation of these laws is critical. In many respects, it's the only way that they're really going to be felt on the ground in communities that need to feel them most, right? So built into some of the Biden economic packages is what's called Justice 40, which is an idea of directing 40%, in this case in the climate space, 40% of the sort of new programs, policies, funding, toward communities that have sort of borne the brunt, minority communities, communities of color, that have borne the brunt, not just of the climate crisis, but of the pollution that's come from our decades of policies that has pushed them to the side, right? And so critically important, both on the climate side and the economic side, that we are doing things to reverse, not just to reverse past harms, but certainly to reverse past economic harms, but to set folks up for success, right? So whether it's we're talking about the green economy or any of the other economic benefits, making sure not only that those investments go to communities, but that those communities are ready to receive them, that folks from those communities have received the training and benefits, right? And that's why there's so much critical programming there in those bills to connect with community colleges and HBCUs, minority-serving institutions, to make sure that we marry up those investments with communities so that they can actually get them.
Yeah, I know we recently released an analysis showing that more than 83% of the CHIPS investments that have been made in recent years are actually located in Latino communities, right?
Yeah.
And Latino communities are really on the front lines of being able to benefit from these policies, and we're seeing these unique partnerships between industry and Maricopa County community colleges, right, that are creating more opportunities for getting that skills training, because we know, the STEM workforce has for too long been overly male and overly white, and those opportunities haven't really existed for so long. So, this really is a unique opportunity to correct some of those historical wrongs, and it's going to be exciting to see where it goes next. I do want to ask you also, in the recent FBI crime data release that I mentioned previously, we also saw in that release that hate crimes are actually on the rise in this country. That's something that President Biden has spoken out really forcibly against. What do you think needs to be done to root out hate in this country once and for all?
So, it's a complicated question, right? No doubt. And it's something that should scare everyone. There's no doubt the rise in hate violence, hate crimes is driven by the normalization of it that we've seen in our politics and in our public discourse. And so some of the things that we need to do, some of the federal solutions coming have to do actually with guns, because we know, unfortunately, that the chosen weapon of folks who want to commit hate crimes is a gun. We've seen guns involved in these mass shootings that are, motivated by racial hate or hate against our LGBTQI plus community, right? And so that's why it's important that CAP is working on federal measures like the Disarm Hate Act, supporting that work, and trying to again work with folks on the ground to make sure these resources are available to stop the use of guns in these hate crimes. But that's not going to solve it alone, right? I think your question about how do we stop it, how do we solve it, it's hard, because throughout the nation's history, we know, certainly, not the whitewash history, but the actual history, that there's been an element in American society that has always sort of called on our worst angels, our darker angels, and we need to stand up communally across political lines, racial lines, to push back on that. Whether again, no matter what community is targeting, it's something that is a huge problem to address, and it starts with also not having political leaders that are fanning the flames of that hate, right?
Including actually electing a Speaker of the House who has been a national leader on pushing things like don't say gay policies, trying to divide people based on who they are and what they're learning about in their classrooms, right?
Yeah.
And in our public spaces, right? Being able to talk about people's identity as if that is something that should be shunned and something that should be repressed, when in actuality we know that talking about diversity actually makes us stronger, makes us more emotionally and socially competent. There's definitely a lot more that we need to see from our political leaders on this.
And on that point, isn't it interesting, not just the vote that Congress is taking right now, I don't know what time it is, but we're on our sort of fifth or so candidate in that Republican House Speaker race. Of many of those top candidates, of the categories that you listed, right, these are folks not just who are election deniers and were pushing, January 6th conspiracies, trying to help Donald Trump stage a coup, but who have been really focused on dividing people, on going after people based on who they are, how they appear in the world, who they love, and it's this hateful ideology that has become political currency.
Welcome back, everyone. We ask you to kindly silence your cell phones and take your seats. Our session will resume in a moment.
The Supreme Court recently ruled against affirmative action. Where do you see this impacting higher education? I know we've got only a few seconds left, but
sure.
If you want to talk about
I'll just say, very briefly, that the Supreme Court case was narrowly focused on certain higher education institutions, was not a broad-based ban on affirmative action across higher education or across all sectors, but that fight is coming. We see people trying to model their actions, whether in the education space or in the private sector, on trying to claw back those rights, and we got to stand up against it.
Thank you so much, Will. It was great having you. To our online audience, please make sure to stay tuned. We've got our main stage programming coming right back up in just a second, and we've got a lot of great speakers, from Senator Raphael Warnock, Governor Tim Walz, and State Senator Sarah McBride from Delaware. Thanks so much.
Phoenix is known as the Valley of the Sun. If you look at City Hall behind me, we highlight the sun because it's one of our greatest assets. I'm one of many people who moved here by choice because we feel healthier and happier in this weather. But this summer, even for the Valley of the Sun, was very tough.
Excessive heat warning that includes the valley has now been extended 11 days.
In the 19th consecutive day.
25 consecutive days.
A record 30 straight days of highs above 110. It's had a lot of us in the rest of the country asking, how does anybody live in that heat?
It's been a tough summer here in the city of Phoenix. We're seeing elevated 911 calls related to heat. We're seeing elevated deaths related to heat.
The pavement, sidewalks, streets, the metal fences all get hotter than the air temperature, which makes it unsafe.
We see a lot of folks that are coming in with burns from being, touching their exposed skin to any of the hot surfaces.
7 heat-related deaths in just 7 days.
I cry all the time. I yell at the heat.
The city of Phoenix is tackling heat by both focusing on adaptation and prevention. We created the first in the nation Office of Heat Response that's a permanent part of government.
The city has 30 different programs and services that are part of that heat response umbrella, like our heat relief station that we're set up close to right now.
Hey bud, how you doing? Can I get you some water? Well, really, what you want to do is just connect with the people, find out what their needs are, and see if you can meet them immediately. That's one of the things I like about the Work Cool program.
We want to focus on those who are most vulnerable, and we've set up a robust network of cooling centers throughout our community.
Our Welcome Center is open 24 hours a day. We have an emergency shower, hand out lots and lots of water.
The urban heat island refers to the phenomenon by which cities tend to be hotter than their surrounding areas. Heat mitigation, we're talking about long-term strategies to cool the city and make it more comfortable. That's where strategies like tree planting and providing more shade would come into play.
We have a goal to cover 75% of areas like our downtown with shade, and that can include very artistic canopies. We're using public art dollars to address that. Phoenix has, I believe, the largest in the nation cool pavement program. This is a lighter colored coating we put on our city streets to make sure that we don't absorb as much heat overnight.
The governance of heat is evolving on a daily basis, and I think it'll be so important for us to be integrated and working together across all scales of government so we can get the resources to where they're needed.
The city of Phoenix is on the front lines of climate change. We are very motivated to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We appreciate the national partnership. The Inflation Reduction Act has really given us so many tools to address climate change.
While we need to learn quickly here because it's so hot, we're also hopeful to have lessons to share with other cities as we all head into a hotter future.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. My name is Naveen Nayak. I'm a counselor with the Center for American Progress and really excited to moderate this discussion on the climate crisis and our response to it. The past year has really shown that we are in the thick of it. And to sort of ground us on this, I actually wanted to read a quick paragraph that just struck me in a recent New York Times Magazine piece, sort of describing the impact of wildfires in the Northwest. And here's the quick description. The sun turned blood red, or was all but blotted out, disappearing along with the city skyline. The sky turned gray or sepia or eerily tangerine, and ash floated down like snow. Sometimes there were weeks when you were advised not to open your windows or exercise outside. Sometimes there were long stretches where you weren't supposed to breathe the outside air at all. So we are in the thick of this crisis, but we are also in the thick of a response, or a start of a response to it. As folks have mentioned several times today, last year, Congress passed the largest investment in addressing the climate crisis that any government anywhere in the world has ever taken. So, applaud to that.
And it took an unprecedented coalition of labor leaders and environmental justice activists and organizations, of political leadership to actually get that done. And that's why I'm so excited about today's panel, is that same coalition that got government at the federal level to finally act at this scale is also going to be on the forefront of not only responding to the crisis, but helping meet the challenge. And so the panel today with me here is first the president of the United Painters and Allied Trades, Jimmy Williams. The Honorable Harold Mitchell, who is the executive director of the Regenesis Institute, South Carolina, an environmental justice leader. And Jane Gilbert, who is the chief heat officer for Miami-Dade County. As you can tell, the conversation is really going to capture one thing that I hope everyone is left with today, which is, in order to meet this moment, it really requires all of us. And you're going to hear how both the challenges and opportunities touch different communities in different ways. And maybe, Jane, I'll start with you to really, I tried to ground us in sort of the experience of wildfires in the Northwest. Obviously, different impacts, but still incredibly severe in your part of the country in South Miami, or South Florida and Miami.
Sure. So first, it's such an honor and pleasure to be here with Center for American Progress and the great work this organization does. So, you know, the whole country is experiencing climate impacts, but in South Florida, we've been sort of the tip of the spear and experiencing it for quite some time. We've always had hurricane risk, but they're getting more intense, more frequent, and we've been responding. So we have the strongest hurricane wind codes in the country. We have top-notch emergency preparedness and response teams. We've benefited from BRIC dollars coming down. The next wave of impacts, sea level rise, worsening those storm surge risks. We activated, I was the first chief resilience officer for the city of Miami and started working on climate, sea level rise and flood risk issues then. And 3 years ago, a coalition of community-based organizations did surveys and focus groups in our low-income communities throughout South Florida, throughout Miami-Dade County. And interestingly, sea level rise was not their top concern related to climate change, nor was hurricanes. It was extreme heat, and the rising extreme heat, because that's what they were experiencing every day. And it was whether they are some of our 300,000 outdoor workers, or they can no longer afford their electricity bill, or their AC runs out in July and they can't afford to repair it, and it's 105 heat index out there, and it gets even hotter in their rental apartment. Or they have to walk and wait at a bus stop too long. I've had our emergency room doctors tell me they've had patients come in who were 911 calls from the bus stop. So the extreme heat is really something that we're feeling here today, and we certainly, this was an unprecedentedly hot summer through much of this country.
Right. Great, and then Harold, I mean, maybe to you, you've been in this fight from an environmental justice, looking at sort of the communities in South Carolina that we're dealing with more traditional pollutants, and obviously air pollution writ large continues to get worse in a lot of these communities. Speak to sort of the impacts of climate crisis sort of worsening in terms of how the communities you work with and represent.
Well, most of the communities that I represent and grew up in myself with the legacy impact of polluting sites, we saw during the pandemic that most of these communities are in and around places where access to healthcare. And we saw during the pandemic that those were the folks that actually tested positive the fastest and died the quickest, because they had these particular illnesses that were untreated. So the exacerbating effect of a pandemic and those impacts of those legacy polluting sites was one that we're still feeling the effects of the post-COVID impacts now.
That's right. And maybe I'll start to, I think Jane and I talked beforehand that we should try to keep this maybe 1/3 doom and 2/3 optimistic. So maybe I will start to pivot us onto the positive side here, Jimmy, which is to the response. As I mentioned earlier, not only the Inflation Reduction Act, an infrastructure bill that is creating huge opportunities to actually respond to the climate crisis and a push to make sure that it results in good paying union jobs. How have these investments impacted your 140,000 members, and what is the role you see them playing in sort of meeting this moment?
Yeah, it's good to be the positive one. We do live in a world of doom and gloom. I don't know if this is working, but first off, it's a pleasure to be here, and anytime I get to follow Liz Schuler or Mary Kay Henry, you got the C team here of labor leaders. But we don't often give ourselves enough credit when we are winning. And, the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we've told our membership, this is a construction bill. Our membership is going to have the opportunity to work for the, next 10 years on massive projects that are being funded by the federal government. And for the first time in my lifetime, the federal government got it right by tying labor standards to the investments. We have an opportunity for real, true, truly changing the way generations can work in this country for the future. And unions are cool again amongst young people too, which is a great thing. And we have the opportunity to provide jobs for people that in the past didn't have access to good paying middle-class jobs. The crisis of climate adversely affects people of color, and it adversely affects people at the lowest income levels. The labor movement is a solution to income inequality as well. And putting these projects together for the long term are going to be life-changing opportunities for folks to go to work in an industry with high-paying jobs, good health care, good wages, and a retirement system that works. That is huge for the American working class. And it's about being solutions-oriented, not just continuing to raise the issues and continuing to fight rhetorically. There's actually things that are happening that are starting to come online. You see wind projects off the shores of the East Coast, and there's more to come. You see, the amount of investment in new energy solutions, fixing some of our building supply. Those are construction jobs, and we're right at the heart of it. So we're super excited about where we are in this moment.
That's great. Jimmy, I'm going to stay with you for a second. President Biden likes to say that when he thinks of the climate crisis, he thinks of one word: jobs. And I think you point out right that the policy has gotten right, but I'm curious, do your members see it that way? Are people actually doing the work of building it? Are they seeing the opportunity that exists in addressing the climate crisis, or what work has to be done on that front?
A lot of work. This is a subject amongst our membership that can be touchy. They're used to working in the old energy sector, and they're fearful of the unknown. And having those difficult conversations with our members about preparing them as well for a transition away from where they're currently working to what the future holds, it means everything to them. I mean, when you worked your whole career on, say, an oil refinery, or you worked your whole career, producing energy from coal plants and things like that, when the conversation is around shutting them down and create new energy sources, there's natural fear amongst our membership. So deeply educating the membership on what actually took place this past year with the federal legislation is one of our key priorities, to explain to them, no, the investments are tied to labor standards, and you will have opportunities to work in a new economy. And it's not easy. These are difficult conversations that we have to have with our membership.
Harold, let me come to you. In addition to a real push, and this is something that held the coalition together for strong labor standards, there's also real commitment to actually investing in communities that have been underserved, overlooked. Justice 40, of really making sure 40% of those resources are targeted, something you've been obviously deeply involved with. Speak to what that opportunity means to in the communities you represent and how you are going about making sure that people know that these opportunities exist.
Okay. Yeah, I will say from the onset that the old phrase, put your money where your mouth is something that I will say that is real now, because we saw President Biden putting the money to the commitment of environmental and climate justice and the agenda. So what I've been able to see working with the platform, the Equitable and Just National Climate Platform, is made up of environmental justice leaders and national environmental organizations like CAP, including CAP, who is a major leader there, was instrumental in driving a lot of the decisions in the Inflation Reduction Act. Some of the things that we saw was the lessons learned from the Obama administration, which is kind of like right now, spinally challenged members in state houses across the country. They can't make decisions that won't invest those resources in the right places. We saw that, number one, being able to allow local governments and communities to get these investments, because that's the big thing that we're seeing in many places, that when you're talking about creating jobs, the lead pipe replacement program, being able to replace, especially in the South, these 100-plus-year-old lead pipes, and in the North, those are real jobs that you're going to be able to replace the infrastructure. And a lot of the legacy sites that we've seen that local governments, have not had the resources to address, remediate, nor clean up. So with the $60 billion and $66 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure package, that's something now that local governments are going to be able to apply directly with communities to remove these sites and put some productive green industry back in play. One of the things that we're seeing that when we did a cleanup on one of the sites, the brownfield site, the company came to us. They were looking for a brownfield site because of the Inflation Reduction Act to come and locate into the community. So it's a win-win when you look at the local level, but that's where, the key partnerships and coalitions moving forward is going to take place.
That's right. Let me follow up on that, sort of as I did with Jimmy, which is, a lot of cynicism exists about the role of government, and a lot of the burden that a lot of communities faced were either because of, government-funded projects or government turning a blind eye historically. How are you going about trying to both educate sort of the group, the members of those groups, that there's a new approach here where government is actually engaging in constructive ways to sort of address long-standing problems?
Well, looking at it as a civic engagement process too, because we created the Justice 40 Oversight Committee, which was really going out and working with local governments and communities, matching the programs, the covered programs, to the projects within the community. And after, for the first time, like I say, with IRA giving local governments that opportunity to apply directly, it meant all the difference. So this is one of the things that, connecting the dots of the 470 programs is huge. But when you have resources, like not an unfunded mandate, it's like, hey, this is a goal, but there's no money behind it. There's real resources right now. And the thing is being able to show examples. The thing we need to do is there's a lot of projects that are out there right now that people need to see these successes. It's like the tree in the forest. When it falls, who's there to see and hear? And we have to tell the story so that people can see how these investments are actually working on the ground in frontline communities.
That's great. And Jane, let me sort of come to you in terms of how the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill, Miami was, as I understand, just designated a regional tech hub on resilience, which is another federal investment in trying to address these challenges. How are these investments, as a local official, how are you leveraging them to actually address this challenge and sort of start to turn the ship?
Well, what's been so exciting about this is that the Biden administration really got how to integrate across all departments. We talk about climate or resilience in all things. They got that at the federal level, and not only from a labor standards or environmental justice, which is critical, but for making sure that whether it's Department of Transportation, DOE, HUD, or the Commerce Department, that they're climate forward. And so we've benefited from hundreds of millions of dollars of investments in our transit system. We're going to have the largest electric bus fleet in the country. We're electrifying our port, which is the largest cruise capital, I think, certainly in the country, if not the world. We're also cleaning our freight in between. There's investments in, we have 32,000 affordable housing units coming online. All of them have to be built to high efficient LEED silver standards with solar ready, EV ready. We're investing in the housing piece. And then finally, in my world, we're doubling down on our green infrastructure investments, namely tree canopy, in our areas with the highest heat-related illnesses. We have zip codes in Miami-Dade County that have 4 or 5 times the rate of heat-related illnesses than other zip codes. And the top correlating factors are high poverty rates and high land surface temperatures, our urban heat islands. So this has really allowed us to take funding we actually started directing towards weatherization and urban heat island mitigation back with ARPA funds. And now with this 10 million, we're just going to be able to accelerate it that much further. And these are all local jobs. There's also workforce development in each of these. We've just partnered with, and this is where the Biden administration also got it right, really encouraging, if not prioritizing grants where we're partnering with the communities, where we're engaging them and making them part of the solution. So we have, in partnership with a CBO, a nonprofit organization, an AmeriCorps grant to build a pipeline of jobs, both in our urban tree canopy enhancement efforts, but also in our housing retrofits and efficiency, sort of an energy core and a green core. So we call it, we're moving towards that future-ready economy. And with this climate tech hub that you mentioned from the US Department of Commerce that was just announced on Monday, it's also driving that private sector investment and working with the private sector to give it a leg up in the direction that we need to go as a community.
That's fantastic. Maybe Harold and Jimmy, I'll come to you on a bit more of a political coalitional question, which is historically, and you sort of hinted at this, Jimmy, that the priorities of the environmental community have been at odds with the priorities of the labor community. The priorities of community or environmental justice groups have been at odds with environmental priorities. Both of you have been, real advocates for trying to overcome those barriers. So both maybe share some thoughts on what it's taken to overcome those differences and challenges, and maybe where you see the fragility of, how this doesn't hold together moving forward.
I'll go first. I think, it's about progress, right? And as leaders of our organizations, we can't be closed-minded to working in coalition. And I think it will always be messy when you deal with real-life facts. And like I explained about our membership being fearful about the future, whenever you're trying to create progress and grow and move towards something different, it can be messy. And I think the coalitions that pushed the Inflation Reduction Act across the finish line is a recipe and it's a model for us to be able to continue working into the future at the local level. It was nice to come together here federally, but there's so much work to do to connect at the local level with where the dollars are being spent and the jobs are being created. And I think that's the model that we have to take into the future, continuing working together, continuing to challenge one another, continue to think outside the box, because that's going to be what creates progress.
Yes. And I would say too, we've got the money, it's on the table, it's implementation time, and the coalition that worked to get us there, to get those historic resources, now we've got to deploy, and it's like all hands on deck now for implementation at the lower level. And I think this is where both foundations and everybody's got to get involved at this point, because this is where building that capacity at that lower level, this is something that people have never done before. And because of the legislation and the language, It's forcing, local governments to work with communities. It's a trust factor that people have never seen before. And the capacity, especially at the nonprofit level, they don't have the capacity to do what some of the national organizations have been able to do. But with the resources, connecting the dots and providing these opportunities, because like I say, there are people coming into, especially the South, looking for these old legacy sites, the brownfield sites, to do the cleanups and to, bring new industry in. But it's all in those same impacted frontline communities. So who gets the benefit out of this? We did a cleanup on a textile mill. It was about $700,000. Now there's an $88 million development on it. And there are opportunities like this in so many places that it's unreal. So, it's kind of, that old phrase, sky's the limit, but we have to stay vigilant and keep each other honest as we move in this historic time.
Well, maybe that's a good follow-up for all of you, which is, we had a historic victory. Thank you for reminding us that there was a very big win, and we should not lose sight of that. But I think we all recognize the scale of the challenge and how much more it's going to take, and that winning is contagious, that, the more people see these things. From each of your perspectives, what do you think is the most important thing over the next couple of years to sort of keep building the public political support for wanting to do more, because we know we need to do more? Harold, go ahead.
We need the tangible examples. I mean, if you see some real tangible examples of, you're talking about $4 trillion changing and impacting frontline communities, they got to see it. If they don't see it, it's going to become one of those, it's a false solution, we don't believe. But there are enough projects that are out there right now, some best practices that people don't know, haven't heard, hadn't seen. And if they only see how these investments are really reversing the impacts in these communities, creating real jobs and changing the faces of the communities, with the communities really driving as major stakeholders in the process. And this is what people need to see. Then you can create that movement to hopefully, we can't do anything about the votes that folks are going over to try to find out if they've got a speaker or not. But 2024, I hope folks are pissed off enough that we can change in that 2024 cycle, especially for this administration and others, to make sure that we don't have to keep going through the crap that we're seeing now on the Hill.
Anything on your perspective, Jane, in terms of how to continue to build momentum for that?
Yeah, I can only build on what Harold said. We're trying to accelerate as fast as we can to show the demonstrable results in terms of jobs, business opportunities, quality of life changes for real and health benefits for families out there. But it's getting the real change happening and telling the story and connecting the dot back to what this Inflation Reduction Act, really is doing, so that it's not just, here, look at these great things that are going on in our community. Well, it's because of this investment that happened at the federal level.
Well, why don't I give you each a few seconds? I started on a gloomy note. This is obviously an incredibly weighty issue, and we're running out of time here. What is something about the last year in terms of our response that is actually giving you a bit of hope?
I'll jump in there. I have a ton of hope for the future. I have a ton of hope for future generations to be able to solve this crisis. We took the first step. We have so much more to do. But I am so hopeful that into the future, we're going to be able to see people make a living in this industry that is going to be life-changing. For people that in the past did not have opportunities. And we're already seeing it within our organization. We are seeing growth like we've never seen before. And telling that story is our job over the next year, because we cannot go backwards. We have to continue to go forward.
Anything either of you want to add in terms of sense of hope?
I think the climate crisis, the solutions to the climate crisis are really about building a future communities that we wanted anyway, that we really, in an economy that we want anyway. So if we can show that, I think it's a win-win-win for everybody.
Great. I'll just close by, I was reminded in preparing for this panel of a quote by Einstein that in the midst of every crisis, why is a great opportunity. And hopefully this conversation and this issue captures that we are in the midst of an ongoing crisis that is going to continue to rear its head, and communities are facing this every single day, but that it also presents, I think, an unprecedented opportunity, as Jimmy and Jane really hit on at the end. There's nothing to sort of uplift the spirit of what we can do when we actually do solve problems together, and there's probably no greater challenge and opportunity than meeting this moment. And so thank you all for your leadership in getting us to this moment, and for everything you're going to do moving forward. And really appreciate this conversation. Thanks all. I think we go out that way.
Working with CAP when we passed the Affordable Care Act, the Center for American Progress played an important role.
And when extremist Republicans went after it, you were in the lead in defending it.
Thank you for the work that you did to provide health care to more Americans.
And revolutionizing access to health care in this country.
The fastest growing group of uninsured Americans is older Americans aged 50 to 64.
Almost 50 million Americans are without health insurance today.
It was years before the Affordable Care Act became law that the work began. There were real problems out there. People were still struggling with pre-existing conditions. The uninsured rate was climbing.
Insurance companies could turn away people simply because they had had a C-section or had a heart attack or had cancer. Women could be charged more based on their gender.
We set the stage for the Affordable Care Act. The American people needed health care as a right.
Is a right. Health care is a right. Health care.
CAP was involved in the ACA before it was even the ACA. The planning began years ahead of the passage in 2010.
We plotted how to get the government fully engaged.
We have to get to universal health care.
Universal health care?
I think every single American has a right to affordable, accessible health care.
When we hit the ground running in 2009, it was because the wind was at our back, because CAP helped create that wind, create that momentum.
CAP deserves enormous credit for seeing that opportunity, shaping the policy, and shaping the politics.
We would not have the Affordable Care Act without CAP.
We are done.
When the ink was still wet on the Affordable Care Act, we were off to the races, getting ready to defend it.
We made a promise to repeal and replace Obamacare.
The House has already voted some 30 times to repeal or defund this law. What's one more vote
going to do it one more time.
One of the things that made a big difference, which CAP helped lead, was getting out individual stories of how people would suffer from the ACA being gone.
If they're not forced to cover people like me who have pre-existing conditions, my health would suffer greatly.
The ACA forbids insurance agencies from imposing lifetime limits on people.
Without Medicaid, I wouldn't be able to go to physical therapy to help me get stronger and get back out there.
CAP was instrumental in helping with amicus briefs, helping us with organizing the arguments.
CAP was part of a large coalition of groups fighting to save the ACA from repeal.
Senate Republicans trying to repeal and replace Obamacare, and that vote coming up short.
Because of the ACA, I get to talk to you from up here and not from my bed.
The statistics are pretty clear about what a difference the Affordable Care Act has made. Record low uninsurance rates, improvements in health, improvements across the board.
Today, the health insurance rate in the United States is the highest it's ever been.
The Affordable Care Act literally saved my life.
Because of the ACA, I'm cancer-free.
I had my surgeries that I could have because of the ACA, and now I'm here and alive.
It is a living, breathing set of policies trying to encapsulate something at the core of our democracy, which is healthcare is a right.
And CAP's fighting to make sure every American could have that right.
Good afternoon. I'm Donald Sussman. I'm a board member of CAP for almost its entire 20-year history. I'm very privileged to introduce our former president, but more importantly now the director of the President's Domestic Policy Council, Neera Tanden. A child of immigrants whose family relied on public assistance to grow to the architect of the Affordable Care Act. Her vision, her skills, and she has probably improved more Americans' life than almost anyone who you've seen today on stage. We are a better country for her insight, wisdom, and good judgment. I'm proud to introduce my friend Neera.
Can everyone hear me? Excellent, excellent. As people know, I tend to project. So first and foremost, I really want to thank my very good, very long-standing friend, Donald Sussman, who has been such an incredible leader, strategist, thinker. He has done so much good in so many states around the country, Florida, Maine, and the rest, to really build the progressive movement. So I'm very grateful for that very kind introduction. And I have to say, I have been looking forward to being here for really months. I feel it in my bones, I love the Center for American Progress, and I'm so grateful for all I learned from colleagues in the room and the institution. And I am just incredibly proud to be part of it, and even prouder that it has the great leader, Patrick Gaspard, leading the helm now. And I have learned so much from Patrick over the years. He is such a strong strategist and partner, and just a font of ideas for us in the White House, and we are just incredibly grateful to him. And I know CAP will continue to be the engine of big ideas going forward under his leadership. I did want to just say how important the CAP conference itself has been in developing ideas. A few years ago at the CAP conference, we had Governor Lujan Grisham, and she talked a lot about creating more childcare in her state. And at CAP, we had just developed a plan, if people remember it, for a universal childcare plan under the childcare team, an early learning team. And so we went out to New Mexico and worked with her, and she created the first childcare system in the country that was a universal childcare system. So I just really want to say, the ideas here today build for the long term, and I am really proud to say that CAP's ideas on childcare that were incubated in New Mexico did become the central basis of the President's care agenda, and we continue to fight for that care agenda. In fact, today in the supplemental that the President is putting forward, we'll have $16 billion for child care to help build the near universal child care system we need. So CAP's ideas are at the center of what we're doing, and it is the center of the work we do. But it's not just child care. Obviously, CAP's work on massive investments in climate, its work on issues big and small, from how we get infrastructure dollars to where we need to get them, to maternal mortality issues. They are really at the heart of the Biden-Harris agenda. And I want to talk for a minute about what that means and the broader spectrum of issues we're facing. So CAP has always worked to create the next generation of ideas, and I'm proud of how many of those ideas form, as I said, the basis of the administration's agenda. But I also want to take a step back to really talk about where we are in this moment. We are incredibly proud of the historic investments made by the last Congress and this president under President Biden and Vice President Harris's leadership. Investments in chips, investments in infrastructure, investments in a new clean energy economy. And I just do have to say as an aside how excited I am to have John Podesta as a colleague at the White House, really at the helm of making sure these investments mean that we tackle the climate crisis, that we solve for the climate crisis. And these investments have a historic promise, but only that promise will only be realized with the right implementation and the right leadership by John Podesta. So he's got a lot on his shoulders, the country's response to climate change, but it is a huge, huge issue. And I guess I'd like to take us back to just say a few words about that, which is, from the perspective of CAP, we have always been, I know CAP has always been thinking not just about how to solve problems, but how to build the capacity to solve problems. And what I mean by that is, CAP has put forward ideas on every challenge the country has faced. But now we're at a moment where we can solve for those problems, but how we solve those problems can build for the future. We know that we've been fighting a 50-year effort by conservatives to undermine the government, undo progress, really attack the role of government itself. We know that that fight has meant that that fight has always been about particular issues, but really ensuring that we cannot solve the problems in front of us. Really taking away our ability to collectively solve problems. Because they know when we aren't capable of solving a problem, people lose faith. They lose faith in the ability for the government to work on their behalf. And that's why I think this moment is so critical, because we have the potential to both solve problems that people have, healthcare costs, lowering prescription drugs, addressing the climate crisis, ensuring their roads and bridges work, but we also have the opportunity to fundamentally restore trust in government. That is why the president has focused so intensely on ensuring that we have executive actions that meet people where they are. That's why he's created an executive order around consumer experience, making sure government works well for people across the board. And that is why I really hope that people in this room will help us ensure that we are implementing effectively to make the promise real. And I'm just going to take a few examples of the many areas many areas I work on. I'm very privileged to work on significant areas, but I really want to talk about healthcare for a minute because it is such an important part of what we do. And in the Inflation Reduction Act, we had, for the first time, we are taking on the issue of Medicare drug negotiation. And what does that mean? Right now, till today, pharma has been able to set whatever price it's wanted. And because of people in this room and advocacy leaders over years, we fought hard to win the ability to negotiate drug prices. For the first time, we will be able to lower drug prices for things like Crohn's disease, blood clots, and the promise of that is that people will not only experience those lower drug prices, but they will know that the government worked to get that done. It is one of the most popular elements of our agenda, but it also describes a critical element of Bidenomics, which is about, I know people have talked about it, middle-out economics, bottom-up economics, but it's also about ensuring that the government is on your side, that it is offering real solutions. And that's why that's a critical element of what the president is trying to do. He sees these investments that we're making, the historic investments, as real opportunities to solve problems, but they are also opportunities to restore fundamental trust in government. When we reduce prices for drugs, when we, in the healthcare sector, ensure that there's real competition, that we're on the side of the consumer, that we're fighting the special interests. I've been able to work on issues like mental health parity and junk insurance, and really those are areas where insurers or other interests are really stacking the deck against consumers. And I think that's a critical element of what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is restore balance in the economy, but ensure the government is really on the side of the citizen, protecting the citizen against special interests. We see that in the healthcare sector, we see that in student debt, in other areas, and I want to say that it is critical that we have your help in demonstrating in this moment that government can work effectively for people. I'm not going to get into everything going on in Congress these days because obviously there's a lot to tackle there, but I think we have a real opportunity right now, not just to show a contrast to us solving problems and the other side being slightly chaotic, but really to demonstrate to people that we deliver, that government delivers, that progressives deliver, that through collective action we can solve problems that they have grown cynical can be solved. And that is why it's as important today to focus in on how we're doing what we are doing as to whether we're doing it. And I am so appreciative of the fantastic partnership we have with CAP, who has always been focused on both. Thank you so much. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
You thought, you know,
oh my God.
Nero, you thought you'd get off easy. But I believe in giving people their flowers in real time.
Oh my God.
And this is the house that Neera Tanden built. She was with CAP from its earliest days in 2003, all the way until she went to the White House. She never made it about her. She always made it bigger than herself. She taught all of us how to dance, and she also taught us that you don't have to be loud to be strong. We love you, Neera.
Oh my God, thank you. Okay. but what I share with Patrick is we're both loud and strong. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my God, so nice. Oh, you're the best.
Well, it was the early part of the new century. George Bush was president. He was taking the country into war in Iraq.
American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq.
He was reversing a lot of economic policy that really benefited the middle. The question on everybody's mind wasn't, what does Washington need, another think tank? I founded CAP because, frankly, we were being outgunned on the center left in terms of idea generation, coherence, a governing philosophy. We felt we needed to have that in order to change the direction of the country.
I think one of the motivations my wife Jeannie and I had around supporting CAP was that it was an innovative way to approach problem solving in Washington, problem solving in society.
The other critical role that CAP played in that first decade was to innovate in the way that ideas were spread.
It needed to involve the best technology. You needed to figure out, how does video play a part? How do this thing called blogs play a part?
CAP was producing fact-based, real-time pushback to the Bush administration.
The Bush administration skewed status reports on the situation in Iraq.
And then we marry that work with our communications professionals, our communications department, and we think about how do we get that out there to the American public.
And those practices are now relatively widespread, and I call that success.
From the very beginning, CAP came right out of the gate tackling some of the hardest issues we were dealing with. And CAP created a space for people to say, it's not about being quote-unquote soft on defense, it's about being smart about your foreign policy.
We can be secure and protect people's rights. You don't have to be spying on the American people in order to protect this country.
And as just been pointed out, the life of Iraqis is getting worse, not getting better. So that's the progress you should be looking for.
We were the first Washington-based entity that endorsed marriage in 2004. When the Democrats were all scurrying to the corner for civil unions, we said no, marriage should be a right.
Health insurance reform becomes law in the United States of America.
CAP is the reason why we passed the ACA, and most importantly, CAP is the reason why we still have the ACA.
The Affordable Care Act is safe from its latest legal challenge.
My favorite day at CAP is, of course, the day when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act.
Today offers further proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real and just beginning.
We were thrilled that everyone from senior staff right down to interns were ready to kind of stand up and be counted on to take the baton for the next bit of work.
I wanted to come work here because John Podesta created a place, and so you knew it was going to be vibrant.
And there was also a sense that we had a lot of room to run with. So creativity, new ideas, in the moment, all of that was embraced and celebrated.
The engine of CAP, the heart of CAP, was always the fact that we were able to recruit a lot of young people who were brilliant and determined.
So I think we need that pipeline of leaders who will go on and serve either in administrations or lead organizations or organize people on the ground to continue to advance these movements.
I think the country needs CAP, and the next 20 will be more impactful than the previous 20.
Prime directive, save the democracy.
American people don't experience life in silos, so our policy shouldn't be shaped in silos. From climate to immigration to healthcare to an inclusive economy to democracy, they're all interconnected.
Center for American Progress holds that complexity. It holds that integrated strategy.
We're going to be clear about what it means to, with intentionality, bring our work of economic inclusion in greater alliance with our work of shoring up the foundations of our democracy. Because we understand that these two things walk in lockstep with one another.
Please welcome Delaware State Senator Sarah McBride and once again, CAP Executive VP Daniela Gibbs-Leger.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Hello. I am thrilled to be up here and welcoming State Senator and former CAP staffer Sarah McBride to the stage. Senator McBride is a former campaign and communications manager with the LGBTQ Research and Communications Project at CAP, the former national spokesperson for the Human Rights Campaign, and a lifelong community advocate. With her election to the Delaware State Senate, Sarah McBride made history, becoming not only the first openly transgender person elected to U.S. State Senate, but also the country's highest-ranking transgender official elected. Sarah, my friend, welcome to the Ideas Conference. So great to see you.
It's great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. Good afternoon, everyone. How y'all doing?
That is what I like to hear. So let's start at the beginning. You were an integral part of CAP's work in advancing the rights for the LGBTQI community to marry who they love, receive equitable access to healthcare, participate in the economy without fear of discrimination, and more. When you reflect on your time at CAP in the early 2010s, I guess we call it, what comes to mind?
Sure. So it's great to be here with you, Daniela, with so many former colleagues of mine, to be here with the CAP family. And it really is a family for all of us, but for me in particular. And I know we'll talk about that a little bit later. When I started at CAP, I was fresh out of college. I had just finished leading an effort in my home state of Delaware to pass non-discrimination protections for the trans community in our state, protecting us from discrimination in employment and housing, public spaces. And I came to CAP at a really interesting moment in time for the LGBTQ community, because we were facing a moment where marriage bans were collapsing in states across the country, and the community and the movement sort of had to figure out what was next. And before marriage had become an issue, and to that day, the primary focus for the LGBTQ movement in Congress had been passing what was called the Employment Non-Discrimination Act, ENDA, protecting LGBTQ people from discrimination, specifically in the workplace. But as I joined CAP, it was at this moment of limitless possibilities, it felt like, for the LGBTQ community, but also a moment where we really had to figure out what was going to be our calling card in a post-marriage world. How are we going to continue to take that momentum and transform it into not just progress on marriage, but the recognition that the most vulnerable in our community, yes, marriage was critical for them, but that ultimately they needed full federal equality throughout daily life. And so we had been working on ENDA, and in 2014, post-Windsor, marriage ban after marriage ban were falling in states across the country. And up until 2014, every state that had marriage equality also had non-discrimination protections. And I remember sitting in a CAP conference room with my colleagues on the LGBT team, realizing what now is so obvious, but the reality that you could be married on Sunday and then on Monday be fired from your job. When you put the picture of your wedding on your desk, you could be kicked out of your housing when you add your spouse to the lease. And that recognition of the sort of paradox of rights that existed for LGBTQ people in a way that didn't exist in a pre-marriage world. And it was CAP really realizing that paradox of rights from that first few days after the first marriage ban fell in a state without non-discrimination protections, that the organization started to take the lead in saying, we've got to not only prepare for this post-marriage world, but we've got to begin to recognize that in order for us to carry this momentum forward, we can't just talk about employment. We've got to talk about the full range of non-discrimination protections that LGBTQ people need. And I think that was informed by the fact that CAP brought a unique lens to this work as an intersectional multi-policy institution that understood the full range of issues that LGBTQ people were facing in their daily lives, and then therefore was uniquely positioned to help lead alongside the Human Rights Campaign the shift from ENDA to what has become the centerpiece of the LGBTQ rights movement, continues to be to this day, which is the Equality Act, which is a comprehensive LGBTQ civil rights bill.
I love the story of how that happened, you know, and how you were very thoughtful, your colleagues were very thoughtful about that. But I want to bring it back to the day that the Supreme Court ruled in favor of marriage equality. I distinctly remember champagne bottles popping, but what was that day like for you?
I remember sitting in one of the open areas of CAP with the LGBT team, holding each other's hands, watching SCOTUS blog as the decision came in. But I think for me, the most visceral memory from that day was that evening when so many of us went down to Lafayette Park and stood outside the White House as it was lit up like a rainbow. And now that seems so, you know, oh, big deal, the White House is lit up like a rainbow. But at that moment, it was huge. And for me as an LGBTQ person, it was such a deep reflection of not only the policy progress that we had seen that day, but the cultural progress that had been made. To see the symbol of our country lit up in colors of our humanity and our community was comforting in a way that I never expected, and I think even more so was powerful to think. It was powerful to think of a young LGBTQ person who was living in Oklahoma or in Alabama, who had heard slurs around the dinner table, who had faced a bully on the playground, and that night they were going to bed seeing the White House, a place that you could have been fired from decades before, lost a security clearance simply for being gay, not only welcome us in as equal members of society, but actually celebrate our existence. And it was a a really great reminder that, you can work, you can toil, and then justice can arrive like a thunderbolt.
It's so powerful. As a lifelong advocate at CAP in the Obama White House, at the Human Rights Campaign, and in Delaware, what have you learned about driving change? I'm sure lots of young advocates, both in the room and watching online, how can other folks out there achieve tangible wins?
So I think one of the dangers we're facing right now in our politics is that we are forgetting that we are in the business of social change. And the only way to move the needle on an issue is to maintain bonds with people who don't think like you, who don't agree with you, who aren't yet on your side.
That's really hard.
It is very difficult. It is very difficult, and it gets increasingly difficult to do that and increasingly easier to not do that, because we live increasingly in environments where everyone votes like us, and we're online in environments where we're getting that reinforcement constantly. But the reason why the LGBTQ movement, as much as we're facing challenges in this moment, the reason why there has been so much change over the last 50 years is because LGBTQ people are organic agents of change. We exist in families and communities across the demographics of our society, but also, just as importantly, across the partisan divides of our society, right? LGBTQ people are born into Republican families, conservative families. And that allows us to open hearts and change minds through those bonds that too often we let dissipate. And I think the danger in this moment, you can't have a democracy and you can't create social change if you aren't willing to have a conversation across the divide and across difference. And just as importantly, if you aren't willing to see the pain that other people might be facing, I think right now, not to get too philosophical, right now one of the challenges we face, and I'm definitely not a both-siders, there's plenty of blame specifically on one side here, but I think one of the things we fall prey to in the movement and in our politics is the left says to the right, your pain, white, straight, cis man, is not real. My pain as a queer transgender woman is real. And the right says to the left, your pain, cosmopolitan, college-educated elite, is not real. My pain in a post-industrial community that's been ravaged by the opioid crisis is real. And I know the worst thing that someone can do to me when I'm upset and when I'm in pain is to tell me it's not as bad as you think. Because then I have to defend my pain. I have to explain my pain. I have to justify my pain, and it just gets me angrier and more frustrated. Any therapist will tell you that the first step to healing is to validate a person's experience, to see their pain. And I think that we have to do a better job when we're talking about creating change in seeing people in their full humanity, recognizing that justice isn't a transaction, that you don't have to be right for what you're facing to be wrong, and you don't have to be right for me to try to right what's wrong. And I think if we do that, we can begin to heal some of the divides, but also maintain the bonds that I think are necessary for the kind of long-term social change that we need.
If only more people held that point of view and approached life that way, I think things will be a lot different right now. So thinking about CAP, what do you see as CAP's role in advancing the rights of LGBTQI people then, and what do you see CAP's role now, given how everything has changed?
Sure. Well, I think its role then and its role now is one and the same, because I think in 2015, as we pivoted to the post-marriage world and introduced the Equality Act, we were proposing not just a dramatic expansion of the legislative agenda that we were focused on. We were talking about, in that moment, amending the Civil Rights Act, which rightfully and understandably, a lot of groups initially met with a degree of fear and skepticism of. There was a lack of trust in some instances. There was certainly a fear of how this legislative vehicle could be used to undermine existing protections. And it was CAP's capacity to bring a level of trust to the table because of the work that it was doing on all of the issues that organizations across the civil rights movement were working on. It was CAP's capacity to leverage its information, its data, its research to talk about the full range of needs and why this legislative vehicle was the only way to achieve full federal equality. it was CAP's capacity to bring folks to the table across movements to have sometimes difficult conversations to ultimately not only introduce a bill with the LGBTQ movement's support, but a bill that did indeed amend the Civil Rights Act, does indeed amend the Civil Rights Act, with support from all of the legacy civil and social justice organizations that CAP works with. I think today, that similar capacity to give life to the intersectional nature of these movements, I think is so critical, because what we're seeing right now are attacks that aren't just connected academically. They're not just connected in the case law that underpins the progress that they're trying to undo. They're connected in the same people who are pushing this forward. And so I think CAP is uniquely able to say to the Democratic coalition, rather the Progressive coalition, we have to stick together, because these issues are not only inextricably linked in their consequence, they're not just inextricably linked in concept, they're inextricably linked in the characters who are pushing forward these policies that ultimately are characters who are seeking to bring into the United States the kind of illiberal so-called democracy that we're seeing in too many places around the world.
Right. I'll take the moderator's privilege to just say, as someone who works in communications, not a policy person, but to see the work that your team was doing also within the building to help then build those coalitions outside of the building, it was incredible to watch over the years. I want to ask my final question, which is, how have your experiences at CAP impacted your priorities and approach as a senator?
Sure. So, not to get super heavy in the final question, but when I talk about the CAP family, that is not just figuratively true for me, it's literally true. I met the man who would become my future husband, Andrew, fighting for LGBTQ rights. I was interning in the White House, and he was working at CAP as a research assistant seeking to expand access to health care for LGBTQ people, working on implementation of the Affordable Care Act. And Andy and I quickly fell in love. He was the kindest, smartest, and most importantly, goofiest person that I had ever met. And quickly after falling in love, I actually ended up coming and working at CAP. Not for him directly. Our desks were 10 feet from one another, so it's a lot of time to spend with your significant other. But it was absolutely wonderful. It was a dream come true as two young trans people. He was a trans man fighting for the community we love and falling in love. It just felt like we had a world of possibilities and potential before us. I'll never forget driving into CAP one day. Andy had been at a routine doctor's appointment, or what we thought had been a routine doctor's appointment. And during that appointment, Andy, who was 25 at the time, was diagnosed with cancer. Anyone who's been diagnosed with cancer, anyone who's had a loved one diagnosed with cancer, you know it's like a punch in the gut unlike anything you've ever experienced. But for Andy, as someone who was doing work to expand access to health insurance, from that first moment, from hearing that word cancer, he knew how lucky he was. He knew how lucky he was to have health insurance that would hopefully save his life, and we both knew how lucky we were to have an employer that allowed him to focus on the full-time job of getting care that would hopefully save his life, and me to focus on the full-time job of caring for him, suctioning his tracheostomy tube, tending to his wounds, but just as importantly, be there by his side to love him and support him, to do all of that without having to sacrifice our jobs or our income. And those policies, that support from CAP and the CAP family, not only allowed us that time to get care, it also allowed us, when he found out that his cancer had spread and was terminal, the time to get married, for me to walk him to his passing. And up until his last breath, in large part because of his work at CAP, he knew how lucky he was. And ultimately, I don't think it should be a matter of luck. I don't believe that breathing room, that time to care and that ability to care should be a matter of luck. I believe it should be the law of the land. And so I ran I ran for the Delaware State Senate saying that I was going to focus on paid family and medical leave and expanding access to health care. I'm proud that in my time in the Delaware State Senate, I was able to introduce the Healthy Delaware Families Act, providing up to 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave to Delaware workers, build a coalition that ranged from the AFL-CIO on the left to the State Chamber of Commerce on the right. And really, both because I knew my constituents needed it, but also as a love letter to CAP staffer and my former husband, Andy, my late husband, Andy, we were able to pass that bill with bipartisan majorities. And I don't think I would have been able to do it had I not had the experiences that I had at CAP.
It's hard not to get emotional to hear you tell that story, and being there. Andy was such a joy, and the way he was recognized by the city for the work that he did in healthcare. So if there was one piece of information or one piece of advice that you could give, maybe a young person who's out there, as much as change has happened, maybe they're in an environment where they still can't be their full authentic selves, and they're trying to figure out their way. What advice do you have for them?
I think the challenge that all of us face, whether it's the challenge we face as individuals in difficult circumstances or the challenge we face right now as a movement, is not that we understand the scope of the challenges. It's not that we understand the attacks that we're facing. I think we have our minds wrapped around the stakes. I think the challenge right now is whether we will summon the hope necessary to see this fight through. And I think, when I started at CAP in 2015, it was second term Obama, and it felt in that moment like, not to be naive, but if we did work for it, right? Change wasn't just going to happen if we didn't do anything, but if we simply worked for it, change was inevitable. And I think what I have tried to remind myself over the last several years is that sense of inevitability that we had 10 years ago, that was the exception in our country's history. And right now it's hard because we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. We don't know that if we do X, Y, or Z that things will work out. But then you think about enslaved people in the 1850s who had no reason to believe that an Emancipation Proclamation was on the way. Unemployed workers during the early days of the Great Depression who had never heard of a New Deal. Patrons at the Stonewall Inn in 1969 who never could have imagined a world where the White House was lit up like a rainbow to celebrate their ability to legally marry their loved one. All of those generations had every reason to give up hope. They couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. But in the end, they persevered, they continued to do the work, they summoned the hope, they found the light, and they changed the world. And if those generations have done it, then we can do it too.
Everyone, please join me in thanking State Senator Sarah McBride. Thank you so much.
Please welcome the President of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten, the President of the National Education Association, Becky Pringle, and the Washington Post opinion editor and MSNBC contributor, Alexi McCammond.
Go ahead. Okay. And I'll bring you water. Go ahead. I know. Thanks.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Alexi McCammond, an opinion editor with the Washington Post, and I'm so happy to be joined today by Becky and Randy for a wide-ranging, or as wide-ranging as we can fit in 25 minutes, conversation about education. Not necessarily where we've been. I don't want to rehash the past. I think we all know how the pandemic and partisanship have both changed the state of education, both tangibly and as a political issue. I really want to focus on the future and solutions, what's working, what's not necessarily all the scary things. But that said, if you listen to Republicans, I'm sitting with two of the most dangerous women in the country right now. And there's this idea that a very select few, including both of you, are making all the decisions, pulling the strings about what's happening with education in America. Polls show that Americans are generally supportive of teachers and trust them, but they're divided on who should be primarily responsible for deciding what is taught in schools. So I'd love to know how you both think about the decision-making room in theory, and is it better to have more and more people involved, or should we keep it to teachers, school officials, leave parents out?
So, first of all, it's wonderful to be in this historic theater. I feel like there should be a jazz set coming on. So, let me begin by saying this. You know, I taught middle-level learners the wonders of science for 31 years. And as a teacher, I understood the importance of ensuring that I had my parents as partners, that I knew and understood my community, that the engagement of them, knowing how to mine the assets of that community, so that when I did my job as a teacher, it was from a place that I was inviting that, and really not just inviting, but honestly demanding the shared responsibility that is required to educate our students, so that when we say every student, we actually mean every student. It takes all of us together. The reality of what is happening right now is that far extremists, we'll call them, are trying to divide us in ways that are centered on the culture wars, which you know about, and all of the attempts to diminish and destroy public education as a foundation of our democracy. And those of you, I'm pretty sure in this room, understand that it is the foundation of that democracy, the cornerstone of it. It is an institution that we know that for those who want to destroy or diminish our democracy, that's where they go. They go to public education because we know an uneducated citizenry is exactly what they want, because they don't want critical thinkers and collaborative problem solvers. They don't want us to work on building leaders of a just society. And so when you ask the question, should everyone be involved, as an educator, that's always been true. That's always been true. But as a professional, I know that it is my job not only to learn my craft, both the science and the art of teaching, but I understand that it is my responsibility as a professional to continue to do that, and that's part of the challenge we're seeing right now, is the lack of respect of educators as the professionals they are. But as part of my training, I understood the important role that parents and the community play collectively in educating our students. So those are false narratives that have been promulgated and spread around news in a way that it does not reflect the reality of teachers and parents and communities around this country. And when we talk about how we're changing that, both Randy and I will talk about the power of community schools, where we are collectively, the school is the hub, and we're collectively sharing that responsibility for educating our students.
You know, you mentioned there's a lack of respect for teachers among some parents. Given that reality, Randy, how do you think about including everyone when that is the reality?
So, first of all, I concur with everything that Becky has said, but oh my God, we need parents to be involved, period. And I think what happens in schooling is, no one has the power that they wish they had in schooling. Parents need to be much more involved I think parents have to be involved in curriculum decisions. I think parents need to be involved in schooling. I think teachers need to have more of a voice. And I often think about how what happens is, and you say this a lot, Becky, that collaborative work that has to happen, we are constantly put into different tribes that are poised as adversarial to each other. And so one of the first things we did at the U of T when I became president of the Teachers Union in New York City last century, 1998, is we actually started parent coordinators in each of our boroughs to create the practice of bringing people together and people talking to each other. The community schools are about that practice of people talking to each other and working with each other, because it's really too easy to try to have people pit against each other. And even with all of that, what happens is overwhelmingly parents don't want their kids to be teachers, but parents love their teachers, their kids' teachers. And basically, if you listen to parents and teachers and you take polls of them separately, they are pretty consistent. So the key is to get to the solutions that both parents and teachers want, and to try and get through the noise that we see in the division.
There's certainly a vocal minority when it comes to education, the Moms for Liberty groups and others who are talking about critical race theory, banning books, limiting discussions around gender and sex orientation. I know that you all have done focus groups with parents and non-parents alike. You were just referencing some polling.
Yeah. Can I just, I want to just say, and that one thing about this issue, which is it's intentional. Meaning, there's lots of issues that everybody has, and school is the great mediator of all of this. Becky was an 8th grade teacher. I was a 11th and 12th grade social studies teacher in Brooklyn. But what's happened is that, look at what Christopher Rufo said. He's one of the architects of toxifying the term critical race theory. What he said at Hillsdale College a couple of years ago, and if you don't remember anything else I say, remember this. He said the way you get to universal choice, meaning vouchers, is that you create universal public school distrust. And sometimes, in a different part of that lecture, he said you have to be ruthless and brutal. So I think what has happened is they just threw spaghetti on the wall, and it's like what stuck. So masks versus no masks, vaccines versus no vaccines, critical race theory, which nobody knew what it meant, book bans, all of this other stuff. And so that then became the divide. It raises the issue that there's a lot of things that people are fearful about, and we have to get to the underlying fear, but they have been intentional about trying to create the divides that Becky and my members for so many years are really trying to figure out how to help children learn.
I'd love if you could tell us more about what you've learned from the focus groups with parents, non-parents alike, but especially parents. What do they want from what their kids are learning in classrooms, from teachers, from their education experience?
So I'm the mother of 2 and the grandmother of 2. And if I had known what it was to be a grandmother, I would have done that first. So it's very personal for me, like it is with so many others. But you know, I'm also a science teacher, so I want to have evidence. So as we reached out and did research among a really broad swath of parents, but then we broke it down to understand what people thought and their opinions on things based on rural, suburban, and urban, based on Latino and African American, and based on income groups as well. So we could get a deeper dive. And I will tell you, Lexi, parents, no matter how you cross it, they want the same thing. They want safe, just, equitable schools that are well-resourced, that actually have a teacher who is certified in science, teaching science, that if their student has special needs, they have a teacher that has a degree in special education. They want to make sure right now, and you know this, you've covered this a lot, they want to make sure that the mental health needs of their students are being met. So they want more counselors and more psychiatrists and psychologists that are based in schools, that are school-based. They want to make sure that their students have all of the opportunities, whether they're going on to college or whether they want to go into the trades. They want to make sure that the joy of learning is in their classroom and that they have a place, the parents have a place in our schools and as partners for our team. It's universal. That's what they want. And I will tell you, it is why we were able to actually get people who cared about kids and cared about schools and cared about communities in positions where they were making decisions, because we were able to talk about what the parents and other voters cared about that directly tied to supporting their public schools, not diverting dollars into vouchers and voucher schemes by any other name as a voucher, privatizing their schools, privatizing our support staff in their schools. They don't want any of that. They want joyous places for their students to learn. They want the complete, true, honest history of this country. They want their kids to feel included. They want their kids to see themselves and a chance for them to learn about and see others. It was consistent across the board. That's what they want. What every parent wants for their kids.
How do we make all this happen? I'd love to know maybe
we're in
one.
charge, Randy.
I wish we were in charge.
If you have one idea that comes in mind of either an academic change since the pandemic or something to address the mental health social aspect that should be replicated or could be replicated.
So that's why we actually, probably some of you got these little palm cards. What I think what I've learned over these years is that since there's so much distrust, you have to be really specific and tangible, even though you're not going to get to everything. So what we've tried to do off of all the things that Becky just said is that we actually are thinking about and pursuing 3 specific strategies right now that we believe will help schools become places where parents want to send their kids, educators want to work, and kids thrive. One is literacy. So as they ban books, we give out a whole mess of books. We've given out 9 million books of diverse titles over the last few years, and by July 2024, we want to get to 10. And so you can see the joy in people's faces, in kids' faces, in families' faces when they go to one of these book tours. But it's not just that, it's also helping teachers figure out what they should be teaching in the science of reading. Since all these teachers get all sorts of different curriculum all the time, and they don't sometimes know what to do. So we have invested in something called Reading Universe to make sure teachers at 11 o'clock at night can figure out how to help a dyslexic kid the next day. Number 2, the wraparound services, how to deal with loneliness. Also how to deal with and fight the social media companies who are fixated on addicting our kids to devices. Number 3, and this is the one that I am most excited about, how do we make that joyful environment for kids in schools? How do we make kids want to be in school? This is why we're on this kick for experiential learning and hands-on learning, of which career tech ed is one of the major ways we've seen it. How do we make sure kids have that kind of experience in school so that they enjoy it and they love it and they want to be there and they work with each other and they apply knowledge? How do we create that kind of experience for every single child? And so what we've done this year is, between 2 sets of grants, we've given out to 100 locals with parent participation and others grants to try to do this work and to try to lift this work up. So 3 solutions: academically, social emotionally, and literacy, to really try to address these things.
And sorry, how many states did you say?
We're 100 locals, we're in about 25 states in those. And because we're trying to seed, there's places that do, Becky and I both go to great places. I was in Cleveland yesterday. There's a healthcare career tech program on a hospital campus. It's the first of its kind in the nation. It's amazing. Why can't we do that other places? We see great places. How come we can't seed and then sustain and scale? So our intentionality here is to try to take these solutions and to seed, sustain, and scale, but do it, as both Becky and I do, bottom up. So that's why we've given out about $2 million into these 100 places to try to seed this work.
And I'd love to talk more about career tech ed and what that looks like in practice. I can't be the only one who's not familiar with it. Certainly wasn't available when I was going through public education. But what does that look like? Who is it available for? How young could you offer something like that?
Oh, well, first of all, I'm going to tie back to something that Randy said earlier. Career and technical education is like the poster child for experiential learning, right? Exactly. So it's hands-on. We're inviting, they intentionally, we of course have certified teachers in the schools, but we intentionally invite in those partners. And then we don't just do that. We actually partner with them to either place students in apprenticeships while they're in high school, which is, I know, which is amazing. So they actually start that journey while they're in high school. And then we get the students who have gone through to come back and help the other students. And the other thing about the best career and technical education programs is they don't track the children. They don't track the students. Because we have a lot of students who go into our career and technical high schools and schools where they decide they want to go on to college. And so they offer all of those college prep courses so that if they make that decision, even though they are learning a trade, that they have that opportunity to do that as well.
And so look, spoiler alert, I was an AP Gov teacher in a career tech ed school in Brooklyn. And that should debunk every myth. 94% of kids in career tech ed graduate from high school on time, and 70% go to college. That's compared to, if you look at high school graduates around, just writ large, 60% of them don't go to college. So what if we created these kind of opportunities where kids could have what Becky just said? It's not just the trades, it's advanced manufacturing, it's healthcare, it's culinary, it's cybersecurity, and lots of kids, it's transportation, and lots of kids then go to college regardless. We're just creating opportunities for kids if we start in high school and do this work. And it is a whole of government approach, but let's be real, when I was teaching, we had to fight like hell, can I say hell in this audience, to keep our program at Clara Barton High School. We had to fight to keep it. So we're gonna have to rebuild them. And we have to rebuild them so that kids have lots of choices. But I'm gonna say one more thing, which is in the AI world. We have to do application of knowledge. And hands-on learning is a way of doing that. Relational learning. So what career tech ed does is it gives kids the practical skills that they need for life.
Yes.
Just like science did. You, as an 8th grade science teacher, that's what lab work does. So that's why we should be giving these opportunities to all kids.
Thank you for that. And I'm so glad you brought up AI, because I think there's obviously a huge debate now about its role in schools, whether students will suddenly stop writing their own papers and use ChatGPT, whether teachers will ban it or not. I'd love to know examples you've seen with AI and how it can help children not just improve academically, but with the mental health, the social emotional intelligence that we know AI can help with too.
So, you know, I'm often in conversations where people are saying, oh, AI is scary and it's this. And, you know, it is a little scary that the last dress you bought is right up in front of you when you're like, wait a minute. But the reality is, it's just like the internet and television and computers and all of that. That technology, and it's only growing exponentially now, of course. For us, and Randy and I, AFT and NEA, are actually working together on this, not only through our international union, Education International. So countries are coming together, we're sharing knowledge and information. Some are ahead of us, some are not. So we're sharing that as well. And both of us are putting together groups to do a deeper dive to make sure that we are centering the voice of educators. And that's what I would start with. That when we're making decisions about the role of AI in schools, educators should be at the center of that conversation, which is true of everything. That conversation. The other thing is that we want to make sure that as a union we play a role in a large role in the professional development of our educators. So as this technology evolves, that we're making sure that educators are prepared for it and they are teaching each other. As I visit schools around the country, I hear them talking excitedly about how they are using AI in their classrooms, and it's really pretty cool to see what they're doing with it. What they share with me, and I share this too, is a couple of concerns, two in particular. One, of course, which is always a concern, is equity. Equity around and access, the algorithms that are being used and who's developing them, and are people of color prominently behind that technology, as well as access, which we always know the inequities that are built into our systems that don't allow that access. And then lastly, of course, privacy. That's a huge issue for our kids. And we want to make sure that we're addressing that. But we want to be leading in making sure that this technology, which is here right now and will grow into the future, that educators are the ones that are driving what happens in our classrooms and for our kids.
We could talk about AI forever. We're running out of time, but I'd love to know just from both of you if folks in the audience want to get involved. Should they be running for school board? Should they be attending meetings? What's the best way for people here to actually get involved in this recovery effort and sort of the innovation that we're seeing happen every day?
The most important way is 90% of kids in America still go to public schools. Public schools, whether you have kids or whether you are grandmoms like we are and have grandkids, they're the center of communities and they're the center of democracy. So ways that are centered in public schools or in helping children are the best ways to get involved. So school board, yes, but all sorts of other ways of just getting involved on the local level. We need you.
Lift up your voice. Lift up educators. Thank them. Make sure that you know they appreciate them. We're not just talking about the respect for them as the professionals they are. We're talking about professional pay. If we're going to solve, we don't have a shortage of educators in this country. We have a shortage of educational respect in this country. That's what we have a shortage of. Let's be clear about that. And there are ways, Randy shared a few, there are ways that you can be involved directly with the work that we are doing. We put together a collaborative group across the country that are working together, the way I described it, as a collaborative group on accelerated learning, because we know that our students have academic, social, and emotional gaps. And we're using the science of learning that talks very clearly about learning in a way where you have to connect the three. And that's how you excel. If you understand that, that's how you accelerate it. And you take our babies from where they are and make sure they are learning on grade level so they're not falling further behind. And we put teams in place across the country. And those teams, Lexi, include teachers, support staff, administrators, superintendents, parents, community members, and guess what? The students themselves to accelerate their learning.
Thank you
So
both.
join us.
Thank you both so much. I appreciate it. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Hi, I'm Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Throughout my time in office, my team and I have drawn inspiration and insight from the leading thinkers at CAP. The work they do helps enact meaningful, positive change in states across the nation. In Michigan, we have learned and benefited from their efforts. We've delivered record progress on education, reproductive health, infrastructure, climate, and civil rights. For decades, CAP has served as a hub for great ideas and helped us states embrace our role as laboratories of our democracy. Congratulations, CAP, on 20 years of progress.
Please welcome Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Washington Post columnist E.J. Dionne Jr.
Well, first, happy birthday, Cap. You have gotten through your teenage years, and everything gets easier. The 20s are awesome, so good luck to you all. It's a real honor to be here, and it's a real honor to be here with Governor Walz, whom I interviewed just last summer about what a lot of people are calling the Minnesota miracle. Let me just begin by asking the question, why is it called the Minnesota miracle? And I'll underline that question by saying, talking to a lot of folks up in Minnesota, when Democrats had control of both houses in the governorship the last time, which was some time ago, over a decade ago, they were kind of uneasy about doing too much. And then we can do more in the next election, and maybe we'd lose the next election if we did too much. The lesson was get it done. Talk about how that came about and how that why you decided to get basically all of it done in a remarkably short period of time.
Yeah, well, thank you, EJ, and thanks, Cap. Basically, because you don't know if you're going to have another opportunity at it. And if you truly believe in these ideas and you truly believe they're going to improve people's lives, why wait? Why wait to get them done? And I do believe, think about it, all of you, you're here for a reason. We have been conditioned that bad things happen quickly and good things take us decades. We've got to organize, we've got to stay at it, we've got to do all of this. There's a generation of young activists that they want it done yesterday. And as EJ said, the Minnesota miracle refers to the early 70s under Governor Wendell Anderson, that Minnesota made a decision that we were a cold agrarian state, northern Minnesota, beautiful, had all of this, but we had a lot of assets we weren't capitalizing on. The biggest one is the human capital. And we made the idea that we were predicating our funding for our schools based on property tax. It was creating the haves and have-nots. And they made a big, bold move, bipartisan at the time, hard to believe that we could do that. They made a move where the state invested, so it was about 70-30, state versus local, turned that thing on its head. Lo and behold, when you invest in schools and you get kids out there, you see better production and you had the economy take off. Per capita-wise, we're home to more Fortune 500 companies than any place else in the country. What we did this time, we said, look, the Minnesota miracle was that time. This time we're saying, it's not going to be a miracle. It takes hard work to go. And I think what the world saw in Minnesota, we rank at the top in so many categories until you disaggregate the data, and then we were leaving black folks behind. We were leaving indigenous folks behind. So we came back at it and said, this time the Minnesota miracle is going to mean everybody's included. Doing a child tax credit to lower, making sure we're the lowest child poverty in the country, investing in healthcare, investing in some of those things. So that's where it came from. But the belief on this is nobody wants to move incrementally right now. And again, we had a one-vote Senate majority. The Republicans accused me of never listening to them. You never listen, you never learn from them. Yes, I have. I learned that a one-vote majority, what you call that, a majority, and you move, and you move, and you move. So
For those of you in the audience who actually want to see the full list, if I listed everything that got passed, we'd be here for another 20 years. MinnPost, a great local news outlet that I commend to you. It's a good sign of what people are doing to create local journalism. Listed just the whole thing in several paragraphs. What's really striking about the mix is that you did a bunch of things related to, if you will, the Democrats' social agenda, codifying abortion rights, restoration of voting rights for people when they're released from prison, and a series of other things like that. But you also did a lot of labor stuff, family medical leave, and some other stuff that helped unions. And you did a lot of basic governing stuff, huge investment in public works. And then there were things like the free breakfast in all of the schools. How did you, this is a kind of balance of ideas supported across a very large political coalition. Talk about how those different pieces fit together, both substantively and politically.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to what I said about leaving folks behind in the first Minnesota Miracle. The idea was we were going to reach across the spectrum. We were going to alleviate poverty. At the same time, we were going to make college affordable. At the same time, we were going to make sure we restored driver's licenses to folks who were undocumented, understanding that all of those pieces impacted people's lives very individually, but it also was this broader issue. Again, that's not just totally altruistic. We're a northern state that is seeing declining populations, but have the opportunity to say, look, you come here, we're going to respect your reproductive rights, we're going to respect who your children are for who they are. Oh, and by the way, we're going to make sure you get a good education, and we're going to invest in infrastructure, roads and bridges, broadband. And we looked at that of saying, the mantra and our mission statement that we're living by is we want Minnesota to be the best place in the country for a child to grow up and for a family to live. And our premise on that is if every single child gets the opportunity, whether they're indigenous on the White Earth Nation or they're living in Wayzata, does not matter. If we're predicating and doing the things that make sure every child's going to be healthy, have a healthy start, have a good education, we're going to see all of these other things accelerate. And so we approached it saying, we're not going to peel off one group. We're not going to pick one against another. We're not going to demonize this. We're going to come across and say all these things fit together. If you really want to get at the heart of some of these things, then start your child off right. And it comes to that premise. We can either buy school buses or prison buses. We'll choose the school buses. We'll choose the early side of things. We'll invest in those. And I think we've missed before we didn't have the whole package, because it's really interesting once you do these things. None of these things, as EJ put in his column, none of these things are extreme. Go out and ask people if they want paid family medical leave. And you know who else wants paid family medical leave? Small employers who don't have it. You know who already offers it? All those Fortune 500 companies. So who's going to complain back against this? And I just said make the case. Do you want to tell people that they shouldn't be able to have paid family medical leave when their child's born or they're going to chemotherapy or whatever? Because the research shows, and some of you from very progressive states, some of this like we did this before or whatever, many of these things were decades pent up. We couldn't even hold a hearing on gun rights. We couldn't on smart gun legislation. So we're not going to mess around this time. We're going to pass those things because they make a difference. So I think it's approaching it from what people want, what's popular, and again, making sure that we're not leaving anybody behind, because that has plagued Minnesota. We're top in educational achievement. We're top in healthcare outcomes. We're top in life expectancy, all those things, until you disaggregate it, and then it becomes horrific. In some of the cases for black Minnesotans, we're at the bottom. That's a horrific thing. I mean, it used to be, oh, God, we're Minnesotans. When it's a tough conversation, we like, oh, you want pie? And we just switch the conversation. Just switch it out of there. Now, we're not just patting ourselves on the back for admiring a problem. We said we better dig into this. Health disparities have to be addressed. So on every one of these, and EJ's right, the list is huge, and now I'm implementing them. Every single thing fit together in this. And I think, this is a new deal, but it's a new deal for 2023, where Minnesota doesn't look the same way it did back in the 30s, back in the 70s. So,
your Democrats are no different than Democrats elsewhere in the sense that it is a broad coalition party, and there are more moderate Democrats and more progressive Democrats in this legislature. One of the things that struck me when I looked into how you did this is a lot of these ideas, and this is, I think, very important for people who work at think tanks. A lot of these ideas had been worked out in advance before you got a majority. Can you talk about that process where there was a lot of pre-negotiation if you will, before you even knew what the outcome of the election was going to be.
Yes, and this is, again, we were noting backstage, today's the 21st anniversary of the death of Paul and Sheila Wellstone, and the Wellstone mantra of organizing what you're going to get. You can't wait, and we're seeing this in elections around the country, you can't wait and thinking you're going to have a unicorn candidate come along or the other guy's so bad you're going to win. What are you going to do? And then how are you going to put those into place? And so we were building these coalitions. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen immediately. But we were prepared to seize the moment. The minute that we got the trifecta, all of the things were in place, whether it was building and having Xcel Energy, our largest energy producer, LiUNA in the building trades, and Sierra Club ready to announce we're going to have the most aggressive decarbonization by 2040 in the nation, and we had a spectrum brought across everyone. We were able to roll that out. We were able to get instant wins. I'm telling you, we had young people that got engaged, wanted to see this happen. They've done this before. We get folks elected and nothing happens. Well, of course nothing happens. You have a bunch of knuckleheads in the House that make sure nothing happens. So when you get the chance, and I left the House after 12 years in 2018, it wasn't like I was a genius. I said all of the real decisions are going to come. That was a smart move. That it's all the real moves are going to come in the state. I did not anticipate Dobbs and all of those things, but the real smart things are going to happen in the states, and we are now at a position where states can make massive movements. And the interesting thing is, I'm a bit of an island of sanity around me, that Minnesotans had a super sense of urgency to be ready for this because Republicans in Wisconsin were ready when they've got it. And those of you not familiar, Wisconsin was the progressive. We battled back and forth with them as progressive upper Midwestern states. And we saw what Scott Walker and some of them did and how quickly they did it. Now, they did it by gerrymandering, make it harder to vote. We did it by providing the things people asked for: paid family and medical leave, childhood, free college, some of the things they wanted. Cannabis, don't underestimate it. People are happy, you know, and so we get it done. So, and again, that was a social justice issue that we were really serious on. All those things ready. So EJ's point on this was, and that I would encourage all of you, is to build the coalitions in preparation. And when I'm going out talking to people, I went to the Indiana Democratic Party, went to Nebraska, places that look very much like Minnesota. June of 2022, they were dancing on our graves that they were going to get the trifecta on the other side. In fact, I had cut a very fair deal with the Republicans. We had divided legislature. House was Democrat, Senate was Republican. I cut a very fair deal with them. They told me point blank, we're not going to take it because we're going to win it all and we have to do any of that. And I said, okay, we'll see. We'll see how that worked out. But they were that confident. It changed with the Dobbs decision and some of the work that we went from wondering what was going to happen if we'd fight, you know, rear guard, to being ready to pass all of these things. And I don't know, I think we're going to hold the majority or whatever, but I'll tell you, I'm building a firewall around them from a labor perspective. We're no longer talking about worried about we're going to become a right to work state. We have firewalled it up. It's illegal now to hold captive anti-union meetings and prevailing wages enshrined, all of those things to make it more difficult. That's what we need to be ready to do. And that's what I think we did right by going ahead of time. And we had a whiteboard that had all the things we wanted to do on it that we put up there. We won a couple of them and we checked them off, and it was interesting. Even people who were in this are like, this is a successful session. And I'm like, what in the heck? We've got like oh, these are amazing. We got 2040, we got paid family and medical leave. That was just the tip of the iceberg. By the time it was done, every single thing on that whiteboard was checked off. That's what people were expecting us to do. That's what changed it. The excitement out there. We're going to win Minnesota, just by the way, because people are like, oh, these are good policies. We can continue to win. So.
You realize the governor just gave Fox News his story, Democrat gut state high, so they'd vote Democratic. That's the title. I think that's what I heard you say there. I'm so glad you brought up the Wellstone anniversary. How many people here knew or ever worked with Paul Wellstone? He was an extraordinary, and he wasn't just an extraordinary progressive, he was an extraordinary person. I told the governor, I was talking to him once, and he was a professor at Carleton College, and a lot of his students worked for him on his campaigns, and he said, my students have been great. He said, especially the ones I gave A's to. And then he smiled sheepishly and said, I was a really easy grader. But the Wellstone organ, there is a kind of Wellstone way that's organized around, and you alluded to it, and I'd like you to talk about that a bit, and some of your folks, Jamie Long in the legislature talked to me about this, where you need politicians who are going to support ideas. You need the good ideas, which again is where think tanks and others academics and people on the ground come in. And then you need organizing both at election time, but also once you're in office to get support for the votes. Can you talk about these mechanisms and how this might be applied at a national level?
Yeah, for some of you, I'm a high school teacher, a public school teacher, and this gives me an opportunity, and a state champion football coach. Don't close the yearbook, keep it open, and a soldier, and did this. I never imagined being this. I was 42 years old, came back after a deployment in 03 and 04 with my Guard unit, very unhappy. Remember the days when I didn't think George Bush could get any worse? Now I'm like, oh, George Bush is so nice compared to what we're seeing. That came back, but I didn't know. I never went to a meeting. I didn't know. I voted and I had my ideas, but I was living my life. My wife was pregnant. We had a 4-year-old or whatever, and I'm like, how do you do this? The Wellstone folks, and what happened was there was an organizing, Wellstone Action, and there's things you could go to. You could be an organizer, a fundraiser, you could be a candidate, and you go to it, and you go there, and you write your stump speech, and you stand up and say, I'm Tim Walz, and I'm running for Congress, you know. A district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. No one told me that, you know, and I didn't know that you're doing it, but it was organizing, and they said, and about, first of all, finding your authentic, you know, voice where you're trying to go. But for me, it wasn't that different than military or, you know, I don't want to cliche it with like building teams or whatever. The common goals that we built out and build those things out and invest in. In Minnesota, if you don't know about it, we're the DFL party, the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. But the one thing that sets it apart is our state party is still the most powerful operation. And what that did was it allowed a school teacher who didn't know a whole lot of people, had no money outside of that. There were already units inside of these communities. So I could go to Rochester, where the Mayo Clinic is, and they could introduce me to physicians and things like that we'd get to know. So I said the Wellstone thing about organizing it done, that's the nuts and bolts of this. My wife and I say this, we believe hope is the most powerful word in the universe. We named our daughter that. And my wife says, but it's not a damn plan. You can't just hope you're going to win the election. You can't just hope you're going to get paid family medical leave. You can't just hope that your neighbors aren't going to be total, you know, ridiculous and vote for, you know, somebody who's going to take their own rights away. You have to plan for it. And I think in Minnesota, collectively, with the thinkers who were there, with the IEs that were there, with the political operation that was there, it builds across, and we saw this in Minnesota, it lifted all boats. It lifted all boats politically, and then we got results because we were ready to implement. We needed folks that told us how to do this. This stuff's hard. Implementation is hard, and I'm finding that out. It's especially hard with cannabis. If anybody knows this business, call Minnesota. We'll need some help or whatever, so.
Democrats don't always think first about faith-based groups, but faith-based groups, faith-based social justice groups were actually important piece of what got some of this through. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, there's a group in Minnesota called Isaiah. They've been around, they've been arguing around that, and it is multi-faith. It is our Muslim community, our Christian community, our Jewish community, and a lot of our indigenous folks. And that faith-based group was out there doing a lot of the legwork and a lot of the messaging around why paid family medical leave is a foundational principle to healthy families, why it allows families to be able to do the things they want to do. And I said this, from elected officials, you certainly don't need me to give a sermon, but you should expect me to live one. And I think us delivering on some of these issues, us bringing folks in, us building a multifaceted, multi-denominational with the faith-based groups. And these were folks that by having those connections in those groups, we also utilized it in the real lives of people that, to be clear, this equity issue we have in Minnesota, one of the things, us in California, Minnesota and California, during COVID, made a very conscious effort when vaccines were very scarce, that we were going to get them communities that were most negatively impacted by that. That meant getting them to the black community in Minnesota, just quite honestly, because of the terrible outcomes and the disparities we're seeing in healthcare disparities. And we used the churches that were the validators that were there. They were ready to do it. Some of the historic resistance to these, you know, broad vaccination programs, that worked. And I'm proud to say this, in Minnesota, we had some of the lowest death rates across the spectrum, racially, economically, and we were one of those states that we said at the end was one of the 10 states with the lowest death rates in that. That was because of this work in practicality, not just to, again, you don't win elections to bank political capital. You win elections to burn it to improve lives, and those things were ready ahead of time to do that, and it made a difference.
A lot of Democrats are puzzled at the difficulty the administration is having getting voters to respond to the initiatives passed by the last Congress. And they've run a big campaign around Bidenomics, and there's a whole lot of stuff that's happened as a result of Bidenomics. His numbers are still kind of stuck. I know you're a Biden supporter, so I suppose I could ask it, what are they doing wrong? But maybe I'll ask it the other way, which is, what ought they do? And how does that sort of compare to what you are trying to do in Minnesota with all this stuff you passed?
First of all, they have delivered. And I think you who look at the data, or data people, this administration has been incredibly productive in getting things out through the IIJA, through the CHIPS Act, and different ways. I would say from a Minnesota perspective, this is a problem that we have. Two things in this. Here's Minnesotans. It's a beautiful day out. If you told me that, I would respond, yeah, but it's supposed to snow Sunday, because that's just the nature of where we are. Also, the Minnesota Lutheran thing is, if you do a good deed and talk about it, it doesn't count. I think we as progressives, you can't.
So Democrats are Lutherans.
Yeah, well, maybe. But I think there's a tendency for progressives. You see a problem, you solve it, you move on to the next thing. You see a problem, you solve it, you move on to the next thing. Every generation has to refight these, and we forget that people don't know. It's critically important. I don't think it's cheesy or whatever. Obama did this during the Recovery Act. Every single road project was done, had that big sign brought to you by, President Obama, Vice President Biden, and the Recovery Act or whatever. We're doing that in Minnesota, making very clear. And lo and behold, especially on the infrastructure stuff, massive. This dwarfs the Eisenhower interstate highway system, what's happening in Minnesota across there. I'm going to these ribbon cuttings, and guess who's showing up? Folks who voted against the bill, folks who didn't do that, and I use that as an opportunity to, I'm not above being petty. Shame the hell out of them. What are you doing here? You didn't vote for this. And making the case to people. Tell them we did this. Here's what I think. I think Joe Biden has done this work. He knows what it is. He solves things. He moves on. You don't see him, standing up and crowing. He wakes up in the morning and does the work. The rest of us are going to have to tell the story. Because, look, this is not an election about somebody's age. This is an election about the strength and I would argue, the life of the democracy. Everybody, they wish he was younger. I wish I was skinnier. I wish DeSantis wishes he was more likable. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So with that being the case, we've got an effective president surrounded by good people, with folks who are implementing those things in the state. Get out there and say it and tell the story, because there's a responsibility for us not to buy into that. Because if you're all data people, I would be the first to tell you, if I didn't think they were delivering, I would criticize them. I was one of the people that thought we should have done the Employee Free Choice Act when we got the trifecta in 2008. I thought it would have made a big difference. We didn't do it. We didn't do it, so we move on with what we have.
Could you talk a bit about Trump voters in Minnesota and how they've responded to this? We think of Minnesota as a very democratic state because it was the only state, God bless them, that voted for Walter Mondale back in 1984.
What was wrong with the rest of you?
And Hillary Clinton only carried about 2,000 votes.
Yeah.
What parts of your agenda do you talk about when you go to the parts of the state that voted for Trump?
Yeah, the parts of the state where my family lives. I graduated with 22 kids in my class. 12 were cousins. I know. I got a brother that lives in Florida. Enough said. You know how this works. It's going to them and talking about the things that impact their lives, telling them about this, showing that road project's there, telling them that, look, this whole thing, it's a giveaway or whatever. Well, kids are using the free meals, and that we can show you the data that every dollar we invest in early childhood education returns $12 back. Be data-driven, go to them, and appeal to the emotions of just basic decency. I fall into that camp that I think human beings want to do right by one another. They have challenged my thinking for the last 7 years, but it's still there. And I think, don't be afraid to go out there, talk about this. I get it. The privilege of being a white guy who coached football and was in the Army, I can walk into the VFW in rural areas and talk to them about it, but we can do that everywhere. Again, we wouldn't be here advocating for these policies if they didn't work. And I don't fight with the Republicans because they're Republicans. I fight because they're wrong. And that's a big difference. And I think we take it to them.
Thank you. Our time is up, but I talked to Governor Walz a while back, and I still love the line that there's nothing extreme about feeding kids. And I think that formulation is worth thinking about across an awful lot of other decent things that need to happen in our country. And it's really fun to look at a state that actually did a lot of stuff. So thank you very, very much. A real joy.
Thank you, EJ.
Thank you. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. That was awesome.
Fun to do this.
He's great.
He's incredible.
You're
Thanks for
amazing.
inviting me.
Can we talk a little bit about John Podesta? All right, can we? So, you know, there's so much to say about John and all that he's meant to the progress of American life. I could go on and on about how his mentorship and friendship has been transformational for me personally. We all love John Podesta. But you know, there are two people who I think have known him longer than most in this room, and who could say precisely how important he's been and how personally moved they've been by his sacrifices and the investments that he's made in this ecosystem. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
John, we're very proud to join everyone gathered at the Center for American Progress's IDEA Conference to celebrate your extraordinary leadership and many contributions to our country.
Oh, John, for decades, you have been one of America's most brilliant political minds, and most importantly, you used your remarkable gifts to advance policies that help so many people and keep us moving forward. From environmental stewardship and clean energy to equitable economic growth, you've been at the forefront of so many of the issues that matter the most.
We'll always be grateful for your friendship and your counsel through so many stages of our lives. And of course, we'll always be grateful for all you've contributed to America's discourse by founding CAP. And I am eternally grateful for the fabulous job you did in the White House, from working as Secretary of the Cabinet to being Chief of Staff.
You have been around, my friend, and for the last 20 years, CAP, which you founded, has improved the lives of countless Americans by driving actions around a bold, progressive agenda. So on this anniversary, we want to thank you, John. We also want to thank Mary, because she's been there right from the beginning, and everyone who continues to be involved with CAP for your tireless work on behalf of the values that we all share.
And thanks, too, for sharing my love of jazz. You made the White House much more interesting. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor, and congratulations to CAP on reaching this important milestone. We hope all of you have a memorable, productive event.
And just keep working. We've got a lot still to do.
Wow, what a meaningful message from President Clinton and Secretary Clinton. Keep doing that.
Friend and my hero, John Podesta. There would be no CAP without his vision, his tenacity, and the enduring relationships he's forged over the years. And as we're about to hear from a few more of the people who know him best, these relationships are at the heart of his remarkable contribution to the American political landscape. Thank you.
I heard about this interesting guy named John Podesta, who was supposed to be the smartest guy in Washington, D.C.
He was an incredibly instinctual leader.
He's one of the most important figures in Democratic politics in the last 40 years.
And I remember being a little intimidated because here was a former chief of staff to Bill Clinton, and I was like in his presence. But he was nothing if not just gracious and kind.
You know, for me, John is kind of like, you know, Cher and Farrah. You know, I don't remember a time when there wasn't John in my life.
Anyone in Washington knows that Skippy is what John Podesta says is his alter ego. May also just be John Podesta, but when he gets particularly hot, particularly impatient, he becomes Skippy.
Of course, he's also famous for his cooking.
The man has skills.
John is probably the best cook I know.
The perfect metaphor for John Podesta is the marathon runner.
You know, John was chief of staff in the White House, which is basically an extreme sport. It fits him perfectly.
Everyone's to this day, everyone always says, well, we need a podesta. Yeah, a podesta is like its own position in politics.
He is such a figure, he's such a staple to Washington that his policy knowledge, his facility with communications, and his strategic brain, and the combination of all of those three are known far and wide.
He was somebody we admired. There was somebody who pissed us off sometimes. But he was so important. I learned so many things that I do today from him.
And what I learned from John was, if you believe in it enough and you've thought deeply enough about it, you can advocate for it and you can make it happen.
To be clear about your principles, be determined about your values and your goals.
He taught me to stand in my truth and my power.
And then you do not back down. You don't leave people behind. You have an obligation to each other, you have an obligation to the people you work for, and you have an obligation to the people who work for you.
I remember John would come in, I'd write something that was 10 pages long for the board or something, and he'd come in and he'd throw it down on the table and say, what were you thinking on page 8 there? Really? And I had to come to understand what that meant. Pages 1 through 7, he really liked.
There is no more important mentor to me than John Podesta.
Someone who has actively been in my corner and been vocal about that in rooms that I haven't even been in, and in ways that I probably wouldn't know, but for someone else telling me about that.
John is really good about getting to know the people who work for him. I appreciated that, you know? He didn't have to ask, he didn't have to know these things, but he wanted to.
That's who John Podesta is to me, and that is why I love myself some John Podesta. He is a good man and a good friend.
Will John ever retire?
The words John Podesta retire is a laughable concept. It ain't happening.
No. John, stop. That's hysterical. That's funny.
John retired.
John Podesta will never retire.
And then I think because John is animated to do what he does, not because he's not one to be in the spotlight or to want to see his name in bold print. He does what he does because he cares genuinely about our democracy and about progressivism and about getting it right.
Please welcome John Podesta.
Thank you. Please, thank you. If that video wasn't enough, the reception is even more. The only thing I'm really sorry about is that I invited my wife, Mary, who's sitting up in the front, to see those answers to the question, will he ever retire? She's shaking her head knowingly. Well, 20 years is a long time. I remember when people questioned whether the Center for American Progress would last past one presidential election cycle. But after 20 years, it's a good time to reflect on CAP's amazing journey. And not just on how far CAP has come, but on how far the progressive movement has come. Back when Sarah Rosenwartel, who you just heard, and I were going through about 100 drafts of a prospectus for a novel kind of think tank, we were just a group of like-minded people who were interested in not just changing the conversation, but changing the country. And here we are today at this amazing gathering that exemplifies CAP's ability to bring together the best minds to develop policies around the multitude of intertwined issues that shape our lives, and then comes the hard part, to go out and see those policies put into practice. We've been hearing not only from CAP's own incredible staff, past and present, but from elected officials and thought leaders nationwide, from economists and union leaders, from artists and activists. That's CAP's reach and its talent pool. From the exceptional staff and alumni to the countless allies at partner organizations around the country, talent is CAP's superpower. CAP's team and its allies are fighting for labor rights, for racial justice, for affordable health care, for accessible college tuition, safeguarding security, safeguarding our democracy, equal rights for all, and of course, fighting for a livable planet. They're dreamers and visionaries with a grounding in evidence-based analysis that makes the politically impossible not just possible, but inevitable. I like to think that this place was designed to last, and part of that design was to have great leadership on the board and in the front office. There are, of course, too many people to mention, but I'd like to mention two. My successor as CEO, Neera Tanden, who took CAP to new heights, and now Patrick Gaspard, whose passion, whose skill, whose commitment continue to inspire all of us. More than ever, this country needs the passionate, dedicated people of the entire CAP network to keep thinking, to keep pushing, to keep coming together, to implement solutions that put equity and justice at the heart of policymaking, and as a result, in meaningful, tangible progress for the American people. You honor me with the award that's about to be given, but it's a greater honor to know that that award recipient, Lorella Praeli, will be on the front lines doing a much better job than I ever did or could do to build a just society. Thank you, and enjoy CAP's 20th birthday.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Dates, president of the Sandler Foundation and a CAP board member. I have the great pleasure of presenting the first John D. Podesta Progressive Champion Award, which will be bestowed annually at CAP Ideas. Awardees will be proven leaders who are well on their way to national prominence, individuals who share John's innovative thinking, his dedication to public service, his commitment to progressive values, and his fearless determination to make ours a country where everyone can thrive. Our inaugural awardee is, to put it simply, a phenomenon. She grew up in Connecticut, unaware that she was undocumented until she was filling out financial aid paperwork for college, and so was born an activist. She mobilized other undocumented students in Connecticut and later became the Director of Advocacy and Policy at United We Dream. She ran the campaign to implement DACA and fought for the protection of 4 million undocumented Americans through DAPA. She went on to serve as Hillary Clinton's National Latino Voting Director, directing a strategy that won almost 80% of the Latino vote nationwide in 2016. Later, as Deputy National Political Director at the ACLU, she worked to defend and expand the rights of immigrants and refugees in communities nationwide. And she built and co-chaired the most recent national campaign for citizenship in 2021. Just as John designed CAP to take a holistic approach to problem solving, our awardee focuses on intersectionality in her strategic thinking and advocacy. She works across issues from housing to childcare to economic recovery, always emphasizing that a just society can only exist if everyone has a voice in decisions that impact their lives. She leads by fostering unity and rejecting divisiveness, building power on the ground, and deploying innovative strategies from the local to the federal level. An award named for John Podesta comes with dauntingly high expectations. I know that our recipient will not only meet those expectations, but surpass them. Unfortunately, COVID is keeping her from joining us today in person, but we're so pleased that she could share remarks with us virtually. Please help me to congratulate the co-president of Community Change, Lorella Praeli.
Thank you, Steve. I'm so sorry I can't be with you today in person. I first want to congratulate CAP on your 20th anniversary and to celebrate your role in shaping and advancing progressive policy and politics over the past 2 decades. It is such an honor to receive an award named for John Podesta, a true institution of progressive politics and a man I'm proud to call my friend. John has invested in the leadership of people all across the progressive and labor movements, myself included. He's also built essential infrastructure to advance progressive power and help shape a future where all people can thrive. I draw particular inspiration from John for this aspect of his life's work. We need visionary, creative, and strategic organizations. Co-leading community change for the past 4 years with my co-conspirator, Dorian Warren, has only deepened my commitment to movement infrastructure. 17 years ago, my mother first said to me, "No tenemos papeles." We don't have papers. In that moment, I was terrified. It would be a few more years before I could muster the courage to stand before a mic and declare, "My name is Lorella Praeli. I am undocumented and unafraid." I came of age in the immigrant youth movement, and I developed my leadership and my politics in the course of building power with and for immigrant communities. At the time, we talked about our struggles as if they were unique, as if no one else could know the fears or the shame that we faced every day as undocumented people in this country. We know now, however, that we were not unique. Our challenges were real, but we were not alone in our struggle for recognition, belonging, and freedom in this country. Immigrants cannot win alone. Indeed, no single group can. We must build common cause together as progressives and as Americans. I say we must build common cause together, not because it's a strategic imperative, even though it is. I say we must build common cause because we're fighting for an America that has not yet been realized, for the project of small d democratic governance, for a democracy that includes us all and that works to ensure that all of our communities can live in dignity with the rights and freedoms that we deserve. The immigration debate is and has always been a debate over who belongs. And the debate over who belongs is the subtext of every other debate in our country, whose history is taught in our schools, whose labor is fairly compensated, whose voting rights are protected and whose are diluted, who is criminalized in our streets and who's not, who can pay for rent and childcare and who cannot. That said, I would like to offer you a proposition that we cannot win if we don't win on immigration. And by win on immigration, I don't mean citizenship alone. The politics of immigration today are testing our very young, very fragile, multiracial democracy. Indeed, the right has successfully exploited immigration to energize its base, to seize power at all levels of government, and to advance an authoritarian white nationalist agenda. Meanwhile, climate and conflict-fueled migration has increased dramatically, making clear that we need more legal pathways to this country, in addition to expanding asylum. Today, cities across the country are struggling to absorb new arrivals without succumbing to toxic and racially charged politics. As progressives, we face a choice point. We can debate on the terms that the right has said, continuously trying to out-enforce an enforcement-only policy agenda, and to shrink our conception of who belongs, who has rights, who thrives. Or we can articulate and embrace a vision for the future that is welcoming, and ambitiously inclusive, one that rights past wrongs and aspires to realize the highest potential of the American democratic experiment. Obviously, I will fight for the second option, and in the spirit of John's leadership, that is the unfinished work that I propose to you all today. Thank you again.
Please enjoy a brief break. For those watching online, stay tuned for exclusive content. Our stage program will resume in 10 minutes with speakers including Howard University Law School professor Sherilyn Ifill and Senator Raphael Warnock.
Hi there, thanks so much for tuning in to this exclusive special interview. I am Colin Seeberger, Senior Advisor for Communications with CAP. I'm thrilled to be joined by my colleague, our distinguished senior fellow, former Congressman Andy Levin.
Hey,
Thank
Colin.
you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure and my honor to be here. What a huge occasion.
Thank you.
20 years of CAP. It's just
20
astounding.
years of CAP. I'm really excited. We've talked a lot today about the power of the labor movement, the strength of the labor market right now. We are seeing all of that manifest itself, particularly in your home state right now, as the UAW started last month, went on strike against the big three U.S. automakers, Ford, GM, Stellantis. Can you talk about where those negotiations stand right now? Why are they important, and what are those workers fighting for?
Absolutely, and based in my home state, but expanded just today to Texas, and it's really a national
It's
event.
my home state.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, so there's two huge things happening in the labor movement right now, and the UAW strike represents one of them. You've got workers in well-established bargaining relationships really making up huge ground for the working class of this country. The most underreported story of the summer was the huge win for the 340,000 Teamsters who work at UPS, who got major gains in wages, getting rid of second tiers, in their quality of life. MLK Day for everybody, no forced overtime for everybody.
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning in all new trucks and improvements in ventilation in all trucks and so forth, so on and so forth. And then the writers making huge gains. And now the UAW is fighting for really all working people in this country. Even if they settled today with the improvements they made from the last offer of the three companies before the strike till their most recent offers, it would be huge gains. But they're fighting on because what's happened in this country is working class jobs have ceased to be middle class jobs. And we cannot be a just society. We can't tackle racism and sexism in the workplace unless these jobs are lifted up. And the UAW workers are leading the way. Sean Fain is very, out there fighting for the whole working class. And this is a big, big moment. But let me just mention the second thing, because it's super, super, super important. And an organization like CAP is so crucial in telling this story. At the same time, workers at Starbucks and Trader Joe's and Amazon and REI and other places are voting in large numbers to unionize, and yet not one of them is close to having a first contract, much less huge improvements, because American labor law is so broken. So going forward, the next 20 years, and not very many of them, we have to pass the PRO Act or real labor law reform so that workers who can form unions to get in the game. For example, the PRO Act has binding arbitration for first contracts. Within about 7 months, you would have a first contract. An absolute huge sea change for the working people of this country.
No doubt. And, really that just really crystallizes for folks at home. The United States is really an outlier in its labor laws relative to, other developed countries in the world. And so I think you're exactly right. One other thing that I definitely want to make sure to touch on, because you are from Michigan.
Yes.
Your state has been on the front lines of defending democracy from attacks like we haven't seen in some time. your state has been really intentional about taking proactive steps to fortify democracy, strengthen it. Can you talk about what some of those reforms are and how they've been a success?
I mean, I'm so proud of Michigan. And by the way, if you haven't read Cap's report on the Michigan success story, there's a really good one that Cap did. So,
there you go.
Okay, 2018, Colin, we passed Promote the Vote, same-day registration, automatic registration, no excuse absentee voting, and we passed Voters Not Politicians, getting rid of partisan gerrymandering. And then in 2022, we passed more Promote the Vote, improved yet, to, for example, have early voting and drop boxes and so forth. But let's just take the 2018 improvements, and let's focus on youth voting. Michigan led the nation by a mile in the increase in youth participation that's 18 to 29-year-olds.
Wow.
From 2018 to 2022, youth voter registration increased 40% in Michigan. 37% of those people voted in Michigan in 2022, #1 in the nation. And, that's good. It may be good for Democrats, but it's really good for democracy. To have more young people participating in democracy, having their voices heard. And so Michigan has really increased the health of our democracy amidst these horrible attacks that we see from the MAGA universe.
Yeah, and I know the same, not just young voters, but I saw in that study you mentioned, black Michiganders too were a direct beneficiary of these programs, bringing them into the fold.
Yes.
One other question that I had for you is the news of the afternoon. The House Republican Conference.
Let me guess, Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson,
our new speaker.
You're a former member of Congress, so
yes.
I have to ask.
I served with him. Yep.
You served with Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson.
Yes.
MAGA Mike. What do we need to know? Did you work with him? Did you?
Yeah,
do you think he's going to be good for progress? What do you need to? What do people at home need to know?
He is an extremist. He's a flat-out extremist. He's nicer, and there's a whole culture. There really is a culture of of faith. People of faith in all of Congress, but in the these the evangelical Christians, and I think he was able to sort of bridge. They were just exhausted from their infighting.
Yeah.
But in any event. The idea that this guy is a moderate or wants to govern effectively, there's really no evidence, I'm sorry to say, really, Colin.
He was the chair of the Republican Study Committee, which was authored the blueprint to gut Social Security and Medicare.
Gut them.
Yes.
Gut them, cut benefits. He's been a huge leader on preventing people who can have babies from having reproductive freedom. He was a big architect of the plan to overturn the 2020 election through the lawsuit. So he is very, 10 years ago he would have been seen as way out there fringe. Now, unfortunately, they're sprouting by the dozens in this right-wing House.
He reflects exactly where the House seems to be, and that is taken over by the MAGA movement.
That's right. And so I still fear for the functioning of our government with these kind of extremists. And certainly, we made a lot of progress in the 117th Congress. And if people want to see that continue, we're going to have to elect more Democrats in both the House and the Senate and to go along with the re-elected President Biden.
I am curious, you're from Michigan.
Yes.
Michigan has actually been on the front lines of benefiting from a lot of these economic investments that the Biden administration has overseen over the last few years. Can you talk a little bit about how Michigan is better positioned because of them? How is it changing the face of the state? I'd be curious to get your kind of first perspective on them.
We did a lot of work in the 117th Congress, just, once President Biden was elected, both bipartisan and when we had to, just without any help from Republicans at all. So the huge coronavirus rescue plan that gave $1,400 to people, that expanded unemployment. This kept the economy afloat. Way better, frankly, than we did in our last Democratic administration, where we didn't have a big enough rescue plan from the Great Recession, and the recession lasted a long time. We passed two big pieces of sort of bipartisan legislation, the CHIPS and Science Act and the the Infrastructure Jobs Act, and then Democrats alone passed the Inflation Reduction Act. But you know, it's helping not just Michigan. Rural areas across this country are getting broadband. Roads and bridges and sewers are being fixed. These are great jobs, mostly union jobs that are being created. And of course, the IRA was the biggest effort to fight, really the first, sadly, big piece of legislation to fight climate change in the United States. So the problem is that Democrats haven't done a great job of talking about this. It's complicated. It takes a while for some of these jobs to, you know, come into play. So we have to do a better job. We have to do a much better job of talking about these.
Thank you so much, Congressman Levin.
Thanks, Colin.
Please tune in to our main stage programming that's beginning right now.
Speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting
CAP is a force for justice.
On the front lines of preserving democracy.
They are essentially a repository of great ideas.
People that are literally changing the world. CAP has been such an amazing partner, leader, helper.
Advocate for so much of the work I'm involved in the Senate.
The partner for everyone in fighting for progress.
For housing and education and healthcare.
A strong partner for mayors across the country.
We need CAP, and every single working family of America needs CAP.
Caregivers need CAP.
LGBTQ plus families need CAP.
What an amazing contribution CAP has made.
The greatest legislative session in the Senate's history since the New Deal and the Great Society wouldn't have passed without CAP.
But also, the skills are pretty even because you've stolen from me a lot of my very best legislative assistants and attorneys on my staff.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, CAP, on 20 years of progress.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for your indispensable leadership.
I love you, and always keep up the fight.
Happy birthday, CAP.
Please welcome Howard University Law School Professor Sherilyn Ifill and once again, CAP President and CEO Patrick Gaspard.
Well, Sherilyn, welcome to the Ideas Conference.
Thank you.
You know, I have to make a confession here. Sherilyn is such a phenomenal justice lioness and apparently has great selfie skills as well. I've always had this kind of fantasy that at some point when Sherilyn was no longer in court litigating cases for the Legal Defense Fund, that I would just kind of rock up to her porch and we'd have an opportunity to have a conversation about all the great challenges in the world, the opportunities, and the leadership moment. So I've had this dream that you and I would have this moment of relaxation, Sherilyn, but unfortunately, the world is on fire, yes. And this is not your porch, and we don't get to just chill with some sweet tea and have that conversation.
We can dream, we can dream.
We can dream, but it's time for some real talk. It's a challenging moment, and I keep trying to understand how we arrived at this moment, Sherilyn. There's something that I saw you pull up as a quote recently in a talk that you gave. You referenced the dissenting opinion from the justices in the Dobbs case, and those dissenters quoted this extraordinary thing that Thurgood Marshall said, which I hope we're going to put up on screen here. Justice Marshall said, "Power, not reason, is the currency of this new court's decision-making." And those who dissented in Dobbs quoted that statement that Thurgood Marshall made some decades ago. But it's extraordinary for me to be at this point in the 21st century and to see other Supreme Court justices leveling that kind of a charge against the majority. It's an extraordinary thing. We've moved away, it seems, from the Lincoln-esque framework of, by, and for, and we're in this other kind of zero-sum moment right now. And given that you are an exceptional scholar of the trajectory of the Constitution, I wonder if you'd give us your sense of how on earth we got here.
Thank you so much, Patrick, and I'm really thrilled to be part of this gathering. It's a brilliant idea. I'm strongly of the belief that in this very challenging time, this is really important when we come together and try to talk and learn together, see each other, recognize that we're not alone, and encourage ourselves for the work. The most important thing to remember about the Thurgood Marshall quote, it's not up, so I'll just say it again, power, not reason, is the currency of this new court's decision-making, is that that was the opening line of Thurgood Marshall's final dissent before he stepped down from the Supreme Court. So he was at the complete end of his tenure and felt the need to say the truth. He had now been laboring under the Rehnquist court. He had seen the Rehnquist court turning back the clock on civil rights, on criminal justice protections. And that particular case was a criminal justice case involving the death penalty and sentencing. And he saw the muscle that the conservatives on the court under Justice Rehnquist were exercising as they worked headlong towards issues that they had long believed in. And so his statement was, I see what you're doing. Let's not pretend that this is all about reasoned decision-making, stare decisis, schools of interpretation. This is about power. And I think you're right that for Thurgood Marshall, who was well into his 80s when when he stepped down from the bench, I should know that, but was quite elderly and not well, to have at the end of his tenure on the bench to have said that is one thing, but it's another thing for the women on the court in dissent in Dobbs, who are not at the end of their tenure on the court. Certainly Justice Brown Jackson is not, to be saying that. I mean, that tells us something pretty frightening and ominous, right? They're at the beginning or the middle, and they're saying power, not reason, is the currency of this new court's decision-making. And so it's important that they did it, and it's important to bring it up, because it's very important for us to understand, as you're alluding to with your question, that there's been a long arc that has brought us to this point, and that arc did not begin with Trump. It did not begin with George W. Bush. I certainly think Reagan was a watershed moment, for sure. But it began a long time ago, and it is the result of unaddressed weaknesses in our democratic infrastructure, issues that we have not wanted to face and grapple with that are corrosive to our democracy, and kind of the fraying of an understanding of how our democracy should work and the places where power, different kinds of power, should sit.
There are so many threads to pull on inside of that, Sherilyn. I wonder, I'm gonna go out of order with the questions that I wanted to ask you, because I remember being in, just as we pull back the lens on this question of democracy, its trajectory, the illiberalism that we've experienced the last several years in the US, I remember being in a conversation with you in Budapest, Hungary. Mm-hmm. You and I were there to try to instill a sense in the Roma movement in Europe of what was happening with the nascent new civil rights movement in America. they had this notion that somehow we were building from strength to strength and in our progress, and they were looking at us as like the shining kind of beacon and city on the hill, and they were trying to get some lessons from us in that moment. And when you and I were sitting in Hungary then, Viktor Orban was perceived differently in the world, right? We didn't have that kind of Orban, Trump, Bolsonaro act. It was just a different moment, right? So as you think about the epiphany that those women had on the Supreme Court in this moment, they got to live with those justices for a long time that they're saying this thing about. And you think about the broader moment in the U.S., and you think about places like Hungary and Brazil and places that I know you have traveled in sub-Saharan Africa, et cetera. There's something that's not unique to the U.S. that's taking place now. And I wonder from your perspective as a civil rights litigator, constitutional scholar, what you're seeing, what you think it means. And then we can go back and talk about some other things.
I'm glad you said it because it's one of the things that makes this moment so incredibly challenging. And I have been saying it for years, Patrick. I've been saying we are in a global authoritarian moment. And that means that solving the problem one place doesn't mean the problem is solved, right? So we're in a moment where there is this attraction to authoritarians. A number of them have come to the forefront and to rise. And we're in a moment, unlike prior generations, in which the internet has allowed connections between those who would follow authoritarians across countries very easily, right? And we saw it happening with Brazil, and we see it happening with Hungary and places in Europe. And so that connection is happening. And I think this is incredibly dangerous and challenging in this moment. And it's one of the reasons why what happens in the US is so powerful and so important. It's not because the US is the be-all and end-all, but because it's such a powerful and important symbol, because it carries so much weight and power, because its economic footprint is so powerful, that what we do here stands to unlock what is happening abroad. And so I'm always amused by people telling me what country they're going to go to if Trump is elected again. And I always say, and you think it's not coming? You know, you think that if the US falls, if the US ceases to be even an unhealthy democracy, that you think the island that you live on is somehow going to be unaffected? It's not going to happen. And so that is one of the things I believe so strongly. We don't owe it just to ourselves to protect democracy. We owe it to the world. We don't have the right. We don't have the right to decide that, you know, well, I'll just be able to tolerate it, I'll be okay. Because what we do is going to affect the rest of the world in incredibly important ways. And we owe it. We have to take on that responsibility. You don't get the benefits of being the most powerful country in the world. You have your little blue passport. You have all your little things that you feel good about, and then decide that you don't have any responsibilities globally that go along with it. We do have responsibilities. And so, you know, when we cast our ballots, when we organize, when we fight for policy, when we craft legislation, when we try to hold to our democratic values and principles, even when sometimes it means we don't like the outcome of what happens, we're doing that for ourselves, but we're also doing that because we have the responsibility, particularly in this moment, when all it takes is to flip a switch, to have so many different countries take that step towards authoritarianism.
You've always been my superhero, Sherilyn, but now I appreciate that you have a little bit of Spider-Man with you. With great power comes great responsibility. So Sherilyn, let's talk about how we future-proof our government from the encroachment of an overreaching court. You have written considerably, spoken out a lot about Loper Bright versus Raimondo, and of course the SEC case that has deep and broad implications for the application of Medicare benefits and so many other things that are happening in our society. We're seeing increasingly this movement that is well-funded, deeply well-funded, to aggregate power away from Congress away from the executive, away from legislatures towards overreaching conservative courts. Can you give us a sense of the implications of those cases and how you think we kind of future-proof our government from that encroachment?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the first thing to understand, takes us back to Marshall's quote, is that there's an agenda. You know, there are a set of issues that have been, been part of the playbook, the Bible, the template for ultra-right conservatives. We know what some of those civil rights matters are. We know affirmative action was one. We know abortion was one. But this idea of regulation is also another one. Because regulation is frowned upon by those who wish to be able to conduct business in ways that would free them from the obligations to do certain kinds of things, like maybe say, make sure that your child's toy doesn't have pieces that can come off and that they can swallow, right? Or making sure that a drug is safe before it is approved and shows up in the pharmacy. The regulatory infrastructure of the federal government is, largely a modern phenomenon. It is a post-Depression phenomenon. It is a New Deal phenomenon, but it's an important one because as our world became more complicated and as more businesses were engaged in more activities, it became critical to have some means of ensuring that we weren't constantly being sold snake oil, right? Theoretically. And so regulation is part of every part of our lives, right? I'm sure that there are regulations that govern the cleanliness of the food service here and the strength of this stage and the strength of those tables and how they were manufactured and how they were delivered here and so on and so forth. And so much so that we breathe it like air. But the good thing about being a little bit older is that you and I were kids when, for example, there was still lead in gasoline. And remember when you made the switch, your car would knock if you didn't get the right gas? Yeah. And I was even a kid when there was no seatbelt law. And because we had a big family, we liked that. You know, you'd pile everybody in the car, and just as many as you could fit in, you could fit in.
Middle seat kid.
Well, I mean, we didn't even have like seats. Like, I mean, I remember being a little kid, and my seat was on the floor behind the driver, you know? So when the seatbelt law came out, by then many of my older siblings had moved away. 10 children in my family. But my dad was outraged. You know, he thought it was discrimination. He didn't want to do it. I don't want to be strapped to my seat. By then he was able to get a Cadillac, and he was ruining the look. And car manufacturers as well said this is ruining the design of our vehicles, and they vehemently opposed it. And of course, we had all of the data about highway deaths and people not wearing seatbelts, and ultimately the seatbelt law passed. And my father was like, I'm not doing it anyway. After he got pulled over a few times and had to pay the tickets, then it became, most of us get in the car and it's like the most, you probably can't even imagine a world in which you didn't get in and do this, right? So the people who don't like regulation are the same people who resisted the car seat belt and getting lead out of gasoline, which is largely attributed with having the biggest effect on pollution in the 1970s. So there are a couple cases in the Supreme Court now that raise a question about the power of agencies to make decisions. The Supreme Court decided some time ago in a case that you'll hear described as the Chevron case, that where a statute is ambiguous, the court should defer to the agency's expertise, right? It's like there's a reason I'm not at the SEC or the EPA because I don't have any expertise in either of those things. But agencies hire and develop people who then have an expertise in the particular area, so that when they are reviewing what are the food safety requirements, or what are the requirements for your vehicle, or what are the requirements for your table, or in the case of Loper, what are the requirements for commercial fisheries, right? They will make then decisions about what that regulatory infrastructure looks like. But what we are increasingly seeing in the Supreme Court, including a quite interesting switch from Justice Thomas, who was a true believer in the Chevron deference doctrine, which is that you should defer to the expertise of agencies when there's ambiguity in the statute, now has become a Chevron hater, which he believes interferes with the judicial function and the right of the judiciary to say what the law is. And so this commercial fisheries case that I mentioned came to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court could have just taken the case to decide the question in the commercial fisheries case, which is whether or not when inspectors come out, the fisheries have to actually pay for the inspection and so forth. They could have done that. But no, the Supreme Court decided to take the question of Chevron itself. That is, whether or not this deference to agencies is in fact constitutional.
A very strategic and intentional court we have
And
here.
we have seen that, and that's why I say it's important to understand the agenda. We have seen the effort. We saw it with Dobbs, the shenanigans with Dobbs, right? Where it was like, let's wait, let's not take this, then Amy Coney Barrett is a justice, and then it's like, okay, now let's add that question. This is exactly what Justice Marshall meant. We see you hurting towards the outcome that you have been waiting for. And so this idea that justices are just calling balls and strikes, right? Or as Clarence Thomas said, when I became a judge, I just stripped down like a runner. This idea of passivity is what Marshall was calling out, that was a myth. And we're seeing it even more powerfully now, and even more, a little bit more brutally than the court was presenting it then, because they've almost become, at least in my view, some of the conservatives on the court have become almost reckless and heady with the power. And you see it in the pugnacious language. You see it in the liberties that they're willing to take. You see it in the weakness of the analysis, right? In the weakness of the decision-making itself. Some of it is terrible and laughable. You see it in the, stare decisis on, stare decisis off. Like we can just, decide when we want things. I mean, you're seeing it in that is a sign of recklessness. That is a sign that, so what? You can't do anything to me. We have the power. And I think that's incredibly alarming.
You've been phenomenal at calling this out and calling some of us to coalition tables on strategic litigation, the organizing that we have to do on it, the legislative efforts that we should take on. I really had intended at this point to pivot to questions about voting rights and gerrymandering because you're so passionate about those and so expert in them. But it's impossible given that you put Clarence Thomas on this stage. I was trying not to go there, but you put him on this stage, and because you did, I have to note, Sherilyn, that you were, of course, on the President's Blue Ribbon Commission on the reform of the Supreme Court. And there is so much to reform in the Supreme Court. It seems as if every other day we're reading some new story in the Washington Post or the Times about some ethical violation, something that calls into question the decisions that they're making because of the sense of a conflict of interest that may exist out there. So you served on this panel. It felt as if 10,000 recommendations were made. I'm not altogether clear whether or not we have advanced on gaining momentum for any of those recommendations. I wonder if you can tell our audience here, our audience online, what you think precisely needs to happen to kind of move this cloud and this pall over this court.
Well, I think this is a process, Patrick. I have long believed that the Supreme Court needs reform. I spent 20 years writing about judges and judging, and especially about judicial impartiality and the importance of diversity on the bench. So, had I not been, litigating and leading LDF, this was kind of the thing I was interested in, at least in my scholarship. And I will say that this has been a long time coming. It is hard to change institutions as deeply entrenched as the Supreme Court, and we want to be careful that we don't do damage to the entire infrastructure of our democracy. One of the reasons I was willing to serve on that commission was because I believed it was a necessary step. People were saying, well, you all should have recommended that there be additions to the Supreme Court. That wasn't going to happen, and that's fine, right? Because all of these things are steps. And if you will note, I was writing about ethics on the Supreme Court 20 and 25 years ago. And now we're having this very explicit, open, robust conversation to the point that the justices themselves understand, at least some of them do, that they have to create an ethics code, right? So it is happening. You know, you're seeing the mainstreaming of the idea of term limits on the court. You're seeing the mainstreaming of the idea of adding justices to the court. So I feel quite satisfied with the pace of how this is going because it is inevitable. It will happen, and it should happen. There was a time that we didn't elect our senators directly. Like every new age has to look again at the democracy and its infrastructures, determine what things are working, what things are not, see where there are holes. Our whole ethics infrastructure with the Supreme Court was created on the presumption that people wouldn't do certain kinds of things. That if you were required to make financial disclosures, you would in fact make financial disclosures. That you would do what other federal judges do, that you would understand that you couldn't accept lavish trips from people, that you would understand that you had to report certain kinds of things.
These are all radical notions there, Shirley.
I mean, these are things that lawyers know, right? Many of us are on boards. The first thing you do when you get on a board is they send you a conflict of interest questionnaire. And you have to answer all these questions about things that may be conflicts. That's just to serve on a board, on a nonprofit board, right. No less, right? So all of us are these are not some bizarre concepts. These are things that anyone who's achieved some measure of success in the world are familiar with. So the presumption was that the justices at the highest level of our legal system would do these things. We don't have a system that takes account of justices who might not. In the same way that our system of the presidency presumed that we would have a president who had ethics, who had morals, who was willing to respect norms, who would not put family members in positions of power, would not, put foreign dignitaries up at his hotel, would not take gifts without reporting them, would not take classified materials down to his home in Florida and keep them and move boxes around and flood the room. And we don't have an infrastructure for that. So the time we are in now is the time when we must recognize that it's time to close all those holes. And so the next iteration is about, for each aspect of our government, same with Congress, where we have some problems as well, figuring out what the holes are, figuring out what the changes need to be to, as you described it, future-proof our democracy to become a better democracy and a healthy democracy.
Wow, you got so much in there. That was quite impressive. I think, come on, please. So, I'm glad you raised the notion of the mainstreaming of the argument around term limits in the Supreme Court. I will not ask you what your position is on that, but there are some interesting ways that could work with the sequencing of term limits, making certain that each president only has a set number of appointments per presidential term. It's an interrogation that we intend to take up in a very fulsome way at CAP. And look forward to being able to have you in the conversation. But I'd be remiss if I had you on this stage and didn't talk about that thing that you were just getting at, which is the structural gaps that we have in our democracy. If you think about things like the Electoral College, the structure of the Senate, things like the filibuster, which has a particularly pernicious history for African Americans in particular. I wonder if you think about that architecture and what it might mean to unpack that architecture in a way that does advantage one person, one vote in this country. How would you think about that?
I'm so excited because I feel like it is being exposed. It's like, I started out as a voting rights lawyer at LDF in 1988. People weren't talking about voter suppression, voting rights, gerrymandering in the way that they are now. I think many people thought it was something of the past. I think black people knew it was not. Certainly black people in the South, the clients that I represented, knew that it was not something of the past. And so there's a part of me that hates the fact that voter suppression is so rampant, but there's a part of me that also loves the fact people understand that it exists, that it is real, and that it's corroding our democracy. So we have this opportunity now to see these things. I mean, the one Senator Hold, Tommy Tuberville, being able to hold up all these promotions to various military positions, the filibuster, Joe Manchin saying, you know what, sure we eliminated child poverty, but I'm just worried that those families might use that money for drugs. So no, I will not vote to extend the child tax credit. And we will plunge millions of children back into poverty, a problem we had actually solved with a very minimal monthly stipend to families that had children. So there are structures. We can talk about the substance of those proposals, or we can talk about the structure that allows one person to hold that kind of power that has the effect over millions of people. If you think about Southern senators who filibustered anti-lynching legislation for years, and what that meant, how many people suffered, how many people were tortured, how many people were killed, because they had the power, even though they represented a small number of people, to hold up legislation that would have pulled the federal government into protecting black people in the South who were subject to this form of racial terror. So there are consequences to these structural imbalances and inequities, but now they are being so exposed that this is the time we should be making our list and checking it twice, and we should be going through it one by one. We should be bringing the best minds around the table to begin to think through how would we restructure this, and to think of all the unintended consequences to change, and how do we protect against those unintended consequences. What are the things we need to do for the presidency? What are the things we need to do for Congress? What are the things we need to change the Supreme Court? What are the things we need to deal with the connection between the state system and the federal system? How do we protect people in Alabama? We can't just keep talking about wonderful things that we can do in Michigan and New York and California and New Jersey. At some point, you have to deal with Alabama and you have to deal with Mississippi, or you're not dealing with America. So this is our moment, I think, to take account of those things when people can see them, and to be in the solutions business. And not, this is my greatest fear, Patrick, and I'll end with this, is that okay, my greatest fear is that Trump gets elected again. But let's suppose, but I don't think he will. And so my greatest fear is that we have an election next year in which Trump is not elected, and an authoritarian is not elected, because it may not be Trump, but that people will feel like, maybe in this room, like back like it was. Back like it was when we had Bill and Hillary and John Podesta. No, I'm not longing for those days. I was still a civil rights lawyer then, and I still had a lot of work, so apparently things were not perfect. Amen. So my greatest fear is that we are under ambitious, and that we don't use this period in which so much has been exposed to actually really work to strengthen our democracy, and instead we allow ourselves to rest on a nostalgia that still left so many people out, but gave us the feeling that we were a much more healthy democracy than we in fact were.
We will not allow that fear to come to ground. You told us to get the smartest people around the table. We got the smartest person around this table. Thank you for that clarion call, Sherilyn Ifill. Woo!
Please welcome Stanford University visiting scholar Tom Perriello, AI Impact Lab founder Taryn Steinbricker-Kaufman, CAP Distinguished Senior Fellow Dr. Alondra Nelson, and CAP VP of Technology Policy Adam Connor.
Thank you. Thrilled to be here today for the last panel of the day. My name is Adam Connor, and I've had the pleasure of founding and leading the CAP technology policy team for the last few years. Earlier this year, Patrick Gaspard gathered some of us from CAP and really pushed us to focus on AI. Patrick saw the immense potential and the challenges that were going to affect every sector of our economy and our society, and every team at the Center for American Progress. And he really wanted CAP to be at the forefront of addressing these issues, both the challenges and the opportunities, and the way that CAP really does best. How can we make sure that AI is safe and effective and non-discriminatory, and that we take advantage of all of its potential? And so CAP really tackled this challenge in the way that I think only CAP can. We brought on board Dr. Nelson as a distinguished senior fellow as she left the White House after being the acting head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. We convened our allies across the spectrum, including the AFL-CIO and the Leadership Conference, to discuss big issues around progressive ideals and AI. We talked to companies like Microsoft and Google and Amazon that are at the forefront of this innovation about where our policy agreements and disagreements may be, so we can better understand this landscape. And we're creating new policy ideas at this forefront. CAP was one of the first places to call for an artificial intelligence executive order from the president, and we expect that to be unveiled next week, a monumental step forward in addressing some of these challenges. So today we're thrilled to have this fantastic panel to talk about AI today here at the Ideas Conference. As you can tell by the vest that I'm wearing, I started my career in the technology sector. So you can imagine that working on AI isn't necessarily something I'm surprised to find myself doing many years later. But for our panelists, I think we have an incredible lineup of people with experience, but people who didn't necessarily start their careers thinking about AI, but now have really found themselves at this moment focusing on this issue. And so we're going to dive into that and some of the really interesting challenges that we're tackling today. So starting on my left with Dr. Alondra Nelson. She's an award-winning academic, pioneering researcher, former head of the Social Science Research Council, acting head of the Office of Scientific Technology Policy. You know, you didn't start your career focused on AI, but it is, I think, fair to say, become a large percentage of your work today. You know, how did you find yourself so, you know, what was the moment where you realized that this was something that really needed to be focused on, both for the administration and yourself, you know, as you think about this moment in time?
Well, thanks you all for being here. I'm really looking forward to this important conversation. I mean, I've always worked on science and technology and political issues, so and really took them to be very important for political life, for social life, and increasingly in infrastructure for all that we do in life. And so there was that piece of it. Also the case that a lot of my scholarship was in kind of big data, so genetics data in particular. And one of the challenges after the Human Genome Project is sort of, what do you do with all this data? How do you harness it? How do you wrangle it? And AI becomes one of the tools, among many others, for how we sort of attempt to take advantage of having these big caches of data. And then I think more recently, I had, as a researcher, been writing a book about the Obama administration and about technology policy in the Obama administration, and had really been tracking some of the big projects that they did there, including starting to write about a kind of values-based approach to first big data, and then by the time you get to 2016, there's an Obama administration white paper that I think John Podesta, founder of CAP, is involved in, on AI and civil rights and opportunities, and making it sort of drive advance opportunities for people. So I think there was sort of a cluster of things that sort of led to me thinking about this issue, and it is, as you said in your introduction, a potential technological change that affects literally every facet of society. So I couldn't imagine a more important technology issue to be working on, or a more important policy issue, actually.
Tom, you've been an elected official, a diplomat, a funder, and now you were kind of focusing. Go on. Former head of CAP Action, but now you've really turned your focus solely to AI. I understand you've relocated recently to Silicon Valley. Why this moment and this focus for you now?
I did. I traded in the vest for the jacket at the airport. It's required. I have, since I was much younger, decided every couple of years I would look at where I think I can make the most difference in the world, where I can contribute. And for most of the last 15 years or so, that's been through policy and politics, because it feels like social change at scale, where you can affect millions, tens of millions of lives. And I think for the first time in my life, there's something that is much bigger than any of that. And I think the potential of AI and related technologies, including brain mapping and other things, this is, people talk about whether this is more like fire or the printing press, and I think this is more like Copernicus taking the Earth out of the center of the universe, or Darwin saying we're descended from apes. This is a combination of we are going to have capacities that no human generation has ever had. We are going to have challenges to what it means to be human, what our sense of purpose is, at a time of many other disruptions that are going on. And as I think about the change at that scale, and I've been putting myself over the last few years in sort of tech-heavy environments and political-heavy environments, the techno-futurists have a very clear sense of the world they want to create. And their utopias are more terrifying than their dystopias. They talk openly about eugenics, about galactic exploration and mining, and these are not, thrown off things. They're rational extensions of the vision they see. And when I meet with progressives, and when I reflect myself, I am entirely negative. I see all the ways this could lead to Armageddon, and there are many ways that it could lead to much greater racism, concentration of power, and inequality. And here we are, progressives, talking about progress. Would we want to be at the moment of Copernicus or Darwin and be the one saying no? We kind of want to still be at the center of the universe. So right now there's this great asymmetry where I think one set is defining the North Star that we're headed to, and I don't think they always have humanist, in fact, I frequently think they do not have humanist values or justice, equality, and democracy at heart. And meanwhile, those of us that care deeply about these issues find ourselves very much in a posture of no. So quite possibly the most defining moment, I think, actually in human existence. I buy the hype in terms of the scale and the pace of this change. We are putting ourselves in a place of, at best, slowing down the trajectory to a place that we don't want to get to. And we need to find somehow, despite the very, very rational reasons which I share to believe this is not going to end well, to somehow find in us the courage to define an aspirational vision of the world we want to create and figure out what is it that's going to get us there, including policy. But I think it goes beyond that to much deeper questions of our common humanity. And that's what I feel is the moment we face.
Taryn, you've been an organizer and a campaigner. You've been a tech investor, venture capitalist. You know, as you were leaving that last position and headed into this new world, thinking about AI and how to apply it, you know, what made you think this was the thing to focus on next?
Yeah, AI is power, and I think that it is the most. I've spent my career at the intersection of technology and politics, technology and social change, and I've never seen a technology nearly as powerful as this one. Thanks. Is this working now? Okay, great. I've spent my career at the intersection of technology and politics, and I've never seen a technology as powerful and as like all-encompassing as this one promises to be. And technology is power, or sorry, AI is power. And what I want to do is make sure we use that power for good. It's not inherently an evil power. It's not inherently a bad power. I think AI can do many amazing things for many, many people. You look at issues like accessibility for people with disabilities. You look at issues like language, being able to communicate across languages. I mean, these are really powerful things to be able to do. And we need to make sure that progressives have a vision for how to use that power for good and not, as Tom said, just be an inherently negative posture.
So 3 people at the pinnacle of their careers thinking about AI full-time. You know, Dr. Nelson, in the Biden-Harris administration, you led the administration's work on AI. You were the principal author of the AI blueprint, the White House blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which I think really centers the idea of safe and effective and non-discriminatory systems being essential. And it seems like since you left the White House, AI is taking up even more of your time and attention. Why do you think this moment is so important for us to seize and to think about AI? And are there maybe more points of agreement between people than we might think?
So a couple of things. I mean, one, you know, part of what the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights tries to do is in part to have an affirmative vision, right? That we should have, what does it look like to use new technologies, new powerful technologies, dual use technologies that have great potential, but that are already demonstrably causing harm in American society and other societies. What does it mean to use those in a way that is equitable, that advances people's rights, that preserves their rights? I mean, I think that is the foundational kind of democratic, proactive vision, right? That's not about particular use cases, but about what we think technologies, what we expect technologies sort of to do in our world and in our lives. And so I think, you know, I do hope there is building consensus. I was yesterday at, Majority Leader Schumer had the second of his AI Insight forums, and my statement about that conversation was that I think there's growing, increasing agreement across the sort of much of the ideological spectrum about the need for kind of foundational privacy, the need that for systems to be safe and effective, that you shouldn't just, companies shouldn't just release them out and without ensuring that they're safe and actually that they work. That people shouldn't have their data just sort of predated and sort of stolen, that we should advance with AI in a way that empowers workers, augments their work, and doesn't sort of cast people out of work. So I think that's, to Tom's point, a proactive vision, and I think that there's a lot we disagree upon, but I think that this tool should be used for the public benefit and the public good and to enhance life is one that I think quite a few people agree on.
Absolutely. Taryn, we talked a little bit yesterday when we were planning this panel about the challenges of incentivizing the private sector to maybe tackle issues that are really pertinent but maybe harder to profit on. And I know certainly as a former investor and somebody who's thought about this, can you talk a little bit to this audience about how you think we might address some of those challenges to make sure we're driving towards some of the positive applications and the incentives we might create to get there?
Yeah, so there are a lot of problems in society that the profit motive incentivizes people to try to solve. And there are a lot of problems that it doesn't. I mean, I could name a bunch. There's social isolation, there's addiction, there's environmental sustainability and conservation, right? We all know that these are problems that we're not sufficiently incentivized in society at large for people to solve on their own. And AI has potential applications to all of those realms. Whatever issue you work on, I bet 90% chance that if we sit down for 30 minutes and talk about it, we'll come up with some ideas about how this new wave of generative AI tools could potentially transform that field. And we need to be incentivizing, creating the space, the resources for people to be investing in those kinds of solutions as well. So let me give you an example, surveillance, right? Everybody's worried about AI and surveillance. You should be worried about AI and surveillance when it comes to people. But what about AI and surveilling insects? Like, we have a major problem with insect populations falling all over the world. We don't know why. Scientists don't know why. We don't even really understand what's happening with the bees still, despite a lot of effort. We could be using AI surveillance tools to surveil insects and try and figure out what's going on. You can get literally millions of hours of video footage, and instead of having to have humans watch it and code it, you can have AI watch it and code it. And I don't know what we'll find, but I bet we'll find something pretty interesting. Similarly with something like education, the potential, I think, for personalized education tools that can help people who aren't fluent in English, who need job reskilling, who are just trying to learn to read as a kindergarten or first grader. These tools, I think the AI can massively change the way that we learn as human beings and really level the playing field in education potentially. But are we incentivizing that? Is there enough resources going to there? So one idea for how to do this would be a government prize system. Come up with 5 big social problems that AI could help solve that aren't incentivized in the private sector, and create an investment, a pool of prizes for people who help solve these problems. And one thing I want to say is I think it's important we do that early. We can't wait 5 years and do it then, because also this is a technology that is the basic infrastructure of the technology is still in flux. It is still being developed, and the pathways are not inevitable. Like when the internet was built, there were a lot of small decisions that felt small at the time, or potentially felt small at the time, that shaped the entire structure of the internet as we know it today. And those kinds of decisions are being made now. And I want those decisions to be made not just by people whose job it is to kill people, and whose job it is to manipulate people into buying things they don't need. I want those decisions about the architecture of AI to be being made by people who are trying to solve big social problems, because that's the AI that we're going to have in the future, is the one we build now.
Absolutely. Tom, AI foundation models, really some of the more advanced versions today, and that what we expect are really kind of unique for being general use, right? That technology might transform across sectors in society. And so as you immerse yourself in Silicon Valley, as you talk to people, how might we rethink tech policy in this? Is there some sort of, campaign or coalition that we should be bringing together for stakeholders and advocates to really, kind of build out in the vision that, you kind of began your remarks with?
So I guess picking up a little on what Taryn said, I think particularly in this room, it might be useful to not think of it as tech policy, but think about whatever policy you're working on right now, and then imagining how you could reimagine that given the capacities we're going to have. So if you're working on democracy, what is it that we can imagine about how democracy functions that no previous generation would have dared to imagine? If you're thinking about structural racism and overt racism, what are the tools that will exist or already exist? When you're talking about models that can run more iterations in a minute than in all of human history before, using all human knowledge and data that has ever existed before, you're essentially talking about human evolution, but human evolution happening on a scale that our social structures and political structures don't normally adjust to. And I think one of the exciting things about AI is AI actually makes tech knowledge less relevant, not more relevant, because it's doing so much of the tech work for you. So if I can say one thing, and I've certainly tried to live by this in the last couple of years, feel like you have permission to move into conversations about AI if you are a sociologist, if you're an anthropologist or a historian, if you work on economic policy, if you work on democracy policy. The decisions that are being made right now are actually deeply political and normative and sociological decisions being masked as technological decisions. And you often see a huge division between the C-suite in tech companies and the programmers, where the C-suite will tell you a whole bunch of things are inevitable or have to happen that are in fact business decisions and profit decisions. In some cases, I would argue they're borderline theological decisions by the techno-futurists, being masked as scientific or engineering decisions. And when you talk to the engineers, they're excited to help solve a different set of problems. They're like, no, we don't have to do X, Y, and Z. If you tell us to start thinking about A, B, and C, we'd love to start thinking about A, B, and C. So whatever policy or whatever problem you have been thinking about, I think it's a question of what are these tools. And again, I am the first to say it is much easier to see how they're going to be used for evil. I think that is the default assumption of where things are headed. But I think we will be more successful in defeating that by defining a better alternative and driving to it than by simply trying to call out and feed into the fear that often feeds into inevitability. And the last thing I'll say on this is, while it is true that it's easy to think about how things could get worse, we also have to remember that the status quo isn't that great. There is an enormous amount of human suffering on the planet right now. We have dealt with structural bias of racism and sexism. We have more people in refugee populations than at any point in human history. We have enslaved humans on the planet. We have diseases. We have climate change. It shouldn't be hard to imagine a better world that we could create than the one that many people around the world have to live with every day, and the biases that people have to live with every day. So I think as we think about tech policy, we then basically are disempowering the very demos that needs to be part of this conversation, because if you don't hear, I am a tech person and I am a tech policy person, you're like, I don't belong in that conversation. We need to understand that this is actually needs to be a demos-driven conversation and how we think about the world we want to shape, because right now there's neither democratic accountability, there's not even capitalistic accountability in the current system, because what looks like a consumer isn't the real consumer, right? We're not the consumers, we're the product. And the time lag of the billions of dollars that are being spent means that by the time we're choosing between like the red product or the green product, it's already been decided for us, rather than whether it's a completely different thing that would have been driven by an actual free market and competition. So I think as we think about this, yes, there's some very tech-specific things, but I think we need to think about this back to what is the country we're trying to create, community we're trying to create, and world we're trying to create, and how do all of these things, of which technology is a more powerful tool than humans have ever had and a more dispersed power than has ever had, how do we use that to create that world that we want to believe could still exist?
So I'm going to jump in here because I want to make a couple of distinctions. I mean, there's a fundamental difference between surveilling ants and surveilling people. And I think as we think about the concentric circle, so I think to the extent that we can use artificial intelligence tools and systems to automate science, like that, you know, to do better science, to do better conservation, to understand the natural world better, to fight climate change, that is excellent. But as that concentric circle gets closer to people, and when you're talking about workers, we must take care. And it is actually unacceptable, the status quo, which to Tom's point is bad. You know, there are things that are challenging all over, but AI tools and systems have been demonstrated already to exacerbate challenges that we already face. And we can hold those two things together. So, you know, we can hold together that we want to have a proactive, affirmative vision of what these tools can do, including the fact that they can drive and advance some of our most important democratic and progressive values. But it is also the case that they are exacerbating challenges that we already face, right? So the status quo is worse than the status quo. It's not sustainable. And so I think we need a policy and a politics that is not just no to everything and is not just negative, but that appreciates that an 8th-month, pregnant mother in Detroit was arrested and detained with using facial recognition technology in Detroit that does not work, and that these tools are disproportionately affecting communities of color. And it is still okay to have aspirations for this technology that are about a future that's better for all of us. And so I don't want to downplay, and I think in the necessary call particularly for folks on the left to really sort of understand ways in which technological development can help advance some of our goals. That doesn't have to come at the cost of downplaying very real harms that are existing for people.
Absolutely. Taryn?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Thank you for, sometimes I get caught on the remember the positive, but we also do need to remember the negative. And
it's not the negative, it's the real, right? I also don't want to put a value-laden thing on it. It's it is life. That happened to this woman in Detroit. It's not negative, it's the truth,
One other thing I'd just add on that is I think, many of us, when Trump and Trumpism was spiking, were saying if people tell you what they believe them in terms of the role of white supremacy and hatred and extremism. And I really encourage people to read what the techno-futurists are saying. It's not actually subtle what's being said if you look at the Andreessen memo last week or other things. This is not just a reality, but they're very open in articulating the future that they want, and I think it's one that is not a future shared by the vast majority of humans on this planet. So it is happening, and it is accelerating, and right now I think we are losing the battle dramatically on both the near-term policy and the long-term.
And I would just add, I think, in distinction to the social media era that I spent the kind of beginning of my career in, a distinction we see in the AI era is that Zuck and Eric Schmidt and others who were running these companies in the 2007, 2010 when I was there, they weren't also saying these technologies could end the world. And I think not that we overweight the existential harm, but the fact that the people building that are also saying that is something that we should take seriously too, because that is a fundamental difference, I think, than we saw in the previous eras. One of the things that's really striking about AI and the kind of potential for disruption here is, I think, while the internet has certainly kind of broadly disrupted all sorts of industries over the last 20 and 30 years, it feels particularly potentially acute when it comes to jobs and the kind of displacement we have. And we've seen guesses, right? Estimates on it could be very positive, it could be potentially negative. And I really want to drill in and get everyone's thoughts here on how you think, both how you as individuals think about this challenge and how we as a community of both activists and experts should be thinking about navigating this potential disruption, that kind of balance between potential fear and having to prepare, but also how we harness the benefit. And so would love to turn to each of you, maybe start with Taryn, to think about, just get some sense about how you're thinking about it in that sense.
Yeah, I think the most likely outcome is that there are significant waves of structural layoffs and unemployment and so on in industries. And I think that is a big problem. I think most economists say in the long run it'll all sort itself out and there'll be plenty of jobs, but that doesn't help people in the short run. And I think we need to bring all the policy solutions we have to bear on how do we incentivize companies to keep people employed? Is this the time when we want to, I think we really need to think big. Is this the time when we go from a 5-day work week to a 4-day work week? The 5-day work week was an invention. The 4-day work week can be an invention too. Is this the time when we need to figure out how to tax, AI is going to be doing the work that we think of as humans doing work. How do we tax that? Right now it's not taxed the same way that human employees are taxed. So I think this is a really, really big issue.
So, I think there are countless ways that AI takes us to either total human extinction or world war. And I actually think the job disruptions are one of the fastest. I think the fact that it doesn't meet the existential risk category of a lot of the West Coast thinkers shows how out of touch they are with reality and how actual politics works. When there's both the real and perceived disruption of jobs in democracies, the most natural thing is democratic decay and rise of ethno-nationalism or some sort of a organizing against another. In repressive societies, it's most often militarization against an internal or external other. And I think to the extent AI is many things, one of the things it is just automation on steroids. It's more than that, but that is one of the things. And we've actually been seeing a 50-plus year disruption of jobs. It's just accelerating. So if you look at sort of IBM and middle management in the 80s, you go through factory stuff, then you move forward. Now we're talking about something that's going to hit not one or two sectors in one or two regions of one country. It's going to hit every sector very rapidly across the entire globe. I think this is actually part of Xi's becoming more expansionist and militarist, is factories that were supposed to employ 100,000 people only require 10,000 workers. And then you get a housing crisis in the cities that were built to deal with those sorts of things. And that moves towards militarization very, very quickly. And you've obviously seen a rise of ethno-nationalism as you've seen this. There's also a human component of this beyond the question of whether people have a job, which is a sense of human purpose, which is why I think a lot of the UBI type solutions, while they may be a component of a solution, completely miss the reality on how actual human beings function. And this is why I think we need people who are not necessarily technologists in the room to be thinking about how does conflict occur, how does conflict get de-escalated, and the rest. The jobs crisis is massive, and I think we need to approach it from two directions. We need to approach it on the front end from the standpoint of mitigation, where we can through transitions, but we know from NAFTA and other things that that doesn't really work. And I think this comes to the question of the aspirational. What would we want a post-work society to look like if we did get to abundance? And I think this comes back to questions of human purpose, and I can circle back on some thoughts on this later. But of some of my thoughts, which frankly are not very good, but I think it speaks to the fact that if we're going to get through this, people need to not just feel like someone has their back right now, but there is a place that they are going to get to that they can imagine having purpose, having security, their family having security. And I think we are so far off on this. And I think people are much smarter than the average person than the chattering class on this. I think they've been feeling it for 10 years, 20 years as a process. It's just that process is accelerating dramatically right now in a way that I think policymakers have been slow to understand and certainly slow to have responses to.
So we agree with much that was said, which also offer that we get predictions and a sort of assumption that things are often sort of preordained, or that we actually know how this is going to play out, and it's just not the case. So we know, I think it was in 2016, a very important AI scientist offered that there would be no radiologists in 5 years. So we are supposed to be living in a world right now, if predictions are correct, where there's no radiologists, right? The fact is that there's still radiologists. We need radiologists. We have a shortage globally of radiologists. And it's been demonstrated that AI can sort of help, is a great partner and an augmenter for existing radiologists in the work, but doesn't fully supplant the work, because it's not just reading a script, it's all of the interpretive work of dealing with patients and images and the like. And so I think that we need to just think carefully about the proclamations and predictions that we put out, lest they become self-fulfilling prophecies that don't have to be the case. So I worry about that. I also think that we need to think about mitigation strategies, not only because we don't want people tossed out of work, but because work is not just labor. So to Tom's point about the existential, I think the thing that we need to worry about is the social fabric. Work is our identities, work are our communities, work are our jobs, or how we think about ourselves. I'm a longshoreman, I'm a nurse, and that's not just about the work. It's also about how you identify and cite yourself and place yourself in the world. And so that's not something necessarily that a UBI can fix. The social locations and social connection for people is going to have to still be a fundamental problem that needs to be solved, even if everyone gets enough income to pay their rent and eat their food. And so I think sort of part of our futures, we're thinking about an affirmative vision, needs to be about thinking about that. Like, how do you knit together a society, and societies all over the world that have traditionally been partly woven together by employment as a kind of social fabric. What are we going to do about that? And I think that's a question that we need to pose as well, more than just the actual sort of clocking in and clocking out of a job.
I think it's interesting that we saw original doomsday around AI about jobs, and then at some point it shifted to this far more existential conversation among some in Silicon Valley, but that doesn't take away from the potential crisis, and I think that work is more than just money. There are plenty of VCs who do not need to work, who could not imagine a world where they didn't go to work every day, because work is more than just about that. I know we're coming up on just a few more minutes, and so one of the things that we really wanted out of this discussion was to end with a couple of a high and a low, in the sense that what is something today, I'd love to hear from each of you, that you think should just be prohibited, right, from an AI system, that we've got enough data, we don't need to know the future, what should we just outlaw? And what is something we should all be focused on being optimistic about? Because I think what's really critical, if I've heard one thing here from each of you, is that we have to kind of hold that duality of these potential systems in line. So, I think whoever wants to go first, feel free.
I'll say I think we should ban lethal autonomous weapons. I think that should be a global treaty, and it should be a violation of human rights and a war crime. On the flip side, I think that one of the lowest hanging fruits that I'm most excited about is accessibility. These tools are going to be amazing for access for people with visual impairments. We've already seen even more science futuristic kinds of things with AI tools that are able to help people who can't speak be able to express their thoughts essentially by mind reading. It's pretty amazing. But those are just the tip of the iceberg. I think we're going to see really massive changes in access to jobs, to social spaces, to all kinds of things using these tools.
I think that I would say there has to be liability in this case very different than Section 230. If you are going to produce these things, this is not whether or not you believe 230 would have been was the right approach before, this is clearly something different. There is a creation here, there is a product here, and there's going to be an effort for everybody to pass the liability to someone else. And I think wherever that decision making is best seated, and I defer to Dr. Nelson and others on that, but probably at the LLM level or whatever that shift is, what should be prohibited is a world in which all this stuff gets to be created, escalated, and proliferated without any accountability whatsoever. And in many ways, I think it's what Silicon Valley opposes the most, even more than regulation or other things, because they both want to say, well, government's too stupid to do this, we're the only ones smart enough to do it. But then when you say, well, then that's where the liability should be, they're like, no, we can't have that, or we'll never cure cancer, and China will win. So really, nuanced arguments. So I think some version of that. I think on the hopeful front, one of the areas is this issue of personalized interactive learning, not just in the US, but globally. You have a lot of kids, again, in refugee camps in parts of the world where we know, yes, a human interactive teacher is best, but even in that situation, if you're in a public school, you're teaching to, say, 30 kids, you're teaching to a median kid, you're teaching maybe get them for 1 hour a day, maybe full day if it's a different kind of school, and the response of children to interactive learning is off the charts compared to some sort of broadly broadcast thing. Each kid learns a little bit differently, comes in with different knowledge levels. I think the question is, will the market naturally produce a product that is available to everyone? I don't think so. So again, with that aspiration, we can reverse engineer and say, what is it that is actually going to create that outcome? If we can define a good outcome, every kid anywhere in the world has that kind of interactive learning quality, again, with a human teacher too, but in addition to that, what gets us there? What sets of policies and investments gets us there?
Yeah, red lines. I mean, I think anything that violates people's rights, their opportunities, their access to sort of fully realize their potential in the world. I think I agree with Taryn. Autonomous weapons, automated weapons, I think should be certainly a red line. I also think things like persistent live surveillance of people and their lives, facial recognition, sort of persistent, happen constantly, should be a red line in a free society. I think, I agree with Tom. I think educational possibilities, I think, are one of the things I most hope for. I think the proactive vision for a progressive community needs to be to do that without violating the privacy of young people as a trade-off, particularly of vulnerable young people in refugee, communities and the like. you shouldn't have to trade off your privacy because you're more vulnerable or marginalized in the community to have access to these kinds of resources and tools. And then the proactive, I mean, I am really keen on, as a science and technology policy person, the potential applications for science and for healthcare. We have quite a long way to go from the cure cancer to what that actually looks like at a level of granularity and practice in people's lives. But I think that if we can scale the ability to have more equitable healthcare, that's a future worth moving towards.
Dr. Nelson, I may ask you, and then maybe everyone else in our final 2 minutes, you have told me repeatedly, and you wrote that in a column for CAP, that we need everyone at the table. What advice would you give to people here who don't necessarily think of themselves as an AI expert or a tech policy person to bring to this conversation in the coming weeks and months and years? And I'll then throw it to everyone else as well.
Yeah, I would double click on quite a bit of what Tom said, which is that it doesn't, when you're dealing with a kind of general use, tool and technology, what it means in each instance is actually about a particular use case and how it's used in each instance. And you might not be an expert on, and let me just say, large language models are a big part of the market, but if you talk to computer scientists about the sort of research world of AI, large language models and generative AI is actually quite a small part of that world. So there's a lot of other kinds of AI tools and systems to be developed, and part of the incentive structure is sort of how do we get academic researchers and build out a kind of more balanced kind of R&D ecosystem that maybe deals with data in different ways, for example. So I think to Tom's point, it's going to impact all of us. It is impacting the expansive use of these tools, to all of us. And that place where it meets our lives is a place where we should feel free and empowered to have an opinion about how those tools are used.
Tom? Do you have a final thought in our last few seconds?
Yeah, very quickly, I would just say unprecedented human power, and right now it is being shaped by a very unrepresentative and very small group of people. So engaging is important, and I think to that degree, I think this actually needs to be a global discussion. Even within America, it's not representative, but I think this is also something that's going to affect all of humanity. We need to find ways to engage there. And second is, don't buy the fatalism. I think fatalism is part of what they want us to believe, is that there is no choice. Somehow, if we can say, here's future A, here's future B, here's a point where we have agency to decide which of these futures we're going to create. And it is difficult. It is difficult to define those and difficult to figure out where we have agency. And that's a project that I think is well beyond tech. It's very much of consistent with the expertise that's in this room. So please engage and try to resist the fatalism.
I think my parting thought would be, if you haven't yet used the tools, you should. In order to engage, they're very easy to start using. Go get a ChatGPT account, start using it, because if you're going to engage effectively in these policy conversations, you're going to be much more effective after using ChatGPT for just a couple hours. You're going to understand more the capabilities of where the tools are, and what kinds of things they're good at, what kinds of things they're not good at, and probably it'll also actually help you get some stuff done in your life faster, to be honest. So
don't put any sensitive data in the free version of ChatGPT, please.
Well, on that note, I want to thank our panelists and thank everybody for this conversation.
Warnock. Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Hello, everybody. Wow. Well, hello, everybody. I'm a Baptist preacher. Talk back to me. Hello, Center for American Progress. It's great to be here. Thank you so very much. And I am thrilled to be here with you today as you close out your Ideas Conference and celebrate 20 years of making what our friend and my parishioner John Lewis called good trouble. Give yourselves a round of applause just for being here, for the work you do. My thanks to your fearless leader, the President and CEO of the Center for American Progress, Patrick Gaspard. Give him a great big round of applause. Patrick, thank you so very much for your more than 30 years that you've been on the front lines of some of our toughest battles for working people. You and Cap are doing fantastic work to move our nation forward, and we appreciate your dedication to the fight. I'm especially proud to be here in this room full of friends as we not only celebrate the progress of the past, but plot, I like that word, plot, toward a future that's worthy of our children and reflects the values of equality and freedom and prosperity that lie at the heart of our nation. Before I get into the heart of what I want to say this afternoon, I want to start my remarks by acknowledging that right now our attention and our hearts are rightfully with the defenseless Israeli and Palestinian citizens who are caught up in the current conflict. The heinous acts of violence visited upon the people of Israel by Hamas, mothers, children, and seniors, including American citizens, were horrific and are rightly condemned by all who believe in human dignity and who seek a lasting peace. And as a pastor who believes that every human being is sacred, I am praying for the Israeli families that lost cherished loved ones. I'm praying that all hostages are rescued and that more innocent Palestinians are not caught up in the crossfire. As our key ally in the Middle East, I will continue to support efforts in the Senate to bolster the partnership between Israel and the U.S., and at the same time, I applaud President Biden's announcement that we're sending $100 million to aid the Palestinian humanitarian effort amid a situation that is deteriorating in Gaza. You cannot see those pictures and not be moved. And so I will continue to urge our government to play a productive role in minimizing civilian harm, ensure that those currently in Gaza receive the humanitarian services that they deserve, push to secure corridors for safe passage away from the fighting, and to set the table for a two-state solution where Palestinian and Israeli children can sleep in peace and arise in a future that embraces all of our children. What these events make clear is that there are those who fear peace and they seek to sabotage it at any cost, and we must not let them win. Now, they got a clock out here in front of me. They must not have ever been to a Baptist church. All of these events, both abroad and here at home, underscore the importance, and I would argue the indispensability of American leadership. As I stand here, we are in a moral moment, a moment in which the values we hold as Americans are being profoundly tested. We've all been watching the drama unfold in the House, right, in recent weeks. It was 22 days ago that the House of Representatives ousted its elected leader without having a plan in place for how to keep the institution going. And I guess that's appropriate for a party that doesn't seem to believe in government after all. And so we have these extremist voices engaged in political arson, grinding much of the business of the Congress to a halt. And then just a couple of hours ago, they literally just elected, after 3 weeks, a new speaker, an insurrectionist, And that was only after nominating and rejecting 3 other candidates and after working on it for 3 weeks. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. The chaos of the last 3 weeks was precipitated by partisan political brinksmanship that nearly pushed us into a government shutdown, which we've only temporarily avoided. And that last-minute move to keep our government funded and open was preceded by weeks of political posturing by Washington Republicans who broke the government funding deal that they made just a few months before by moving to cut critical government funding for programs supporting health care, our veterans, and so much more. And I must add, this has all happened in the shadow of the embarrassing episode that took place this past January when it took the House majority 15 tries to even elect a speaker in the first place because of an emboldened faction of the chamber's fervent obstructionists. And so this brinksmanship is being driven by a coterie of extremist voices, voices that echo the same destructive forces that are eroding our democracy. And while we rightly focus on that, and I don't intend to let the House majority off the hook for all the chaos that's been unleashed in Washington, but I submit that it's too easy to just focus on the drama in the House and say, why don't those folks get their act together? It's too easy to single out and lay blame for our current state of disarray only on the bellicose narcissism of a handful of partisan actors. It's easy to kind of watch the news cycle and look at this political personality who's up and this one who's down, and to see the drama as it unfolds. But the question we ought to be asking ourselves is, how did we get here? How we got ourselves in this malaise in the first place. And part of that answer to this civic quandary is a topic that's not terribly sexy. It's not all that interesting to talk about, but it is deeply consequential. Partisan and racial gerrymandering. I think just pointing to the drama in the House, sort of laughing at McCarthy and moving on, misses the point. And I know that the Center for American Progress understands this. I know that one of today's conference topics, in fact, was protecting democracy from minority rule. And all of us ought to be concerned about the ways in which there are those who are trying to turn our democracy on its head so that rather than the people picking their representatives, the representatives get to pick their people. And we're seeing that play out in the judiciary. We're seeing that play out in the dark money behind the current Supreme Court. As a man of faith, I believe that this is central to the work that we must do. I believe that democracy is the political enactment of a spiritual idea, that every human being has dignity, and therefore we ought to have a voice in the direction of our country and our destiny within it. In fact, I believe that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire, for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so if one person's right to vote is being threatened, that impacts us all, because voting is how we as a family solve and govern and live together in one house. But even if everybody shows up, their voices are still being diminished in this very moment. And the electoral outcomes are being distorted because of partisan and racial gerrymandering driven by cynical politicians who are committed to winning elections at any cost, even if the cost is democracy itself. We're seeing this play out all over the country. We're seeing it play out in Tennessee, a highly gerrymandered state that created a supermajority in their state legislature. It allowed them to overreach time and time and time again. There's a reason why they made the moves that they made a few months ago. You remember there were these 3 brave legislators who were standing up trying to do the people's business, to keep our children safe. And rather than using their legislative power to protect the children, they decided to throw the legislators out. And you have to ask yourself, why do they feel emboldened to do this? This is because they've been playing this game for so very long. I think that they've been operating with the machinations of power so long that they convinced themselves that the people's house belonged to them. And so they effectively said, we don't care who you send here to represent you. This is our house, not the people's house. And I submit that this is a crude expression of an anti-democratic impulse that is poisoning our entire body politic. We're seeing it in Alabama, right? Where state leaders drew electoral maps so skewed that even this Supreme Court said that's too much. I mean, have you thought about that? Have you thought about how bad Alabama's maps had to be for this Supreme Court to say, no, you're going a little bit too far? This is the Supreme Court that, after all, 10 years ago set the fire in Shelby versus Holder. And then when they said to Alabama, no, you got to redraw those maps, they were so dug in and so committed to keeping their lines and squeezing the people out of their democracy that they tried to do what the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court a few years ago said that Southern legislators no longer do, defy the Supreme Court, and they did exactly that. And that is because we have craven partisan actors in our country who are much more committed to power, than they are to democracy. And in addition to other conniving methods of robbing the people of their voices, they're trying to block weekend voting, block Sunday voting, get rid of drop boxes, create unnecessary and onerous voter ID laws, saying that, you know, folk might try to vote twice. Are you kidding? It's hard enough to get people to vote once, let alone twice. And in my state and in other states, mass voter challenges. Did you know that in Georgia right now, single citizen, random citizen, can challenge the legitimacy of other citizens' votes? And literally just a handful of people, full of people were responsible for challenging the votes of thousands of Georgia citizens. Partisan and racial gerrymandering is one of our most serious problems, along with all of these tactics of voter suppression. And as we're seeing play out in the House, with Kevin McCarthy needing 15 votes and then being summarily thrown out, they are finding themselves sewn up in a bag of their own making. But I submit that this is a danger to our democracy. And when you think about the work that we need to do right now in order to exercise American leadership on the global stage, this is a threat to our national security. And so you are the Center for American Progress. And you know better than most that there is no progress without the voices of the people. And so I know you all have been talking about a lot of things over the last couple of days, but the most important thing we've got to do is give the people their voices back. We've got to give the people their voices back, because change does not happen from the top down, it happens from the bottom up. And when the people can get their voices back, I believe that anything is possible. If the people can get their voices back, a black boy who grew up in public housing, the first college graduate in his family of 12, can find themselves in the United States Senate coming from the old Jim Crow South. Anything is possible if the people can get their voices back. And so that is the moral work that we have to do for the sake of our nation in a moment like this. But this diminishing and this dismissal of the people's voices and the political gridlock it creates aren't just manifested in partisan and racial gerrymandering. In fact, I'd argue that our nation, our house, is in a constant struggle with itself. It is the American story and the American dilemma. At every moment in our history, we've had to ask ourselves, are we going to expand the promises of democracy to embrace everybody, to embrace every American? Or are we going to restrict those promises? Our democracy has always gone through expansions and contractions. And it makes me think about mass incarceration and the carceral state that we have in our country. The United States of America is the mass incarceration capital of the world. The land of the free. Mass incarceration capital of the world. No other nation even comes close. We're 4% of the world's population. We warehouse about 25% of the world's prisoners. No other nation comes close in the number of people we have in prison or the percentage of its population in prison. It is a scandal and a scar on the soul of America. And the irony that I think about often as the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. served, is that our system, our criminal justice system, has managed to reinscribe in a new moment all of the various forms of discrimination against which Dr. King and another generation fought. Channeling our children through the school to prison pipeline. And then when they get this mark on their record, job discrimination becomes legal because you have to check the box. Housing discrimination becomes legal. It is a means through which millions of Americans are disenfranchised. This is the terrain, if you're talking about civil rights, this is the terrain upon which we must fight in a moment like this. And I believe that our children are going to rise up and ask those of us who are here in this moment, our grandchildren are going to ask us, where were you when this human rights catastrophe was unfolding in your very midst and in this moment? And so a few years ago, my church got involved in dealing with this issue of mass incarceration. I've seen it up close as a pastor. I've seen it in my own family. And one of my proudest moments as a pastor was when Ebenezer Baptist Church, about 10 years ago, convened the district attorney's office, the public defender, the courts, the judges, all in one place in the fellowship hall of our church in order to do on one day what would take people days and weeks to get done, and that is to expunge their record. That there were folks who had not even been convicted of it, but they had a record somewhere that prevented them from getting an apartment, from getting a house, from getting a job. And one of the proudest moments that I've had as a pastor was the day I walked in my sanctuary, and the sanctuary had hundreds of people, and almost everybody in that sanctuary had a record. But the truth is, that's true every Sunday. Because all of us, each of us has a record. Each of us has something that we're not proud of, maybe not a criminal record, but everybody's got a record, and none of us wants to be judged permanently by our worst mistakes. And so we began a process through which we began to expunge people's records in order to change their lives, give them a second chance. And after we did that first expungement clinic, a few weeks or a few months after that, I was sitting in the chair in the barbershop. I know you think I'm making that up, but I really was. In the barbershop, and I was on my way trying to get out of the barber's chair. And as I was getting out of the barber's chair, this man said, "Hey, Rev, that was a great event you had at your church a little while ago." And I said, "Thank you." He said, "I'm talking about the expungement event." I said, "Yeah, I remember that. Thank you for that." He said, "Rev, wait just a minute. You don't understand. You expunged my record." And he said that this had changed his whole life. And so part of what we've got to do is we've got to give people their voices back. We've got to deal with the problems in our democracy. We've got to make sure that we can hear the voices of all of our people. And so we're at this moral moment, my friends. And the great thing is that we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide which way our country's going to go. And so I was proud that the people of Georgia elected me to serve in the United States Senate. I won a hard-fought runoff election. The next day I was feeling really good. All of the morning shows wanted to talk to me. Good morning, America. Joe, morning, Joe. I knew I had arrived because I was on The View talking to Whoopi Goldberg. I was feeling good that morning. It was the morning of January 6th. And you know what happened the next day. Vicious attack on our democracy, on the Capitol, which then metastasized in voter suppression bills all across our country. And you see me standing here today having won again. But don't forget that in order to win, I had to stand up for the voices of the people in Georgia. The Secretary of State and others saw that we had won, and you know what they did? They said that you will not be able to vote the first Saturday of the runoff. They said that they were just reading the letter of the law. That they were sorry, but their hands were tied, and since they said their hands were tied, I decided to untie their hands. I sued them. I sued them and we won. And then those who said their hands were tied showed their hands because they then appealed the decision. And we won again. And then they appealed again a few days before the runoff, asked for emergency relief, and I thought to myself, relief from what? The voices of the people. And we won again, and that's why the people of Georgia were able to vote that first Saturday of the runoff. About 100,000 people voted, and that was the margin, roughly, of my victory. Voter suppression matters. Standing up matters. Standing up for the voices of ordinary people matters. And so thank you, Center for American Progress, for your work. Thank you for standing up on behalf of the best of our values time and time again. And no matter how difficult it seems, don't let anybody discourage you. Don't let anybody turn you around. There are moments when I feel discouraged, but I remember my parishioner, John Lewis, whose funeral I officiated. And I asked myself the night before I officiated his funeral, what was John Lewis thinking when he crossed that Edmund Pettus Bridge? Was he thinking that one day at the end of his life, at his funeral, there would be 3 American presidents on both sides of the aisle there to pay him tribute? He couldn't have imagined that. That's not why he did it. Did he do it thinking he'd be the recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom? Certainly that's not why he did it. What was John Lewis thinking when he and Hosea Williams were crossing that Edmund Pettus Bridge? I think he was just trying to stay alive that day so he could live to fight the next day. And somehow, by some stroke of grace, mingled with human resilience, he moved the moral arc that bends towards justice a little bit closer. He crossed the bridge and built the bridge to the future. Center for American Progress, thank you for 20 years of building that bridge. Don't stop building the bridge. Keep doing the work. Stand up, because when we stand together, we win. God bless you.
Don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping. There's a little, no. There's a little thing that we're gonna do together, right? I used to fancy myself a union organizer, and at the end of every single one of our meetings, we'd end it with a clap. So I'm gonna ask you to do the collective organizers clap with me. We're gonna start off like big and slow, and we're gonna keep building. Woo! So, we thank Reverend Warnock, Senator Reverend Warnock, for those inspiring words. I want to thank all of you for joining us in community today to celebrate 20 years of CAP and to commence together around our bonfire of the Ideas Conference. Remember when Buddy Maxwell, the striking trucker, was on this stage earlier today, and he said that community is like a fire? You are that fire. We're warming our hands to the fire. We're singing our songs to the fire. We're telling one unified story around that fire. And that fire is going to be on our backside as we try to make more progress in America with a tremendous sense of urgency. We're going to take up John Podesta's call that we're not going to just change the conversation. We're going to change what? The country. And tomorrow starts today. We heard so much here today. All these inspiring words from people like Leader Jeffries, right straight on through to Senator Warnock. In between all of it, they told us what the North Star is, what the promise is, what the work ahead is, but they also gave us a sense of the profound challenges that we have. We heard from workers who told us about the degradation in their lives, what was denied them in the way of rights, in the way of wages, in the way of any kind of leverage of their collective voice. Senator Warnock just told us, give the people back their what? Their voice. So we're going to give them back their voice. We did it on the Ideas stage. We're going to take that out into Michigan, into Ohio, Pennsylvania, Arizona, all around the country. As we win the big wins from the Biden legislative victories, we're going to let people know exactly how it impacts their lives, what these investments mean, how it's incentivized the private sector to double down and to bet on growing out the middle class of this country. But we're going to do it in a way that's not about us, but about them, that centers their stories, that centers them in the kinds of democratic outcomes that we're looking for. Because this is not just a moment when folks are going to rock up next year to cast a vote here and there, where we're just going to tell a story about some measure of economic progress. We're making it clear that we're on the edge of a cliff. Yes, sometimes a fiscal cliff, but the President Biden and his legislation is kind of addressing that. We're at the cliff of a liberalism, a democracy cliff that we don't want to lunge over. We want to pull back from and want to build a bridge to collectivity, to community, and lift up the flame and the fire that you all represent. So thank you all, love you all, impressed with you all. When we fight, we